from our colleague John, who has been abducted in international waters and detained illegally by the Israelis. We have Dr. Evelyn, who joined us from Lebanon. We have Najia Mahmoud from Gaza. Thank you, Najia. I know it's difficult to connect. And we have several other speakers today. So thank you so much for joining us. Nidal Karama, do you want to say anything before
Can you just make sure it's recording too? It did not say it's recording. I always feel reassured when I hear that.
I don't see it on YouTube. Is it on YouTube?
Now it's I think should be good now. So yes, hello everyone, and thank you for joining us. And again, we have many great speakers today and many things to cover. Again, as Maisa mentioned, John was on the Freedom Flotilla. He's now in Turkey, and he will give us updates on what happened to them. Then Catherine, Dr. Catherine Espinosa, was also arrested yesterday, and thank God she was released, and she's here to share her experience with us. Then we have our colleagues and friends in Gaza who are going to share multiple experiences from Gaza. Then Dr. Evelyn from Lebanon. So we'll go ahead. I'm not going to waste time. We'll go ahead and start with John. Dr. John Reward, thank you for being with us. Alhamdulillah, salamtak. We are proud of you. And we like this new look with the beard. And please go ahead and share with us what happened.
Well, I long wanted to go to Gaza and had difficulty doing that. And I also wanted to take a Mediterranean cruise. So the flotilla seemed like the best way to do both. We started with almost 60 boats out of Italy after meeting up with the folks that had come from Barcelona. And we thought we had at least a week or two to get used to sailing and making preparations and speaking to people all over Europe and the world as we traveled. We were shocked to be stopped by Israeli military a full 1,000 kilometers from Israel. So to me, this is a new low, this regime that now says they can abduct any unarmed people anywhere in the world they want, anytime they want, and this calls for great pushback from all the against this, because if they can do this to us, they can do it to anyone. They displayed enormous cruelty. They arrested about 22 of our 60 boats. The others got away and are in different places now. They came very stealthily in the night with rapid motion, with no light warning until they were upon it. And, we saw laser beams from rifles aimed at our colleagues' heads. They started screaming us to get down, put our hands up, quickly boarded the boat, searched us all quickly, searched our boat, demanded to know who the captain was. And when we said we were all captains and the boat was on autopilot. They tried to run the boat and couldn't. They got frustrated and put us all on a very rapid inflatable boat and took us through cold seas with very little protection to a giant ship that obviously had been made into a prison ship. It was a military cargo ship. They had designed a prison yard in. As soon as we got on that boat, they started treating us very badly, saying, keep your heads down. And if we so much as looked to the side, they would hit us, hold our heads down in awkward positions, make us get on our knees, searched us, patted us down repeatedly, every square inch of our body. And were rather arbitrary in what they took and didn't take. They took even my comb, everything I had in my pockets, except my wallet. They did leave me with a little bit of money and wallet. And then herded us into a prison space that was probably 25 meters by 15 meters and forced 180 of us in there. It was surrounded by containers, just regular shipping containers made of steel with nothing in them. And we had the choice of sleeping in the containers or on the ground outside, which was quite damp and wet. The only amenities we had were 2-inch thick foam mattresses, which happened to absorb water. And for the next 2 nights and 1 day, They gave us water, threw a couple of bags of bread at us, and nothing else. Refused people's medications. They refused sanitary pads for women, and they took 4 of our colleagues into separate quarters. So we did some actions and chanting and so forth to try to get them back. We did not succeed. We had thought maybe they would take us to Greece, being so far from Israel, and thinking they wanted to get rid of us as fast as they could. But we were only 2 hours from Greece. And when 2 hours went by, then 4 hours, then 6 hours, then 20 hours, and 24 hours, we thought for sure we'd be in Israel, except they kept changing the direction of the boat. So after 36 hours, we were landed in Crete, where we had started just 2 hours from there at the beginning. So I don't know if they just did that to torture us, or whether they started for Israel and negotiated something with the Greeks to take us and change their minds. That information will probably be discovered later. But while there, they did lots of arbitrary things to make our lives very uncomfortable. The worst of which is even sleeping, laying shoulder to shoulder all night in the cargo containers, it wouldn't hold all of us. So 40 people had to be outside. After the first sunny day, it had dried up enough, and we designed covers for the mattresses. We had some engineers among us who twisted the mattresses to act as little roofs because the condensation at night was enormous. Everything got quite damp and quite cold, and we weren't allowed many of our jackets and so forth. So people slept close together. And after about 3 or 4 hours sleeping with this new arrangement that we thought we had cleverly made, they actually flooded the deck. Just poured 2 inches of water, seawater, down the deck so that it soaked most of us. I was lucky off to the side. The water didn't quite get over my 2-inch mattress. And it was just absolutely miserable. During the day, in the heat of the sun, they forced us all into the containers, which had no ventilation except for one small door, and kept us in there shoulder to shoulder for hours while they did arbitrary things, cleaning up in the yard. Anybody that did the least, gave them the wrong look, said a word against them, they would just arbitrarily hit, force down to the ground. 30 people of our 180 ended up for hospital visits, and 4 were kept in the hospital in Greece. So we had no idea how long they were going to keep us, what was going on. And then early in the morning, after the very wet night where they flooded us, they started screaming, "Get out, we're taking 10 of you at a time." And because they had not released our colleagues, many of the people said, "We're not cooperating at all." So instead of going out into the way out, we had no idea what they were doing with us. People just went limp and refused to be lifted. And this time they started beating people. They shot one person with a rubber bullet close up. I twisted a lot of limbs, bruised some ribs. I saw at least one guy I know, if he didn't break his rib, it was very close to it. I had bruises on the head. They were exceptionally cruel. Those of us who didn't resist, they still grabbed our arms as if we were resisting, and it was very painful and developed bruises. But then we still didn't know where we were going, and they took us to another part of the ship and forced us onto our knees, where again, my head is on the ground, my knees are on the ground, laying in water, dirty water. And if I so much as readjusted my arm, somebody would kick me from the side. So most of us got the treatment like this. And then all of a sudden, they told us to stand up. They threw life jackets on us and turned us over to the Greek Coast Guard, who initially treated us quite kindly. The whole experience was surreal. When I think of how badly I was treated for 36 hours, and I was not one of the ones hurt badly, to think what people in captivity, any of these Israelis, and what the poor people in Gaza have to endure constantly, is just overwhelming. We were then taken to a
John, if you don't mind, how many of you were on that ship? How many of you were held together?
180 prisoners.
180 all in one place.
all in one tiny place that had no room for
Wow.
anything. And I want to write an essay about this, but it dawned on me the analogies with my memories of watching movies about the Nazi Holocaust kept recurring. The first one is while we were in this prison, imagine big steel containers and some on three sides and a steel wall of the ship on the other, completely surrounded by razor wire. And the guards who walked around on the top weren't dressed like prison guards. They were full combat units, not only with automatic weapons and grenades and scopes and headlights, but they had huge magazines, drum magazines on their automatic weapons, the kind that hold 30, 40, 50 rounds. So that each guy could have killed about a third of us by himself, one by one. I mean, just full combat, as if they were facing down other full combat troops. And here we were, unarmed citizens announced to be totally nonviolent. It was surreal that way. They all night long, they shined lights on us. So there was never any rest. And but I noticed the first day, sitting high on the tower of the ship was one lone figure who came out like an authoritative figure and sat down with some tea and a pair of binoculars and just looked us over for hours, just stared at us. And all I could think of was the scene, if I remember it correctly, from Schindler's List, where they show the commandant just looking down on the people who he decides live or die. And I said, I can't believe this. This is just too much like the memory of the movies. And then when we got back in the containers, all I could think of was the cattle cars that they herded people in. And every scene they showed, people were so crowded you couldn't sit down or lay down. And that's exactly the way it was. There was no room for all of us. And then when they flooded us, they had this tiny courtyard with all these people in it. And people just started naturally just pacing to stay warm and to move a little bit. And I thought of all the scenes in the Holocaust movies where that's what the poor prisoners nowhere to go and they would just walk. It just kept coming with these, like reproducing the worst of history by these people. Yeah. And again, the only difference was, at least in the Holocaust movies, they just seemed like ordinary soldiers. These guys were ultra combat ready.
Wow.
Loaded with weapons and armor and constantly pointing their guns at us and hitting us. Yeah, just I don't know what the purpose was. They couldn't have made themselves look any sillier or worse.
Like how many soldiers were there on your estimate?
On guard at any one time, it was probably between 5 and 20.
Wow.
Yeah. Again, they're all above razor wire with bright lights shining on us. And intermittently, that guy just sitting high by himself on the deck, like he's Lord of all.
Razor wire on that ship itself?
Yeah.
So they
could,
prepared this. That was specially prepared for you guys.
Yes, and a couple noticed that the containers welded to the deck were all, he said those welds are no more than a week old. Fresh welds just prepared just for us. I mean, to come 1,000 kilometers just to get us, this was all very well pre-planned.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's a show. It's a show of supremacy. It's a show. They want to assert their supremacy over you and everybody else, and they want to send the message that anybody who dares stand up against this supremacy is going to be treated as a terrorist, because we've seen what they're doing, right? Like they're claiming that Tiago and SAFE are terrorists, and everybody who's an activist trying to save innocent civilians is a terrorist, while they themselves are the terrorists. They're the ones who need the machine guns, right? And the army apparatus. It's not the civilians who took time off and raised money and refurbished, ships that are not even equipped to sail that far to go and it's a psyop.
Exactly, and I hope it will backfire spectacularly, because the more of us ordinary people who go back to our families and friends who know us, when they call us terrorists, then that will decrease the potency of that word. That's a word that's used to scare everybody. And when they realize if terrorists, then okay, maybe terrorists aren't so bad, or the word doesn't mean as much. So we hope this mission will take a lot of the power out of that word.
Absolutely. It's the same thing where they weaponize anti-Semitism. Now they're weaponizing terrorists. Those words have been weaponized and it's been normalized. But I think like the system hasn't been more fragile right now. Like, you know, when
And
we have thousands of
immediately,
people sail. Yeah, go ahead.
I think immediately physicians or whatever, and stop anti-Semitism account picked up your video, John. I don't know if you know. And the claim was how you are, what was it? I'm looking for it right now. That they accuse you of being an anti-Semite and a terrorist supporter immediately. It was like no time spared immediately.
What else?
Where are
Yeah,
you now,
that's
John?
I'm in
Can I ask
Istanbul.
John a question?
I'm in
John, the
Istanbul.
soldiers that came for you, were they masked or not? Did they cover their faces?
All masked.
All
All
masked. okay.
mask.
Yeah. Because
Wow.
but because when I was arrested, the same. Yeah,
Wow.
it's amazing, you know. Some
Wow.
were big,
They're
only
not
eyes,
even,
and some are black masks. So it's
they're not
that was bad.
brave enough to say
No, so you won't know
show
it
their
until
faces.
yeah.
الله يخلصنا منهم.
And what
Welcome back, John.
Thank you. So just to
And,
briefly,
and thanks for making the journey.
then we went to Greece, and the people on the boat that took us off the ship were very kind and friendly. But then for the next 8 hours, it was unclear what they were doing. They kept us waiting a long time, promised our passports repeatedly, and a 2-hour trip to the airport area where we were to meet people from our embassies and get help took 8 hours for reasons that are not clear to me. But at one point, we were greeted with riot police as we approached the airport. And at one point, I thought, oh my gosh, the Greeks are in total collusion with the Israelis. But in the end, maybe because there were a lot of civilians that had cameras on us, they did us no harm and just escorted us to the airport, where many countries' ambassadors were there to meet them. Not the U.S., of course. There was a journalist from Zetio with us, and he called the embassy, told them this was Friday afternoon. They told him to call back Monday. So he said, no, that's argued. And the guy said, okay, I'll call you back in 15 minutes. And when he called back, he said, no, our president says you're terrorists. We can't help you. So that was the response.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
Yeah. So, well, then we, as we gathered out of, all of a sudden, the Turkish representatives of the foreign ministry and the ambassador were there and said, we've chartered a flight, and anyone who wants to go with us to Istanbul, you're welcome on this flight. So many of us took that. I think 150 people got on a Turkish flight where they treated us like kings. We got first class meals. They gave us, keep the little, kits they give you to replace your comb and toothbrush and all the things we had taken from us. And we were given keffiyehs and arrived in Istanbul to almost a hero's welcome. If you saw some of the videos from that. And by the way, I did 4 interviews quickly in the airport there. I hope you saw the one where when they asked me, what is your motivation? I said, there's too many, all of us are sick of genocide.
Yeah,
this
we
is a
saw
newly
that.
diagnosed.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
that
we saw it.
my
And
wife,
we posted it, and your wife spoke so elegantly. My God, she's amazing. Yeah, I think Karam got a video of her, and we posted it. Very, very powerful and elegant lady.
good.
Yeah, very.
No, of course, there are many more details, but when we got to Istanbul after that press conference, which lasted quite a while around the airport, they all insisted we go to Turkey's Forensic Medicine Center, which is a building and a big operation where doctors and lawyers took did medical examinations on all of us and took legal statements. They spent at least an hour with each of us. I don't know how many, but 100 at least. And they're all collecting evidence. It's all documented and correlated to be used in hopefully a case against the perpetrators.
That's great.
So,
Najia?
I think
my
we
personal-
lost her. Her connection is not, she's not getting my messages. So I think it's just a connectivity issue. Hopefully she can come back.
Too bad.
Mary Beth, you had a question for John?
Just, John, I appreciate your continued dedication to this over time. You are a longtime activist, and listening to your story, I was thinking about if there's anybody who's been building to be mentally, emotionally sort of fortified to withstand and maintain perspective and stay grounded, I feel like John is a good person to have on your team if you're going to be taken captive in international waters. He's a good anchor person, having, organized with John for some years now. So I don't expect the US will do anything with it, but it sounds like there were people in your crew from other countries that maybe other countries will take action as far as, Israel kidnapped one of our citizens and held them prisoner in then a second destination. I don't know if Brazil is working on that, because I know they still have Thiago. Did you have different countries represented that you think would actually step in and take any action here?
Well, the two involved, of course, are Spain and Brazil. And my wife said she had read somewhere where Brazil, the president had already made contacts in Qatar and UAE to try to get an intervention. So that's really good news. I don't know about Spain. We're all hoping every citizen in every country needs to speak up, because this is a major new instance of aggression. That's another step to see how much they can get away with. And I know
I think the AU will do nothing, sadly.
We got
I
10
think the
British
EU is just the
nationals.
same.
John, we got 10 British nationals with you, also captured, but our government doesn't want to know. We've been calling them.
I think we need to go back and discuss this again. Maisa, Najia is here before we lose her. We have Najia.
Oh, she's
from
here.
Gaza.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect.
And she has a bad
Okay,
connection, if you don't mind. We want to go with Najia before we lose her again.
Perfect, perfect. Najia, thank you so much for joining us. احكي عربي ولا انجليزي؟ شو تفضلي؟
لا عربي.
عربي تمام. خليني بس أعرف عليكي وكمان أنت ممكن تعرفي عن حالك. So Najia is an engineer from Gaza. She has recently wrote a very moving account of her human experience, basically surviving the siege, the displacement, and this genocide. And she used the idea of using the bathroom as the anchor for this story, where it's just it just kind of embodies the entire struggle. So ناجية شكرا كتير. اتفضلي وانا رح اترجم لك، بس اعطيني هيك مهله بين الجمله والجمله عشان اترجم. تفضلي عرفينا عن حالك وخبرينا عن الوضع وانت فين، واللي كتبتيه عن تجربتك يا ريت تحكي لنا اياه بليز.
مرحبا، أنا نجية أبو الروس من غزة. عايشة بالمواصي بخيمة مع أهلي. طبعا أنتوا شفتوا يمكن على صفحتي إنه أنا تعرضت للحرب قبل عدة أيام، هاي لسه أثره موجود. تمام.
اوكي.
حبيت أشارك على صفحتي من باب الفضفضة كل الأحداث اللي بتصير معنا في قطاع غزة. آخر إشي شاركته كان عن الحمام، كان وصف بسيط حتى خجول عن الحمام.
لحظة يا ناجية دقيقة. Najia is an engineer. She lives in مواصي خان يونس، مش هيك؟
صحيح.
ولا مواصي خان يونس. She lives in مواصي خان يونس. She was just showing her hand. أرجينا إيدك كمان مرة. She has just been subjected to obviously the aftermath of Israeli aggression, and she has sustained an injury to her hand. She's also she's basically like all of the people in Gaza, extremely articulate, extremely competent. She has used her communication skills to express her talk about her experience. And her last post that we read was about the bathroom situation, the toilets in Gaza. تفضلي يا نجية.
طبعا الحرق انا تعرضت له مش لانه انا بلعب بالنار، لانه احنا يعني بنستخدم الحطب او القمامه بشكل اصح، اللي هي الورق ال- الكرتون نجمعه من اي مكان بنولع فيه بديل الغاز، يعني نطبخ عليه، لانه الغاز بدخل قله. والاصابه هذه طبعا مش اول مره، زي كل فتيات غزه بنتعرض للحرق اثناء اشعالنا للنار.
Okay, so the injury to her hand is obviously the result of the siege because no gas is allowed to enter Gaza. So all the families in Gaza are using whatever they can find to start fires so they can cook. And she's saying this is a very common occurrence within Gaza, that people get burns as they're trying to cook meals for their families. They use paper, they use whatever they can find to start fires. So this is definitely a direct result of the genocidal siege on Gaza. تفضلي.
بخصوص اني انا قاعده، يمكن انتم تكونوا مستغربين انه انا مش بمكاني بحكي معكم، لانه انا عايشه بخيمه ما فيش اضاءه. احنا الاضاءه عندنا رباني، يعني اشعه الشمس والاناره اللي هي السماء بس، والاضاءه يعني ممكن القمر يضوي لنا بس، اما غير هيك احنا ما عندنا اضاءه. فانا قاعده هنا عشان احاول انه اظهر لكم، يعني مش اكثر، مش انه انا
Okay.
حابه الريح اللي قاعده فيها.
Najia is saying that if you notice me standing outside, it's because she lives in a tent. The tents have no electricity, no power, so there's no light. So she's outside, so that we can see her, because that's the only source of light currently in Gaza. قديش في المخيم؟ كم حدا كم عيلة يعني موجودين؟
احنا هنا 700 عائله.
There's about 700 families that live in this particular displacement camp.
وتم تقييم هذا المكان اللي انا نازحه فيه من الصليب الاحمر انه مكان لا بينفعش للعيش، لانه احنا فعليا بجور للصرف الصحي بس لم يتم استخدامها، يعني كان لسه معدينها انه تصير للصرف الصحي، بس يعني ما لحقوا يستخدموها، فاحنا قاعدين فيها لانه ما في اماكن للنزوح. حتى هي المواسير موجوده، بيستخدموها الاطفال في الصيف، بيستظلوا فيها وبيناموا فيها بدل الخيام، لانه الخيام بتحرقهم من اشعه الشمس. نستفيد منها يعني بصراحه.
Okay, so the International Red Cross, they did an assessment on this displacement camp. It was deemed unsuitable for human living conditions. She's like those pipes behind her. They're supposedly for sewer systems. Obviously, nothing has been done. There has been no rebuilding, no reconstruction. And she said that the children use them as in the summer as ways to get away from the sun, and sometimes they sleep inside these pipes. تفضلي.
بتحبي احكي عن الحمام اللي انا شاركت في المنشور ولا اشوف تحديدا؟
يا ريت احكي لنا عن الحمام.
انا كنجية اكبر حروبي او اقصاها كان الحمام بصراحه، وترددت كثير من اول الاباده انه انا احكي عنه، لانه انا كنت خجلانه بصراحه اكتب عنه. بس لما لقيت انه فاض يعني الكيل من الموضوع، انه الموضوع استمر حتى مع انتهاء الحرب. احنا فكرنا لما تنتهي الحرب يعني الحياه حترجع. انا كنجية الكبيره اللي فوق ال 30 سنه مش الطفله، فكرت مع اعلان انه خلص المرحله الاولى بلشت، انه خلص احنا حنرجع لحياتنا، بس فعليا ما رجعنا لحياتنا، احنا بنفس الحياه بس بنموت بالبطيء. يعني هو بيحكي لك وقف اطلاق نار، وما في وقف اطلاق نار، احنا بنموت بالبطيء. هنا في هذه المنطقه في كل المواصي الحمامات، يعني عند كل عيله في بير. هذا البير مفتوح طبعا، بيكون عليه إشي بسيط تمام بسبب الحشرات. في من يومين طفل رضيع كان لسه بتعلم انه يزحف، وقع ببير ولحقناه. سبب لنا امراض كتير، امراض جلديه، طفح جلدي. طبعا كل اسبوع لازم نجدد البير، لانه بالنهايه الرمل بيجي لحد خلص يكتفي بالميه اللي بتشبعها. فانا يعني حاولت اشارك بس جزء من اللي بيصير معنا. مش أكثر.
شكرا Najia. Najia is saying that, you know, the piece, I'm actually going to share that piece so that you can see it as she's talking about it, and you can probably read along. احنا ترجمناها بالانجليزي يا نجية. هاي هي اللي كتبتيه. Oh, she's saying that she wrote this piece because she just got fed up. You know, there's so many families share one toilet. So 13 families share one toilet. Those toilets, obviously, they're not connected to any sewer system. They use their septic bathrooms. So, and there's just a main cause for infection. They're not hygienic. She said the other day, a little boy actually fell into this septic tank. So, you know, the situation is, to say it's inhumane is an understatement. And it's obviously by design, it's intentional. Like Israel wants to dehumanize Palestinians. They want to take away all their, any means of dignity and living, you know, with dignity. So تفضلي يا نجية، احكي لنا عن اللي كتبتيه.
أنا يعني حابة أحكي شيء تاني عن اللي كتبته. العالم كله بفكر إنه إحنا مثلا أنا محتاجة حمام، محتاجين أكل، محتاجين فلوس. لا، إحنا محتاجين نحس إنه إحنا بني آدمين نعيش حياة طبيعية. إحنا يعني بنحب الحياة، مش ما بدناش. عندنا أحلام، عندنا طموح. فكرة إنه إحنا بس تعمل معنا إنه إحنا ضحية أو حالة خاصة بس بصل صوتها بس لأنه انحزن علينا وبصير ترند ليومين، هذا صار شيء ممل. لا، إحنا بدنا نحس إنه في إنسان هنا لازم يعيش.
She's saying that, you know, she wants to talk about something, you know, around the piece that she wrote, not necessarily what she wrote. Is that, you know, people might read this piece and think that, you know, she's talking about a bathroom, a toilet. What she's saying is that this is really not about a toilet. It's like, you know, more than anything, Palestinians in Gaza, in Palestine, Palestinians in general, they just want to feel human. You know, the degree of dehumanizations that they've been subjected to over decades, really, not just during genocide, has been unbelievable. And more than anything, Palestinians need to feel human, need to feel free, needs full sovereignty and full dignity to live on their land. So that's the essence of what she wrote. It's not just about a toilet or a bathroom. تفضلي. أنا شايفة الدنيا عتمت يعني. تفضلي، هينا شايفينك، بس تفضلي احكي يا نجية.
أنا آسفة.
لا بسيطة، تفضلي كملي.
كنت بحكي عن الحمام. سامعين في صوت؟
سامعينك تفضلي.
كنت بحكي إنه الإنسان هنا منا بس ما بدوش يحس حاله ضحية، مش أكتر. ما بدوش ينحزن عليه، بده يحس حاله إنسان. فكرة إنه العادي برا هي عندنا هذا إشي يكتب موتنا عن جد. الاسم مش كل إشي، المصاري مش كل إشي، التعليم أهم. إحنا ناس مثقفة معلمة، أولاد ناس حابين نعيش. الوقت إطلاق النار كان يعني بالنسبة لنا أمل إنه يصير هذا كله، بس طلع وقت إطلاق النار بس عشان تركيا، عشان مساعدات تفوت، عشان اغتيال من بعيد ما يجيش جنبك، يعني مش أكتر. لو كنت بالصدفة هناك تموت. لا، إحنا ما بدناش هيك. إحنا بدنا نعيش زينا زي أي إنسان طبيعي، عيشة هنية بسيطة. ما بدناش يعني أمنيات كبيرة. حيط نسند على هذا النار. الأطفال عندنا يتعلموا، الأطفال ما بيعرفوش عنا إشي ولا أي إشي بيعرفوا. حتى التعليم، يعني أنا آسفة لهذا الإشي. أنا مشكورة لأي إنسان بحاول يوصل صوتنا أو بحاول يبني. هنا عندنا مدارس تعليمية، بس حتى التعليم هنا مش زي ما كان.
طبعا
لأنه
طبعا
ما حيوصلوا للأماكن الإشي اللي كان قبل.
So she's basically like, you know, re-emphasizing the point that, you know, it's really not about, you know, making money. It's not about like all the privileges that we in the Western world like take for granted, to be honest. Like for them, what they need is to feel human, to feel that they have access for their children to go to school. She's saying that the children haven't been to school in 3 years now. And Gaza people are very well educated. They're very, very capable. I mean, she's an engineer in Gaza, and it's really, you know, the ceasefire has been used as a way to turn Gaza into a charity case, where, like we've seen, the emphasis has shifted from, you know, ending the genocide, ending the siege, ending this whole, and you know, obviously we've seen with the flotilla trying to break the siege, that emphasis has shifted to now treating Gaza as a humanitarian and a charity case, instead of working hard to bring dignity and sovereignty to the Gaza people. What they need is not people to feel sorry for them, but they need true solidarity. They need true advocacy to end the siege, to allow them to rebuild their own Gaza and to take their children to school and to practice, you know, a normal life, you know, for engineers to go back to work, for doctors to go back to work without fear of persecution at every corner. She's also saying that this so-called ceasefire has allowed Israel to continue killing, but from a distance. So the killing continues, the dehumanization continues, and the world cannot turn away. نجية تفضلي.
شو ايش بتحبوا اضيف اشي؟ عندي في اسئله حابين تسالوني اياها.
في حد عنده anybody has questions for Najia? She's asking if anyone has questions.
والله أنا I have a question نجية.
تفضلي.
نجية، التعليم للأطفال، هلا احنا بنعرف انه غزة نسبة التعليم فيها جدا عالية والكل متعلم ودارس، برغم كل هاي المشاكل والصعوبات ايش عم تعملوا بالنسبة للأولاد وتعليمهم؟ I just want
بنحاول
to
نعلمهم.
خليني أترجم على السريع. I'm asking Najia about how do the children get educated, considering that Gaza has always been focused on high education. Literacy rate is very high. Boys and girls are very, very driven to get educated. So how are we doing this? I'm just worried that these 3 years are going to take us back decades in terms of education. So احكي لنا نجية كيف الوضع التعليمي؟
التعليم هنا اللي بيعتمد على الأسرة بالأكثر، يعني الأم هي اللي ماسكة الطفل، والأطفال اللي ما يلحقوا التعليم عندنا فعليا لحتى الآن في نحو الأمية، يعني بتعلموا الحروف والأبجديات. بس فعليا المدرسة مهما كانت بتعلم ومهما حاولت تعلمي الحياة بتعلم أكثر. يعني هم بالنسبة التعليم هنا أي نعم الأطفال مهتمين يتعلموا لأنه بالنسبة لهم إشي جديد وحابين بس الحياة تعلمهم أكثر. يعني لو طلعت على تصرفاتهم بتلاقي الحياة معلمهم إنهم يعملوا حطب، يشيلوا أطفال كأنه بجنازة ويطلعوا يلعبوا كأنهم رايحين على مصيدة الموت، يجيبوا أكل. فمهما أنت حاولت تعلمهم بيغلب عليهم اللي هي التعليم الحياتي حوالينا.
Wow.
ترجمي
Tikama, do you want to translate?
No,
She's like, you know, the Gaza, you know, used to be one of the most educated, like, you know, even I think comparing Gaza to the West Bank, I think Gaza has been far superior, like in terms of education and literacy rates. Now, obviously, children are almost illiterate. A lot depends on the mothers and families, like, to educate their children. And she's saying though, like, although school, you know, you can get, you know, a textbook, you know, learning through the school, but the children now are learning through their daily life experience. They're learning, you know, what it means to mourn the loss of their friends, to bury them, the funerals. They're learning how to navigate through danger zones to go and collect so-called aid, risking their lives to actually get just a meal. And so those are the lessons that the Palestinian children are learning through real lived experience, more so than any school can teach them. And it's something for us actually to really sit with, because, you know, what are we creating? What is it? What world are we creating for our future generations to allow children to learn literally how to sneak between like gunshots and barbed wires and danger zones to get a single meal. Questions? Any other questions? Comments?
Ashraf has a comment. Would you like to describe a regular day in Gaza from the time they wake up to the time they go to sleep?
ترجمي لها.
نجية، في سؤال من دكتور أشرف، إنه بتقدري توصفي لنا يومك من أول ما تصحي لحد ما تنامي؟
يومي من حد ما أصحى لحد ما أنام كله حروب. أحكي لك، حابب يعرف يعني بالتفصيل؟
يعني تفصيل، إنه مش تفصيل ممل بس إنه فكرة.
الفكرة بنصحى لأنه الدبان صحانا، لأنه الشمس صحتنا من أشعة الشمس، لأنه إحنا بالنهاية أقمشة، يعني الطقس هو اللي بيتحكم فينا بمزاجنا. أول إشي بعمل بولع نار عشان أحط الشاي. ببلش ترتيب الخيمة، اللي هي الخيمة محطوطة على رمل. الصالون عندكم رمل عنا، تمام، بنشطه. إحنا أحلى حاجة عنا إنه إحنا بنزرع. يعني بتحس إنه إحنا عطينا للحياة حياة. كل ما تكبر عنا وردة تعطينا أمل. فالمنفذ الوحيد لأهل غزة هنا الزرع، الكل بيزرع.
في عندك صور للورد يا نجية؟
عندي ورد بصور لكم إياه.
والله إذا
بعتي
بتصوري
لنا إياه.
إذا هلا بعتي لنا إياه أو بعدين وقت ما بدك، يعني ممتاز.
وبعدين في كمان شيء حلو بالمجاعة. أنا أكلت يقطين لأول مرة في حياتي، ما كنت بحبه بسبب إنه إحنا زرعنا يقطين، فكان كأنه خروف مشوي.
صحتين.
خليني أترجم. صحتين يا نجية. إن شاء الله الغمامة السوداء تنزاح عنكم قريبا. Okay, so the question was, can you describe a day in the life of a person in Gaza? And she said, well, basically we wake up not because we want to, sometimes you want to sleep in, but you can't because you hear the drones obviously approaching, or it's the sunlight because you're in a tent that doesn't actually shield much. So you wake up usually by those external factors. Typically people wake up and start a fire to make tea or coffee, whatever. And then they go about their day. She said, like, it's quite it's quite dark except for تفضلي.
إنه إحنا هنا كنا عاملين تان، يعني
tan.
كلنا
Okay,
هنود.
كلكم
للشمس.
tanned. Yeah, they're all tanned. They're all tanned because they're just really not shielded from the elements. So she said, like, one of the not silver linings, one of the positive, I don't even want to use the word positive. One of the things that they grab on, right, to keep them going is the fact that they actually plant things. They plant flowers and it makes them smile. So it becomes their reason to kind of look forward to, like, whenever a flower opens up or like whenever a plant turns into something they can eat, it's something to look forward to. She said she never liked squash. But then, they were able to actually harvest squash. And for them, that was like an amazing thing. So it just gives us perspective, on what matters in life. Like at the end of the day, like, again, the things we take for granted, the things we complain about, like internet going down or like traffic on the road, whatever. That's not the reality in Gaza. The reality in Gaza is that you are forced to find a reason to keep going out of literally the rubble and the ashes that you're surrounded with. تفضلي يا نجية. كلماتك يعني بالعدم.
بالشتاء حابة أحكي لكم على الشتاء، شو رأيكم؟
احكي لنا.
يا ريت.
الشتاء إحنا بنسبح، يعني مسابح بس يعني شتوية مش صيفية، كلنا بنسبح. كل شيء عندنا بسبح، يعني كل شيء لحاله. لاوعي بتسبح، السخونة بتسبح، احنا بنسبح. كل شيء بنستنى الشمس بننشفهم بعدين نرجع نسبح ثاني. لو اجت ريح كله ايش بنعمل ديكور جديد بصراحه. يعني الواحد يحكي برضه الايجابيات. احنا لما يجي ريح تقع الخيمه، فبنضطر نعمل ايش خشب من اول وجديد، فبنضطر نعمل ديكور جديد. ففي تغيير على طول بحياتنا، مش ملاحقين نتنفس. فبيجي الليل بننام بغيبوبه، مش بننام لانه بدنا ننام، لانه خلص ما فيش مجال، الموتور وقف.
الموتور وقف. Okay. I don't know how to translate this, honestly. Like, Najia's positivity and a sense of humor cannot be translated into English. بصراحة, يعني it's like, it's an impossible task. But she's saying, well, do you want me to tell you about the winter? Let me tell you about winter, what happens in the winter. And she's like, basically in the winter, we just turn into like, we swim. She's like, not just the humans swim because of rain, obviously, and flooding, everything. Your bedding, your plates, your forks, knives, whatever you have, whatever you own, swims with you.
Swimming season.
It's the swimming season. And she said, but if you want to look at the positive side, when there's wind, when there's high wind, and where it's like really like heavy rain, then you're actually forced to redecorate. So it's a positive, because you're in constant building, rebuilding, reconstructing your fragile existence, in a tent. Obviously she's being sarcastic. This is not really a good thing. And so she's saying that by the nighttime, you're like totally just basically you sleep, you almost like fall into coma. It's not even sleeping. It's just like your energy is depleted. You have nothing left. So you sleep. تفضلي.
في كتير ناس، احنا ايش اللي بيضغط علينا اكثر من الحرب نفسها كمان في حاجات خارجيه، العالم الخارجي. لمجرد انك انت بتحكي انا بدي اعيش، بحكي لك لا انت ما تعيشش، انت بتدافع عن وطن لازم تموت. طب ماشي احنا بندافع عن وطن، هو الوطن كيف بنبنى؟ مش بالانسان؟ مش الانسان لازم يطور الوطن؟ لو مات المواطن ايش بده يضل الوطن؟ احنا كثير بيستفزنا هذا الشيء. انا ما بحبش اعيش كضحيه، نفسي اعيش كانسانه. تمام، انا فلسطينيه وبدي بلادي تتحرر، بس بالطريقه الصحيحه. او تمام احنا وصلنا لهذا الحد، خلص احنا بدنا نعيش بعدين نكمل. فاسمحوا لنا نكمل.
أعطونا break. Okay, I want to translate. This is very important, and this is actually, she's speaking to us, everybody outside of Palestine, solidarity movements. She's saying, we're kind of tired of being seen as the perfect victims. Like, we actually don't want to die. We want to live. We want to build our land. Stop romanticizing our death. Our death is not like something to be celebrated. It's not something to put in a museum and a memorial. We do not want any of this. We want solidarity to mean that you insist that Palestinians should live. She's like, of course, we want to free our land. Of course, there's a price to free the land, but we don't all have to die while you celebrate our death as like heroism. That's not what we need from solidarity. We need you to support us as we continue to live on our land, not die on our land. تفضلي حبيبتي. كلامك يعني مزبوط 100%.
إذا أنا عندي مخاوف، فأنا أكبر مخاوفي إنه أنا أضل بخيمة، إن يعني أكمل حياتي بخيمة. إنه نجية اللي كانت تحلم وكان عندها طموح، اللي كانت أساسا نفسها حتى تشوف العالم. أنا كان نفسي أشوف بلادي مش بس العالم. يعني حاليا أكبر طموحها إنه لما تولع النار ما تنحرق، إنه لما يجي الشمس إنه في يكون متر لضلة أقعد فيها. تمام، إنه إحنا راضيين، هذا يعني إرادة ربنا والحمد لله. إحنا بنحاول نصبر حالنا، بس أنا خسرت كتير، خسرت جزء كبير من عائلتي، خسرت نفسي. أكبر الخسارات خسارة النفس، إنه لما أنت تصحى كل يوم تتذكر إنه أنت كيف كنت وكيف صرت. المشكلة في الحرب هذه مش بس إنها حرب حتموتنا، لا، الحرب إنه إحنا دخلنا فجوة زمنية. يعني إحنا كنا في 2023، إحنا حاليا في العصر الحجري.
Wow. Okay. Wow. Najia, yani, everything she says is so profound, is insane. She's like, her biggest fear. Like, try to guess what her biggest fear is. She says her biggest fear literally is to live the rest of her life in a tent. is to feel that her whole entire existence is now just Najia living in a tent, that the world will forget, that Gaza was like literally a beacon of like civilization. Like these people are very well educated. Like Najia herself, she had dreams. She had dreams to see the world, but not just to see the world, to see her actual homeland, to see her, where she came from before she became a refugee. That her biggest fear is that, she's like, yesterday was 2023, and now we're in like the ice age or like the stone age. We're not moving forward. We're regressing, and so we have to stop that. We have to stop that. All of us. We have to stop that. تفضلي يا نجية. أنا بعرف إنه الدنيا عتمت عندك وخايفة عليكي، بس إذا بتقدري تضلك تحكي طبعا إحنا بنحب نسمع.
حابة أحكي عن المرضى الكبار بالعمر، يعني إحنا تقريبا مهملينهم كلنا بالكتابات أو بالهذا. بعد المجاعة الكبار بالعمر اللي عندهم أمراض مزمنة اللي هو الضغط السكري، جسمهم بطل يداوي نفسه بنفسه، لدرجة إنه قرصة بعوضة حاليا بتأثر فيهم، ممكن تعمل عندهم التهابات. فبتمنى لو في أي يعني طرق وقائية إلهم، لأنه أنا أمي وأبويا بصراحة بيعانوا من هذا الموضوع، مش عارفة كيف أتصرف معهم، ومش عارفة يعني حاسة إنه الموضوع مهم إنه إحنا نتطرق له. إنه الكبار بالعمر بعد المجاعة خصوصا فقدوا طبعا كل العناصر الغذائية اللي جوا جسمهم، وحاليا أي جرح بيعمل عندهم مشاكل كبيرة.
نضال، بدك تترجم انت هذا الجزء اللي له علاقه
هيك
بالجيرياتريكس.
نجية دخلت على تخصصي دغري يعني. نجية أنا تخصصي كبار السن، أنا دكتور هون في أمريكا، تخصصي الاختياري كبار السن. So Najia said that one of the one of the groups of the society that is usually overlooked is the elderly people. And the elderly people, they are already having poor health, and with the starvation and all the horrible condition they went through, their bodies are becoming more and more frail, more and more susceptible to usual, stuff like the weather, changes in weather, or mosquitoes and stuff like that. And she feels like they need special care, special attention, because what they went through just took a toll on their body, and they need, I really think, maybe a special program. So Najia, inshallah, I really think I want to hear more about this and to talk more about it, and maybe have some sort of program that provides for the elderly in terms of nutrition, in terms of medication, in terms of healthcare, and maybe we can open, as part of maybe a primary healthcare network, one section that specializes with or pays reasonable attention to the elderly people. And honestly, I think we all we all kind of not feel guilty. We all get into this trap. We focus most of the time on the children and women, and of course they do need the special care, but we forget this segment of the society that's very important. And also, I mean, Najia, أول شيء, I want to apologize for you, because I'm one of the people who always falls in this, that we want to see the people in Gaza as superheroes. And we want you not to complain and always show that you are strong, that you are resilient, that you don't care. So we all fall in this. And so we apologize for you, and we thank you that you remind us that the people of Gaza are normal human beings who love life, and they want to live like anyone else. They have dreams like anyone else. They should not, like anyone else, no one else in the world should be put in a position like they have to fight for their life. They have to fight for their have a home, or to just have a shade, or to send their kids to school. That this by itself should be a special struggle. So I really thank you for this. You reminded me of this. Actually, I read this. There's a Vietnamese thinker. His name is Sonny Teng, and I want to read what he said. Look into Palestine, and you'll see yourself. If you see terrorists, you have inherited the colonizer's eyes. If you see victims, you mentioned that. You have inherited the humanitarian's pity. But if you see normal people who refuse to kneel and only look for a normal life, then you have remembered what freedom looks like. And this is exactly what you want us to think and behave. So Palestine is the conscience of the world, and the conscience will not stay buried forever. So, I mean, you need to become a writer, Najia. The way how you explain this, I mean, honestly, I mean, we've been talking to our colleagues in Gaza, but you bring something
Very different.
something fresh, something different, and we need to hear this. We need to hear this because no one should demand that the people of Gaza should burden by themselves all the ills, all the dysfunction of the global system, and just put on the people of Gaza. They are normal people. They should enjoy life like anyone else. There was another comment I wanted to talk about, but I think I forgot that. But now, for the elderly, I'm gonna talk to you, Naji, inshallah. We'll maybe have a meeting especially for that and see if we can have doctors and nutritionists and start some program to take care of the elderly people. So I really appreciate it.
ترجم لك نجية ولا فهمتي على نضال؟
إيه لا ترجمي لي.
ترجم نضال.
نضال ترجم لحالك لو سمحت.
ترجم لحالك، حكيت كتير أشياء.
نجية إن شاء الله شو اسمه لازم نحكي معك، نعمل جروب إن شاء الله للكبار بالسن، رعاية الكبار بالسن من ناحية علاج وتغذية وبرنامج.
ينفع تعتبروني منهم؟
كيف؟
ينفع تعتبروني منهم لأنه أنا حاسة حالي كبار من السن صار.
خلص اسمعي، انت راح تكون رئيسة العصابة تاعت الكبار.
رئيس كبار السن.
I remembered now the other comment that I wanted to say. You mentioned something very profound, Najia. Honestly, I learned
بالعربي ولا بدك ترجم؟
انت no, I want بالانجليزي بعدين هيك. You mentioned something profound. Najia said that the kids, of course, have not been going to school for a few years now in Gaza, and they're not getting the learning that they need. But she said they are learning the reality, their lived reality. That is actually the biggest teacher for children, for school kids, not what you teach them in schools. And that is true, because even if you take them to school to teach them a curriculum, they end up, when they leave school, they end up trying to copy the reality that they see, which is trying to hold one of their colleagues on a stretcher like as if he was murdered and murdered. And so the real life is the real teacher for people in general, not just in Gaza, because we don't want to keep saying that Gaza is superheroes. Gaza is normal people. And this is in direct rebuke to what the European Union passed yesterday. They want to cut funding for the education in Palestine because they claim that the curriculum in Palestine incites violence and incites resistance. And the European Union, the Western world, the educated world, want to impose on the Palestinians how they teach their children. And they forget exactly what Najia mentioned. No curriculum in the world will teach children peace if their lived reality is all violence. They need to listen to this. No curriculum, no textbook, no script in the world will teach children peace and happy life if all what they see in the streets, in their homes, in their neighborhoods is violence and bombing and killing and absence of every human right. They need to listen to this. It's not about curriculum. You want people to be peaceful, take your knee off their neck, end your occupation, get out of their sight. That's how people become peaceful and they can react peacefully, not by changing their curriculum. So thank you, Najia. You really, I mean, just by being a human being, being yourself, your truth speaks volume without any zakhrafi, without what do they call it? Without any adding anything to it. That is what the people need to hear voices
raw
like
truth.
you, and exactly. So نجية شكرا. We need to have you more often. إن شاء الله كل أسبوع تعالي نجية.
نجية كل أسبوع تعالي.
Diary for Najia every week.
Najia, يعني she speaks for the people of Gaza, everyone from Gaza that we have
For
been
humanity, yes.
talking to is just a world by herself or themselves. It's just, you are unbelievable, Gaza people. We are in awe of every single one of you.
At one point, actually, we were talking to Israelis that before the genocide in Gaza, and they kept saying, you need to change your curriculum. You need to be peaceful. I mean, you teach your children violence and stuff like that and resistance. We told them over and over again, it is not the curriculum. It is not the curriculum. When a child see his parents arrested or, detained or tortured or killed, when they see their friends, their brothers, their sisters being abused at checkpoints, that is what teaches children what to do, not the curriculum, not the textbook. But they don't listen. They will never listen. But inshallah, one day they will be brought to their knees by people like John and Catherine and everyone else here, inshallah. The people of conscience all over the world. Thank you, Najia.
نجية
نعم.
حبيبتي، يعني شكرا كتير 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 إلك. هلا الدنيا صارت عتمة وأظن بدنا نخليكي ترتاحي، بس تعالي كل أسبوع بنحب نسمع منك، وراح أعمل جروب أنا وياكي ونضال وكرامة عشان نحكي عن موضوع دعم الناس الكبار بالسن.
إن شاء الله. ممنونة كتير إني شاركت معكم. شكرا لكم.
إحنا أكتر شرفتينا.
خاطرة من نجية كل أسبوع وإكسبيرينس ودسكاس إت هير. أوكي؟
لازم نتعلم منك.
إن شاء
إحنا
الله.
خفة الدم والواحد يعني يعبر عن حاله بطريقة سرعة البديهة. بالضبط،
سرعة البديهة. واو.
الله يسعدكم يا رب. تسلموا خجلتوني.
لا انت والله يعني خجلتينا.
انت يعني ايش تحكي لك، ما تفكري انه غزة يعني هي الباوندريز تبعتك، مش حدودك غزة، انت تعديتي هاي الحدود زمان.
واحنا بنتعلم
ان شاء الله يا رب بطلع منها كمان.
ان شاء الله.
ان شاء الله.
طب اسمع، بدك تطلع من نجي احنا محلك، وما تخليش تطلع قدام منذر. الله يخليك، منذر بتخيف لما نحكي بدنا نطلع.
مش هتتحمل. عارف مش هتتحمل. عارف ليه؟
بعرف انه صعب. يا اي نو.
لانك تكتشف. لا هتكتشف انك مش بطل. هتكتشف انك لما تنجرح بنزل دم زي اي انسان. فاحنا عادي لما ننجرح بنزل دم. عشان هيك
we have to translate this.
نجية اكتبي كل شيء، اكتبي كل شيء، ترانزليت يا اكتبي كل شيء. الله يخليك، كل شيء بصير مع كلامك العادي هذا لازم
ترجموها هاي.
I'm gonna translate this if you allow me. Like she said something crazy profound. She said Nidal is like, yeah Karama saying to Najia that you're like boundless, you're free despite the siege. يعني and Nidal said that he would like to go to Gaza. If you leave Gaza, he'll go to Gaza in your place. And she said you're not gonna
feel like a hero.
It's gonna be hard. You're not gonna be. It's not like you don't bleed. You're gonna realize that when you go there, you're not a hero. You will get injured and you will actually bleed. So essentially, we're all human, and that's what Gaza deserves, to be seen as humans, and for all of us to fight for ending this dehumanization that has, just to be quite honest, like it's just enough, like enough dehumanization. Gaza is full of amazing humans like Najia and others, and we need to honor them by treating them as humans, but also by using every resource that we have, every ounce of like courage that we have to end this absolute like atrocious treatment of people in Gaza.
نجية سؤال إلك، كيف تكتبي هاي الخواطر تاعك كلامك؟ كيف تكتبي أنت؟
بحاول أحافظ على روحي لأنه ما بدي أعيش زي الزومبي. بحاول أتذكر مين أنا، لهيك بكتب.
لا بتكتبي إيش؟ في عندك قلم، في عندك أوراق، في عندك على السوشيال ميديا؟
لا بكتب فوري.
كيف؟
الفيس بيسألني بما تفكر وأنا بكتب.
Facebook.
We need to find a way for you to document all these. This is very important. Very important. ان شاء الله نجية، شكرا لك، وان شاء الله كل اسبوع بنسمع منك وبنحكي معك ونعمل جروب
إن
معك
شاء الله بنفتح الحصار على غزة وبتطلع وكل شيء بدخل عليها وهذا الكلام كله بينتهي. That's what we need to keep fighting for. It's just like not okay.
We want to hear
يا
from
رب ترجع
another hero
الحياة
now.
وترجع في
إن شاء الله يا رب.
We have another hero now. Not again another hero, but also they are normal human beings. They should not have endured this. Karama, you want to introduce Catherine also, please?
Yes, Catherine, Dr. Catherine Esperanza, a brave soul, a very gentle soul. I mean, look at her face. And she has been in the fight against ICE. She cares about her community. She cares about the people who live in her community. She cares about the families, the children. And she has been protesting ICE. They broke her leg. And she came to our press conference, the 1000 White Coat event in Washington, D.C. with a broken leg. She was limping and she made it. And unfortunately, a couple of days ago, we heard that she was in a protest, also protesting ICE, and she was arrested and denied bail. I cannot believe that they denied you bail. And she has a very difficult story to hear about how she was treated. So really, being on the side of justice is hard work, dangerous work, and it's only rewarding because that's how we feel alive. Otherwise, it's really a lot of risk taking. So Catherine, tell us what happened.
Thank you, Karama, for that beautiful introduction. Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Catherine Esperanza. I have my doctorate in psychology, and I chose this profession not only because I want to care for people, I also want to expand access to care for people who have historically been denied access to care. And so because of this, I cannot stay silent when my government funds warfare instead of healthcare, when they fund ICE instead of healthcare. It's against my values as a human and as a psychologist. And I cannot stay silent as I watch my government inflict psychological and physical trauma on communities, from ICE putting children in cages to the US supporting and funding genocides around the world, which we know have just an immeasurable impact on the psychological well-being of the people experiencing those genocides. I also first want to thank all the members of Doctors Against Genocide, as well as the organization I'm a part of locally, Portland for Palestine, who called for my release when I was denied bail and was told I was going to be in jail for 4 days. I would not be here right now with you all today if so many people did not call, give their support, participate in a press conference. Dr. Bonner from DAG came up from Eugene, Oregon to participate in it. I would still be in jail, denied bail, as a nonviolent, peaceful protester. So what happened was on Friday evening in Portland, Oregon, I was protesting at the ICE facility to advocate for immigrants' workers' rights on May Day, which is the International Workers' Rights Day. And similar to what Dr. John was saying, the ICE agents were also looking down on us from the top of the building with binoculars pointing at us. And then the riot police came. Even though Oregon is a sanctuary state and Portland is a sanctuary city, the Portland police continued to collaborate with ICE and do their bidding. It was a peaceful protest, and yet they came in riot gear. They pushed into the crowd of protesters, and I was pushed to the ground. They shot pepper balls at us at close range and sprayed pepper spray. I was yelling repeatedly, "I have a broken leg, I have a broken leg," as the police officers were on top of me. The police officer even said, "I know," and continued to press down on my body. I was wearing a medical boot on my leg because my leg is still healing. As Karama said, my leg was broken after ICE shot me with ammunition. They likely directly targeted me and shot me with a tear gas canister grenade from the roof of the ICE facility. And they broke my fibula in half. I had to get a surgery and a plate put in. They then pushed me face down on the ground, and an officer held his knee on my neck in the same position that killed George Floyd in 2020, and he started asphyxiating me. I was saying, "Help, I can't breathe. I can't breathe." I thought I was going to lose consciousness and die. I was thinking about how in 2014 I made protest signs saying I can't breathe after the murder of Eric Gardner, and how those would now be my last words. They then tied the zip tie so tight on one of my hands that they later had trouble getting scissors underneath it to cut it off. A fellow activist and I were arrested and booked into jail. I'm charged with interfering a police officer and resisting arrest, both bogus charges that have historically been used to arrest marginalized people and protesters. When I was booked into jail, they strip searched me in the light of sight of male officers. I kept saying the male officers can see me naked, and they kept saying they're not going to look. In jail, the male officers looked at me as I went to the bathroom. I avoided going to the bathroom and held in my bodily fluids as long as possible because of the dehumanization experience when being watched by male officers when going to the restroom. I was also denied access to medication. They waited to give me the memo that my brother went in at 7 a.m. to fill out with the numbers to call for family legal defense. They waited to give that to me until I was released when it was rendered useless. They said they were going to hold me for 4 days without bail, even though they had released other people who had been arrested at that protest. When they let other women out from their cells for their once daily break from the cells, they did not let me out. So I was essentially in solitary confinement. And when you are in jail, and especially in solitary conditions, you feel so isolated, you are so disoriented, you do not know what is happening, what time it is, you have no way of finding out what is happening, you don't know if you've been forgotten about. And as I was in jail, laying in my cell, I was thinking about people like Dr. Abu Safia and all of the Palestinian hostages, how they must feel, not experiencing way more than just 1 day of this, but years of torture. I also thought about Tarek Zakarne, a Palestinian immigrant who I've been advocating for, who's been in ICE custody for 24 months. He was also denied medical attention for tuberculosis that he contracted in the deplorable conditions of the ICE facility, including one facility that he was at that was at 400% capacity. And he, along with hundreds of other detainees, were moved in the middle of the night when a representative came to visit and inspect the facility. We must continue to advocate for these Palestinian hostages so when they were released, they can know that they were never forgotten and that they were never alone. When I was released and I saw all the messages and all the ways that people had supported, it really touched me because I thought that I might be alone. And if I had been in there for 4 days, I would have been essentially in solitary confinement for 4 days with no meds and no food as I was hunger striking. The food in jail is absolutely resulting. It does not accommodate for dietary needs. This is similar to what other people experience. For example, Tarek is Muslim. He was served pork during Ramadan. When he was celebrating Ramadan, him and other people detained in ICE were forgotten about when it was time for them to break their fast. They were forgotten about and not given their food. I thought about the expired chicken that the IOF allowed into Gaza, the lack of protein that they receive, the lack of sufficient food, the lack of good tasting food. But I will share this beautiful moment of when I was in my cell and I could hear the chants to free me. And so we must continue these chants to free Palestine, Sudan, and Congo, Lebanon, and all oppressed people of the world. None of us are free until all of us are free, and your silence will not protect you. The police brutality that I experienced is a symptom of a system that is rotten to its core. We see the same and far worse acts of brutality by the IOF against Palestinians. And we know that through FOIA requests that ICE agents and police officers from the United States have trained with the Israeli occupying forces. The brutality that I experienced is a symptom of US imperialism, and we cannot heal ourselves unless we fight violence, occupation, settler colonialism, and genocide everywhere we see it, and everywhere our governments fund and support it. This is one struggle and one fight. Thank you.
I'm so grateful you're back and safe, and thank you.
Wow, very powerful, Catherine. Wow. You put all these things and connected all of them in a very powerful way. I mean, thank you about, I mean, while you were there, usually you would worry about your own safety, about your own health, but it seemed that all what you cared about while you were there is just remembering how all the other people in these situations or much worse situation would go through. And this is like the highest level of solidarity, like even when you are in need, even when you are in a tough situation, that you still care for others, you still worry about others, and you still remember that, we're all in this together. And I mean, we're glad to see you back with us. It's just people like you, like John, like all of us here, all of our colleagues here, or people with conscience all over the world. It's our shared humanity that we all need to fix for all of us. As you said, none of us will be free until all of us are free. And the humanity or degrading the humanity of any human in the world is actual attack on our own humanity, on our own rights. And anyone has any questions for Catherine, please. Comments on Catherine's situation. Comments, questions?
I have a comment.
Go ahead.
It's really striking to me that all this is happening. It's Catherine is right, like connecting the dots and in terms of the struggles. But I think the other dot that I've been thinking about a lot is as the brutality increases and as more people are joining the movement, more people who wouldn't normally join the movement, the average American, the average Canadian, the average person. And I think this is what's scaring the system more than anything, is that this is no longer just about Palestine. This is about the collective freedom of all of us. And I think while we feel maybe that we're losing because the signs, the tangible effects of this brutality is felt by so many, but in my opinion, that the system has never been weaker. Because, what makes President Trump say, that Cuba is now a threat to the American national security, a country like Cuba that's been under sanctions and siege for so many years, is that this is the fragility of the system. And I think it's very important to remember that when the brutality increases, it's the same way that Israel went thousands of miles to abduct hundreds of activists. It's because of the fragility of the system, and we must remember that. And it's a way for us to, not stop here, but to invite more average people into this movement, to make this our absolute mission, is to mobilize and build momentum, and so that, Catherine is not the only one facing this, because you can't stop an avalanche. Right? They can stop individuals like you who are brave and, you're the front of this. But when we are all together, I think this is what scares them, is that they're seeing the signs that this has become a movement for the average human being who's sick and tired of genocide, but also sick of being dehumanized. What happened to you is dehumanization. What happened to John is the same thing. And it's the same thing that happens to the people in Gaza. And of course, varying degrees. But we're all in this together. And I think for me, this is what I reflect on when I hear these stories. And thank you so much, Catherine, for your clarity and just courage. So many hands.
I have a quick question. What are the terms that they released you on? Are you expected to go back, or is there any charges? Then we have Dania and Dr. Swiyang have questions for you. Dr. Swiyang, go ahead.
No, just extremely moved and inspired by what Catherine said. Yesterday, not yesterday, yesterday is on Friday, the Bryce Norton actionists were denied bail because there was a challenge. So all of them are behind bars again. But I think we know that we got hope that this thing is coming to an end very soon. This oppression, this dehumanization, and it is a bright future for everybody who fights for justice, freedom, and equality. Thank you, Catherine.
Hi, Catherine.
Who wants to?
I just wanted to say that for people that put their bodies on the line physically, I hold to a high regard. because I know how difficult that is, and I feel like many of us can't or won't because of just the system of capitalism we live under, and just fear, and just all the other things that hold us back. So thank you. I'm sorry that you had to go through that, and yeah.
We just want to remind everyone that tomorrow is May Day, right?
Mhm.
If I remember correctly, it is when several people were hung for asking for the 8-hour working day. Is that right?
Yes.
I mean, it happened in the USA.
Mary Beth.
So I'm listening to Catherine talk, and I was thinking about how, and I see Karama's not on here right now, how when they were arrested in DC and the police flooded her, and even she, who is a restrained sort of personality, quiet, dignified, right? Her name, Karama. And even her talking about how hard it was for her, that instinct to fight back. And when this man comes and grabs, I think the thing she said they tried to grab first was her purse, and how she was like, "Don't touch my bag." And even just that, provoking this like fight or flight, and her wrestling through that while they were manhandling her. And I wish, she was here to sort of share that exchange, because we all react, and we all react differently. When I was most recently in jail in New York, they have cameras up to watch you in the cells and the toilets in the cells. And instead of me holding it, I was like, I'm not going to hold it at all. Instead, I'm going to stare at this camera and wave while I'm using the toilet in the jail cell, right? So there are like many levels of reaction and different things that different people can get away with. And I wonder, did you feel at all like, look at your last name, Esperanza. How dare you? How dare she come back and face us again? And if you had anything you wanted to talk about with that too.
Thank you for sharing that and for speaking to Karama's experience as well. I don't know, Karama, if you want to say anything.
No, go ahead, Catherine.
Well, the person who was arrested with me was actually, it was a targeted arrest. He's been arrested before as part of his advocacy and activism. And so they pushed into the crowd to grab him. And so, they target us. They say, how dare you come back here again? And they try to punish us and silence us, try to scare us away, break our bones so that we cannot come back, or that we're too scared to come back. And they do tend to target women and people of color and brutalize us more.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I mean, for me, it was, I felt violated. I was like indignant and angry. Like, who are you to come hold my hands and, take my stuff? I was like, get off me. That was my first instinct. And then, you realize there's not much you can do when there's like 5 guys who are completely armed and 3 times the size of you. And obviously this was a trivial thing because it was just a matter of a couple of hours and that was it. But, humans, intimidating humans is just an ugly thing. And, the psychology behind it, Catherine, you're a psychologist. The psychology behind it is very harmful. I mean, I don't think any of us here on this call can imagine doing this to anyone else. I don't think anyone can be, you know, even if I imagine if I was a police officer, if I had to be a police officer, I would be very cognizant of people's space and people's dignity and but this like come on.
If you see them as human, you would, but like
Yeah,
I've been
but
brainwashed to dehumanize. That's
it's
their
just very
default
hard.
setting.
They are trained by the IOF, so I don't think our police officers or troops here are trained to deal with the American people. They're trained by IOF to deal with human being as a threat and as non-human and all these things. Yeah, it's terrible.
Somebody in YouTube chat just said Esperanza means hope. We have hope and dignity with us.
Yeah.
We know you're tired, Catherine, because you just got home. We know that you need some time to sit with yourself and digest what happened. And I really think you, like John, you need to write this up. And we are happy to have you come back maybe next week or any time to hear more of you once you sit down and put all these, feelings and experiences together. I mean, again, this is a common space for all of us to learn from each other, from the experience and what we all should do or feel, or, when any one of us is down. First of all, the first principle for the movement for us or human being is never give up on your own. Do not let them, when anyone goes down, we all unite, we all move to support them, to be with them. We don't take them out of our groups. I don't care about any protocols. Whoever put those protocols as colonized, we don't give up on our own. If anyone goes down, we all unite as one body to be there for them. Come hell or high water, whatever happens, we don't give up on our own, whether it's Catherine or John or any one of us, because this is how we feel. We are part of a whole body. We are supported. We are not being, what do they call it? Taking advantage of us as individuals. We are a whole body. We are a movement of conscious all over the world, and we need to always be there for each other. And we need that any one of us, when any one of us is being isolated or taken down, they need to always feel that we always got their back. We will not give up until they are free, they are safe, and they're back with us. So, again, we are learning from you, Catherine, from John, from Najia, from everyone. It's just a beautiful space and beautiful people, beautiful hearts. That is inspiring this movement. Esperanza is hope and inspiration. Good. So you got your name right, and maybe that's what got them mad. So again, are you okay? Are you free now, or you have to go back to court? What's the deal?
Yes, the conditions of my release were that I must come back to court on Tuesday of this week, and I have the charges of interfering with a peace officer and resisting arrest.
You were not arresting or resisting anything. We saw the videos.
Yes, they had his knee on my neck as they were zip tying me. I don't understand how that's.
Oh, your neck was resisting his knee. Okay. Yeah, that's what. So please, anything we can do to help? Please, we are here. Maybe DM us if there's anything we need to do to help now. And of course, we want to know what happens on Tuesday. Do you have lawyers? Do you have anyone?
I will be working on that today.
Okay. Yeah, please let us know. We can help. We are all in this together. Thank you, Catherine. Dr. Suyang, you have a comment?
Yeah, this is so violent and so unlawful. I don't know whether in the USA, can you sue the police for wrongful arrest? Can you do that?
Yes, you can, but the problem is the courts and the judges, they are part of the system. They always go on the side of the police, especially if you have a weird last name or a different color, they always side with the police. So it's all part of a racialized system that doesn't really treat everyone the same. unfortunately. But that has to be changed, and there are elections and stuff like that. So we need to always remember that we need to pick the people. I mean, we all thought Obama, when he became a president, is going to fix all these things. Unfortunately, he was the biggest disappointment of all.
Well,
He
and
kept
Dr.
everything the same.
Sui, we
Yes.
also have in the United States a very powerful police union, Fraternal
Okay.
Order of Police, organizations that it's not like one might think of a traditional union like workers' rights.
Yeah.
It's more like making it impossible to even attempt to hold police accountable for their behavior in the action of policing our own people. And in fact, City of Camden in New Jersey, the
Mhm.
police union was so embedded into the ruling of the city and so powerful that the mayor of Camden some years ago actually couldn't get rid of bad cops and got rid of the entire police department. Because
Wow.
she was just like, well, the police union keeps interfering with me trying to hold police accountable. And it's the taxpayers when it
Mm.
does get paid out. It's the taxpayers who pay for it.
Correct.
But yeah, the mayor in Camden was like, well, the police union won't get out of my way. I'll just not have any police then.
Wow.
Yeah, actually, yeah, this is also an excuse that they always come up when they get caught. Like one police officer did something that they could not hide, and they start saying, "Oh, it's just a bad apple. It's a bad apple." But the rest of the no, it's not a bad apple. It's the whole thing that
Yeah.
is rotten to the
It's all
core and
rotten.
needs to go, need to be retrained, need to be re-educated how to be a human being, how to deal with the ones who are paying their salaries as human beings with respect, dignity, and rights. So thank you, Catherine. Get some rest. I'll stay in touch. We're here to help you if you need any help with the lawyers or anything. So thank you. Now we have Dr. Evelyn from Lebanon, Dr. Evelyn Hetti, who's coming to US this week to Michigan. If anyone can join. Dr. Evelyn, are you there? Evelyn, yeah, you are muted. If you want to share with us what's happening in Lebanon and Beirut at the AUB. If you have any updates, please.
I just want to comment on how shared ultimately all of our experiences of oppression are, and seeing and hearing about what ICE is doing in terms of access to care in the U.S. and impact on physicians is really it's a bit surreal. It's a bit surreal, but at the same time, it just reminds us how the issues of access to care in the oppressed and in conflict and in the vulnerable are really ones that are collective across the world. And there are collective responsibility. So in terms of what's happening in Lebanon, so as some of you may know or many have heard, there was a ceasefire put into place at around a couple weeks ago. But that ceasefire is, as Najia was saying, and about Gaza, is really not a ceasefire. It is basically reduction of the escalation in Beirut and the non-south areas, but in the south it is ongoing and it is accelerated. The attacks are accelerated, and what they are doing is using Gaza as a blueprint for what they're doing in the south. So they're basically demolishing villages, demolishing churches, wiping out villages, bulldozing them, stealing houses, and essentially just ending any historical remnant of a village. Even the orchards, the olive trees, everything is being bulldozed down in the villages on the southern border. So what that has meant for those who have remained in the villages is that there is continued bombings of homes and residential areas and strikes on residential areas. And this is why the injuries that we're seeing this time round in 2026 are quite different from 24, where a lot of the people in the south, actually the families moved north for safety. But now, because this is kind of what is happening in Gaza, that it is there's no sight and end. People have decided either decided to stay in their villages, or because of lack of options to stay outside of the villages, it's harder to find places to stay beyond even in the north and in Beirut and outside of the southern areas. So as a result, what we are seeing this war is a lot of injured children, many orphaned, which were very rare in 24. So all of the children that we transferred from the south to our hospital this past week, all of them either had one parent or both parents die in the attack. So came in either alone or were followed by relatives. Injury patterns that we're seeing are also reflective of the weaponry that's being used. So basically 1,000, 2,000 bombs falling on residential buildings, houses collapsing on people living in these houses. So lots of brain injury in the kids. And ortho fractures. The child that they're trying to transfer us today had a stabilizing splenectomy in the south, craniectomy for evacuation of an epidural, and now is 24 hours out, and they're trying to transfer her for continued care at our hospital. And this is kind of consistently, or the most common injuries that we're seeing, basically multi-organ, many head injuries. I think we have, outside of Gaza, the highest cohort of traumatic brain injury in pediatric patients. Just from the 2024 war, we have around 100 TBIs out of the 1,400 injured children. So, that's close to 8% of the children having some form of traumatic brain injury and still dealing with the consequences of that. The first speaker was talking about the performative cruelty, and I think that is the hallmark of Israeli attacks. It's performative cruelty in the way that they imprisoned the people on the flotillas, but it's performative cruelty in the way that they attack people. So in one of the southern villages this week, what they did is they called out an evacuation order. And then within half an hour, as people started leaving their homes and congestion around a roundabout started becoming a bottleneck, they struck the roundabout. So as people were trying to escape. And the other reason that we're seeing more injuries and more casualties and more deaths and mortality this time around is because even they're not always issuing evacuation orders, and like this particular incident demonstrates that even when they are, they're ending up targeting people who are trying to escape. EMS attacks are ongoing this week. There are at least 10 additional martyrs in the EMS crew. When I looked on X just as I was logging in, they had just struck another next to a medical facility in the south, and 4 additional physicians and healthcare workers. It's mainly medics, actually. There are some physicians, but it's really a lot of the attacks have been on medics and rescue workers. And the impact of that is very palpable and visible now. On Monday, we had 3 siblings transferred from the south to our facility, and 2 of them were in critical care condition. So they had 3 separate cars or 3 separate ambulances, but really one medical team escorting the kids. And that's because there are a few medical teams that are willing to go to the areas where a lot of the bombardment is happening because of the targeted attacks. And then because over 100, just in this war alone, since March to now, over 100 medical rescue workers have been killed. And that's not counting those that are injured. So this, I think, continues to be, or is emerging as one of our biggest challenges, because the safe transport and transfer of patients, even strength of our healthcare system in that we have a lot of hospital capacity. If we're able to transfer those casualties from the areas that are most targeted to the tertiary care centers, is something that that it's being slowly compromised because of lack of ability to safely transport casualties. So one of the children on Monday, by the time they got to us, it takes around 2 hours to get to us from the south. Sedatives were off. They were intubated. On arrival, the 5-year-old, extubated himself. And then another of the kids was under-resuscitated with a pH of 6.9. So really, the hospitals in the periphery are trying to do their best, but in absence of good transport services or medical teams that can safely transport them, even if they're surviving the initial stabilization of the peripheral hospitals, some of the care is being compromised and outcomes are certainly going to get impacted as the challenge of safe transport and transfer increases. I guess the only other thing I want to comment on, and I don't know how they have been doing this in Gaza really, because what is emerging for us as a big challenge is just that this is such complex care. So there is no evidence on how to care for pediatric blast injuries that are this traumatic from this type of weaponry. We're trying to extrapolate care from adult military literature, and then you have to also build the teams to be able to care for these patients. So in a country of 6 million, how many pediatric orthosurgeons do you have? How many pediatric trauma surgeons do you have? So we're really using adult surgical expertise on pediatrics, and then learning as you go how to protocolize care and the specific pediatric needs that are not the same as adult needs. So a big challenge that we've had, and we were struggling with, and we're slowly developing the language and the approach to care dealing with this is, telling these war-injured children, when do you tell them that their father or mother or both of them have been killed? At what point in the care and by whom? And so all of this is expertise that our teams are slowly building as we learn from each other and from the cases, oftentimes trial and error. We had an 8-year-old amputee that the ortho very innovatively decided that for the prosthesis to be able to fit, they would use part of the fibula and elongate the stump so that they could get better function and better prosthesis. But one thing no one thought about is, we always think about get a psychological assessment to prepare the child before amputations. But no one thought about this body image change that is in the reverse direction. So elongating the arm and the impact on the child. So we've been, since the surgery, now dealing with psychological impact of the child now seeing something that he wasn't used to seeing, this elongated limb and the anxiety that it's causing him. So kind of a phantom arm, but actually it is an extension of the arm. It's really been an unusual psychological impact. So again, this is just to highlight how this is a learning curve for all of us, that having such large cohorts of blast-injured pediatric children doesn't exist anywhere in the world. The literature is not there because this type of aggression has never existed in the history of mankind. And we are trying to develop it with the teams that we have. And the final thing that we're struggling with is the Acinetobacter infections. And what's unusual about these MDRs is that it's not after days of hospitalization. On arrival, we are culturing the wounds and they have Acinetobacter. So there's a lot of what the microbiologists and the basic scientists are looking at is what it is in the heavy metals that are being used by this artillery that is nurturing environment for the MDRs. And it's also impacting care of other patients because now we're having challenge with addressing the MDRs and isolating that within the already limited pediatric bed capacity that we have. So those are just kind of some of the medical challenges that we're dealing with. And Another thing that I think Nidal mentioned is the displaced and the elderly and the chronic conditions. These are the things that often really get forgotten because they're not, everybody thinks about the trauma, but remembering that really access to death is predominantly not in the trauma. It is in those who are unable to get the care that they need, those with interrupted care. We just looked at the displaced population from our first cohort in 24, and they have a twice as higher likelihood of needing critical care than non-displaced patients. And that's without us even looking at, 1-year outcomes and then now repeat displacement of those same patients. So that continues to be an issue. And now it is becoming very clear that we are heading in the Gaza direction of this is protracted. There is no clear end in sight for people who are homeless, who are either in shelters, and in Lebanon, some of them are not even in shelters. So there is around 1.3 million displaced, but only 150 are in formal shelters that are getting the supplies and governmental support. The rest are either in tents around cities or in homes that they've been managed either to find a host family or rent out spaces. But those need resources, and resources in something that is going to be so protracted are going to run out. And they are not part of the formal system of support in terms of finances and in terms of medications and in terms of food. So this is going to become an increasing problem as this becomes more protracted, which clearly I think is the plan. So those are my updates on the situation. On the other hand, I mean, I guess if there is one positive thing is that, our medical teams are, that we're not seeing any of the brain drain and the leaves that we saw in 24. So medical teams are staying strong. We're building the expertise. We're trying to learn from the cases and the cohorts that we have. And hopefully, at least that having these strong local medical teams with contextual experience and this buildup of knowledge will help anchor and continue to give access to those in need. Thank you.
Thank you, Evelyn. Thank you, and it's good to see you. As always, as you were talking about not having this experience, obviously nobody can plan for something like this. But and I'm not sure if you're aware, but you should be actually part of this initiative. So what we're doing at Doctors Against Genocide with the teams in Gaza and other doctors who've been to Gaza is to actually write a book called Medicine Against Genocide, which is exactly this. How do you deal with this intensity and the complexity of injuries and the aftermath of genocide, and at the same time deal with a system that has been systemically attacked, attacking healthcare workers, attacking the establishment, the entire system. And so it will be, we're working on the different chapters now, and it's just kind of like the outline. And I think it would be great if you can be part of that as well, because I think, taking the Gaza case, but also like connecting it to what's happening in Lebanon, because those are two similar, when you look at the trends, they're very similar. And I think it's in a way, not only does it document the sheer brutality of this, but also like the excellence of medical care, right, that has emerged as part of this, like as a response to this. And what you said, you're learning and building the capacity, and I think sadly it's something we need to document and work on as a healthcare team.
Absolutely.
Karama, if you want to add.
Yeah, Evelyn, this book about, I cannot escape what you said. This does not even exist in literature, because this amount of brutality never existed in history, using all these very lethal, very sophisticated weapons, military grade, even beyond military grade, on naked bodies, on children. As you said, this is something that we as doctors, healthcare workers, maybe never faced. Humanity itself never faced this in history. And it does require a new kind of science that you cannot find in literature. We need to improvise. And I think what you mentioned is very important, grounding. The same experience like our colleagues in Gaza. They have been faced with all this catastrophic level of trauma and brutality and infections, and they had to deal with it, from bombarded hospitals, from places that have no equipment, no medications, to add more insult to injury. And I also cannot escape when you keep saying villages, 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 demolishing villages. For anyone who doesn't know, village means indigeneity. Villages means history. Villages means centuries of people, indigenous people living there. And for these villages to be erased, destroyed by none other than people who are not indigenous, by colonizers, but out of all people in the world, it is people who don't belong in that area who are destroying history, destroying the native people, farms and lands and villages. And they're not just destroying life, they're destroying the history, the structure, the buildings, the walkways. This is all intentional. They want to erase the history only, and again, by people who are not, by colonizers who do not belong, by Zionists who do not belong in that area, because their goal, although they excuse the security, their goal is to erase history, is not security. And as if they are the only people in the world who are entitled to security, as if other people security does not matter, and as if their own security justify the erasure of the existence of all other people. We need to remember this, because I grew up in a village. I know I'm from Masafriata. It's a village, and I know when you mention village, it really hurts. They are erasing, demolishing a whole village. This hurts beyond just the injuries and the trauma. This hurts. It's your own existence. Your roots are being erased, and they are intentional about it. And honestly, they are using now the Iran thing just to buy time, because when they are doing it in Gaza now beyond the yellow line, because they want to erase the history of the people, the memory that even if some people stayed there, they have no belonging to that land, nothing to remind them of what was there. And when you say villages, this means that this is something that has been developed slowly, organically over centuries. Not the village is not like a city, a modern city. You just build it, overnight, or over a few weeks or a year or two. So this really hurts beyond the usual injuries. So thank you, Evelyn. And as a reminder, we need actually Evelyn to be part of this book, the medical. It's going to be a medical textbook to document what the doctors in Lebanon and in Gaza have to go through, and how they improvised, how they innovated new ways to deal with these massive traumas while having nothing, while having no medications, no, fully equipped tertiary clinics and hospitals. And also, as a reminder for those, please, we are supporting our colleagues in Lebanon. We are supporting Dr. Evelyn work at the American University of Beirut, because there is a huge number of displaced communities there around the area, a lot of injured people, severe injuries going there, and they need help and support. We are happy to report that DAG did support Dr. Evelyn work. We sent actually $15,000 and for AUB for her work, and hopefully with your support, we have the link here. Sorry, I got a call that got disconnected. So we have the link here for the fundraiser to support Dr. Evelyn work, and we also send about $10,000 of food parcels for displaced communities in Lebanon. It was distributed last week on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday in displaced communities in Lebanon. We do have fundraiser. Our fundraiser is not doing great, so please remember to support our work. We cannot do it without your help, and we are going to share more updates on where your funds are going or helping. We do have a video of the. Can we share the video of the food parcels? If you have it, I showed it in the group, Karama.
Yeah, hold on.
And we partnered with an organization called Life for relief, because they do have boots on the ground in Lebanon, and they were able, actually, all what we did, just transfer the money to them. They were able to buy the food, put it in packages, and it was distributed this past weekend, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. And again, we need support for the emergency room at the AUB, because they are dealing with a huge number of injuries and also displaced communities, the severe infections, and these
I can share it.
places are very expensive.
Can you
Yeah,
see?
these are the food parcels. As you see, each parcel is about, I think, $60 each. It went to 170 families. And again, it's not enough, but it's better than nothing. It's here, our logo, along with the DAG for relief. We're gonna have more videos. This just was one day of distribution. We're gonna share with you more videos in the next few days, inshallah. So it's all possible through your support. And please spread the word. We have the link in the chat. Please share the link with your family, with your circles, with your friends, anyone willing to support. Anything helps, small or large.
Even if it's like a monthly recurring donation, $20, $25.
Is Annie still with us? Annie,
Yes, I'm here.
Annie, yeah, you jump in now. You are the expert on how we do fundraiser, please.
But just just that
Yeah.
so that our members understand the scale. In order for us to support the projects in Gaza, Lebanon, Congo, and Sudan, we need how much do we need, Nidal? $250,000 every month. That's how much we need. And we get most of our donations from our members. A lot of our donations come by checks, sometimes anonymous donors. So if you have a rich aunt, a rich uncle, tell them to donate to DAG, because we support people who need it. We're all volunteers, and so we're pushing the limit with sending money, but it's just because the need is so great, and we don't like to say no to people, because it's the matter between somebody living and somebody dying. Annie?
Yes. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yeah.
loud and clear.
Okay. All right. So you don't see me, hopefully, because that doesn't matter. I want you to see that logo, End Genocide. This is about DAG. I'd like you to stop whatever you're doing now. If you're scrolling, if you're thinking about something, I want you to just stop one moment, please. Please go to the link and give, if you're a student, give $20 a month. That's a lot from your student income. I really respect that. If you're a doctor or a professional like me, give $200 a month and more if you feel comfortable, but you can give $200 a month. You know that's not a lot. And when we think that all this money within hours, not months, not weeks, within hours gets to Lebanon, gets into Gaza, and has immediate impact the very next day, you can't do better than this. Of course, we need to demonstrate and go on flotillas, but in terms of the aid, the medical care touching a human being, this is our opportunity, and we need to ramp up big time. Why? Because I think what we heard this morning is very clear. Israel is trying to obliterate as much as possible between now and November. And they understand. They are saying what some of our speakers have basically said, we better do it now because the dam is breaking on our side, the good side, the people rising up around the world. And they're going to go all in. And we have to go all in. We have to give what we can so the DAG can get it in the right places. DAG is not just the leadership here. It is an ecosystem of exceptional people doing what, I don't know. I don't have words for the scale and the courage and humility of what they do. They're doing it all. DAG does it all. No one gets paid here, and the resources are going to save a life or maybe many lives. And even if we only save one life a week, that is sufficient. So I'm really asking you to please stop, go to that link. If you're a student, give monthly so that DAG can help consistently, not one truckload of food, but consistently. They can plan ahead. They can't do that now. And if you're a professional or doctor, please, 200 a month, and you'll feel very
Or
good
more, or
about
more.
this. Or more, far more. Yes, 200 is just the entry point. If you're a student and you're supported by your parents, take that number up. All right,
Tell the
but we-
parents to support.
Yes, that'll be next week. We're going to coach you on that. But right now, we want every DAG member who has the honor to listen to these people and what they are doing and how they are doing it. We get so much from these calls. Please join me in making a monthly contribution. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Annie. Whatever you said is working, actually. We're getting more donations now as we speak, so that's good. I can see it live. Good job, Annie. Stay with us.
And remember the rich aunts and uncles.
Yeah. Evelyn, thank you. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you.
update
Thank
on
you
what's
all for
happening.
all your efforts and for the support. And I just wanted to remind everybody that the funds to the ED Support Fund are primarily to support the care of the displaced. Again, most of the mortality and the genocide apparatus is by depriving these people of care, and that is where the highest mortality is. So that is where we are directing funds so that we can make sure the displaced get the same level of care that as everybody else and that they should be receiving. So thank you.
And the good news also is AUB is a private hospital, it's a private institution, but we are lucky that Dr. Evelyn is the chair of the emergency room department, and she's the one actually managing this program. So she is going to make sure that all your contribution, all your funds go only to care for the injured and for the displaced community, not just for regular services for the hospital. So, and actually she is providing us with weekly reports about, how many cases they got, the expenses and all these things. So, we are in safe hands, and we really appreciate. I know it's not fun dealing with all these cases, and we know it's very tough in Lebanon, and there is the threat of this catastrophic bombing start all over again anytime. Everyone is worried and anxious because the world, let this cancer grow in our area, and it's not making anyone safe, and it's destroying the history, even the history, not just the present, the history of the region. And with all you as your voices, you're speaking your truth wherever you are, the people of conscience all over the world, we have to keep exposing this crime called Israel. Thank you, Evelyn. Inshallah, we'll see you soon in Dearborn. Ahla wa sahla. I cannot tell you you'll get a Lebanese food here because you're coming from Lebanon, but inshallah, it will be fun.
It's gonna be a tough thing.
It's hard to sell, yeah. If you were coming from another part of the USA, we can brag about it, but for you, it's hard.
Yeah, looking forward to connecting and seeing everybody. Take care.
Ahla wa sahla. Thank you, Evelyn. Now we go to our colleagues. Again, we have too many speakers today, so please thank
Malish,
you
yeah,
for
please
being
bear with
patient
us.
Yeah, be patient with us. Thank you. We're trying to accommodate everyone and give everyone the opportunity to speak. We have our colleagues Ali and Rami from Gaza, the DAG clinic that is being run by Ali and Rami, and it is a joint project between Doctors Against Genocide and between the Forum of the Visually Disabled Community in Gaza. They have been doing a great job in the last few months, and they're here to give us updates about how's their work going now. And again, apologies for being late on you, Ali and Rami. تفضل.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Dr. Nadal. Hello, everyone. I think Najia described the catastrophic humanitarian Gaza here in Gaza. As you know, the situation here in Gaza is too worse. Just to say that more than 75% of the health facilities here in Gaza were destroyed, whether it is partially or completely. Most of them are completely destroyed here in Gaza. I think every project, every intervention, every health service here in Gaza really makes difference. I just would like to make a brief or quick presentation about the DAG clinic here in Gaza during 4 months of work. As you know that the clinic was established in 25 of January 2026. And it is established by Gaza Forum for Visually Impaired Persons, with fully funded and supported by Doctors Against Genocide, and it is located in the most crowded and vulnerable area here in Gaza. Most of IDPs are concentrated around the clinic in the Shatta area, which is located in the west of Gaza. Now, in the clinic, we have a general doctor. We have also 3 specialized clinics: gynecology clinic, pediatric neurologist clinic, added to the ophthalmology clinic, in addition to the nurse staff and pharmacists. I would like to share a video describe the environment of the clinic here. Yeah.
Yeah, it's working.
Oh yeah. Just I think there's a problem. Yeah.
Why it's not happening? It's not working?
Yeah. Sorry for that. I think it works now. Yeah,
Yeah,
Dr.
it's working.
Nadal.
Yeah, go ahead. Yes. And again, people receive the service for free, completely free, and the medications are
Yeah.
completely free. So please support Rami and Ali and the community of the visually disabled to keep this clinic running. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Rami. Wanna share the numbers?
Yeah, this is the key performance indicators. The number on the number of services we provided during the 4 months of work, as you said, that the total beneficiaries which get service from the clinic during 4 months exceed 20,044 beneficiaries. Around 80% of them are IDPs, internal displaced persons. 60% of them are female, and around also 60% of them are children under 18. The monthly performance trends, as you say, that day by day there is an increasing of the numbers of beneficiaries. The peak of the numbers are in this month, in April. Why? Because we focus on the quality. We try to recruit the professional doctors. For example, the pediatric neurologist doctor considered as the best doctor here in Gaza. Added to that, we try to integrate the health services with other services. For example, the mental health service, the nutrition service. If the case needs another service beside the health service, of course, it's available here in the clinic. So we try to give a comprehensive service for the beneficiaries. So I think every day the number will be increased. During the March, as you know, it is the month of Ramadan, so this statistic is normally and it is expected as this number. This is also the demographic distribution of the beneficiaries. As you say, most of our beneficiaries are children under 18, and also most of them are females, which means that we focus on the most vulnerable people here in Gaza, the women and the children. The women, especially who are pregnant, the maternity service is considered of the main services we delivered for the people. Yeah, these are the main sectors of services we provide. As you say, around 45 of the services were targeted to the pediatric. Also, as we mentioned, that around 60% of the beneficiaries are considered children under 18, and those are the top 10 diagnoses among the children. Yeah. Beside the health services, also during the 4 months, we conducted around 67 awareness sessions. 47 of them are targeted to the children. The awareness session focus on the personal hygiene, the child.
Rami, are you there?
Rami?
You might have lost the connection. Rami, are you there? Let's give him a minute. I think we need to talk to him to add a section also for the elderly and the chronic illness too. Rami, do you hear us?
Yeah, Doctor.
Yeah, I think we lost you for a minute, but go ahead. Yeah. Do you want to share the video that you showed us the other day, please, about that lady with her disabled kids?
Yeah, just.
And we need also to talk to you, as we heard from Najia this morning, we need to add maybe a section for chronic care and for the elderly. Inshallah, maybe we can arrange it with you, Rami, and Najia, provide this service too.
Yeah, just to highlight the challenges we faced during the work during 4 months. As you know, the medication and supplies, there is a severe local market shortages in the medications and supplies, and of course it reflects on its price. The price of medication is too high, and there are a limited availability of the medications here in Gaza. So we try to focus on the most vulnerable cases, the needs of most vulnerable cases who are coming to the clinic. Added to, of course, as you know, the electricity and the internet is unstable here in Gaza, and there is a limited hours of work. It is available. Just to close the presentation with a short video about one of the cases who are served here in Gaza. Yeah.
This is the video that you wanted, Annie. I have it for you, actually.
Yeah.
محمد رمضان المصري أم لأطفال محمد وغزل.
You're not sharing. You're not sharing, Rami. It's not sharing. We hear the video, but it's not sharing.
Rami, unmute, please. I muted you by accident. Go ahead.
Rami, are you with us?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
I can also share it if it's difficult, if you want me to, if you send it to us.
أنا اسمي شيرين محمد رمضان المصري أم لأطفال محمد وغزل أحمد حسين المصري من ذوي الاحتياجات الخاصة. هو المعاناة اللي بنعيشها احنا معاناة النزوح والمجاعة اللي صابتنا والتنقل من مكان لمكان
يعني طلعنا من بيت حنون، بعد بيت حنون طلعنا على جبالي، ومن جبالي طلعنا على الجنوب. أولادي هم الاثنين هدول مصاب مرض ذوي الاحتياجات الخاصة، معهم مرض اسمه مرض ضمور عضلات، أي ضعف عضلات رجليهم وإيديهم، بغلبوا في الحركة، بيقدروش يطلعوا مسافات طويلة. على الدرج أنا بطلعهم، لما بدي ينزلوا أنا بنزلهم، لما يفوتوا الحمام أنا بمرقهم، بتغلبوا.
Rami, we're gonna try to have Maisa share the video because it might be better.
صراحة ملابس إنهم كتير بيعملوها على حالهم، يعني ليهم
sorry,
ألعاب
doctor.
If you stop sharing it, I want to have Maisa share the video. Maybe it will be a better quality if we share it from here. It seems the connection is affecting the quality of the video. Maisa will share it now. Just one second.
Great.
I don't know if it's because of the connection or not, because it was more clear last week when you shared it last week. Yeah, I think it's better quality.
أنا اسمي شيرين محمد رمضان المصري، أم لأطفالي محمد وغزل أحمد حسين المصري من ذوي الاحتياجات الخاصة. هو المعاناة اللي بنعيشها احنا معاناة النزوح والمجاعة اللي صابتنا، والتنقل من مكان لمكان. يعني طلعنا من بيت حنون، بعد بيت حنون طلعنا على جبالي، ومن جبالي طلعنا على الجنوب. أولادي هم الاثنين هدول مصاب مرضى ذوي الاحتياجات الخاصة، معهم مرض اسمه مرض ضمور عضلات، أي ضعف عضلات رجليهم وإيديهم، بغلبوا في الحركة، بيقدروش يطلعوا مسافات طويلة. على الدرج أنا بطلعهم، لما بدي ينزلوا أنا بنزلهم، لما يفوتوا الحمام أنا بمرقهم، بتغلبوا. كتير يعني بيحتاجوا، بدك الصراحة أكتر شيء ملابس، لأنهم كتير بيعملوها على حالهم. يعني ليهم ألعاب، مراكز تأهيل. يعني أنا بدك الصراحة أنا بلبسهم، بشلحهم، يعني لما بدي يفوتوا الحمام أنا بدي أمرقهم. بتعرفش البنت ولا البنت ولا الولد بيعرفوش يمسكوا البنطلون يلبسوه أو البلوز يلبسوها. بيحتاجوا أكتر شيء الأولاد، والأهم هو المكملات الغذائية والفيتامينات. توجهنا للعيادة الطبية اللي أسستها مؤسسة الأطباء ضد الإبادة بالتعاون مع منتدى غزة للإعاقة البصرية. توجهنا إلى هناك إلى دكتور خاص، دكتور أعصاب، فحص الأطفال، ومن خلال التحاليل والفحوصات طلب فيتامينات. والمؤسسة العيادة وفرت لنا العلاج والفيتامينات المتوفرة عندها. نشكر جمعية منتدى غزة لذوي الإعاقة البصرية الخيرية أطباء ضد الإبادة على ما قدموه لنا ولأولادي، وعلى عطائهم ووقفتهم معنا.
Wow, it brought me back to my days when I used to work as a physical therapist and worked with a lot of children like this in the West Bank. I know that they need a lot of support, and let alone like living in this condition. It's just, I mean, hats off to the parents who continue to support their children in these circumstances. It's a lot. Like, even if you're not dealing with genocide, it's a lot to support children with these disabilities. Now, with the horrible genocide and the living conditions, it makes it 1,000 times harder to care for these children. Thank you for sharing, Rami.
Rami or Ali, great work. Thank you. Thank you. Very impressive. Thank you for taking care of these families and for the kids too.
Inshallah.
Whose idea was the toys? Was it Ali's idea? I know Ali is
Yeah. It's
the
from Ali.
toy man. Toys are us. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Habib, you have a question? Dr. Habib. Go ahead.
Yes, hi, Assalamu alaikum, Dr. Rami. It's very impressive to see the project that's been set up there, and I agree with what Dr. Nadal was saying, that there ought to really be a category. I wouldn't say not just for the elderly, but also for the disabled, as you were showing there. Patients with muscular dystrophy need echocardiographic surveillance as well, because they have a lot of them develop cardiomyopathies. And I wondered what the scope is for creating those sorts of specific categories for care, for the disabled and for the elderly.
Sure. Actually,
Rami?
we've been working with this group since the beginning, right? Like since we started our projects in Gaza, this has been always one of our focus areas, to work with the most vulnerable communities. And they've done an amazing job.
This forum is mainly for the visual disabled, and we really wanted them to be the owners of this project, do it as they wish. We have been working with them for more than a year, but the clinic itself is new. It's only a few months, and the plan by Rami and Ali, in the beginning we told them, yeah, let's open everything, but their suggestion was, let's do it sequential, start with the basic service first, then every 2-3 months we add an extra service. So they start with the primary care, the children, and they added the OB/GYN. They have the ophthalmology. Then they added the pediatric neurologist. And at one point, we wanted to add physical therapy. But I think from Rami and Ali, the suggestion was there is a close by hospital called Hamad Hospital that has a rehab program.
We have.
So
we
instead
have
of duplicating the
collaboration.
services, they suggested that no, we will do some part of the care here and the other part. Go ahead, Rami, if you want to explain what was your reasoning behind it.
We as you know, the current situation of Gaza is too worse, and it is difficult to build a physiotherapy department here in the clinic. We tried during the past period of work to start the work of physiotherapy service, but it is up to now, it's difficult to prepare all the equipments they need. So we make a collaboration with Hamad Hospital, which is a specialized center for physiotherapy services. And now there is a referral mechanism between our clinic and Hamad Hospital. If any case need for physiotherapy service, of course, there is a direct refer way with Hamad to refer the case to get all the service they need, of course. And during the refer, we keep in touch with the case and try to provide all the necessary he or she need, for example, the transportation or any need. We hope in the coming days we'll be able to prepare a physiotherapy department, and as Dr. Nidal mentioned, that it's in our plan, and we are trying to build a physiotherapy department, because as you know that the disability here in Gaza is increased, and there are a thousand of amputation cases here in Gaza, and of course they need to be under follow-up, and they need a lot of service, especially from our clinic, because it's located in the center of Gaza. And as I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, that depending on WHO statistics in the shelter area, there are more than 15,000 of internal displaced persons are located in a shelter area. A lot of amputation cases and disabled person, of course, need to the physiotherapy service from our clinic. So it's in our plan, and we hope, inshallah, to be able to establish this department soon, inshallah.
Thank you, Rami. Another thing, Nidal, you're muted, but maybe I can say something while you're getting your thoughts. Another thing that Rami and Ali are very skilled with and helpful with is really organizing data. and the reports are very comprehensive, and they keep track of diagnosis, patients who come, medications that are used, and mechanism of injury, socioeconomic status, what's the displacement situation. So it is a lot of information that is extremely helpful in understanding the need, understanding the long-term prospects of something like this. And we're very fortunate to work with incredible people in Gaza because we do understand a lot of organization or a lot of people who do humanitarian services. They do one thing, but they do not understand the whole context. We're fortunate because we work with the doctors in the hospitals and in the Ministry of Health, so we understand the global need in Gaza, and we try to fit in within that picture. So we're not just duplicating or intruding or doing something that's not necessary. And Dr. Jbour is in touch with a lot of the administrators of the health department in Gaza. So our work is we're very careful not to be redundant and not to be duplicating something that is unnecessary. We work within the system to support the system, and we work to give agency to people like Rami who are extremely talented and are capable of doing something that's very meaningful for the community in coordination with everyone else. And we're actually hoping to be able to have Rami work with our partners also outside of Gaza to coordinate data and be able to publish the data, work from the data, understand the data, and use it in a meaningful way. يعطيكم العافية يا رامي.
Yeah, thank you, Karam. And to your point, Dr. Habib, I think Rami and Ali, as we listened to Najia, she mentioned that we need to provide more attention to elderly people and people with chronic disease, chronic illness, chronic care. Part of this actually will need also having maybe a cardiology on board, a cardiologist, and maybe someone who takes care of chronic illness, diabetes, all these things. So if I think a cardiology service, inshallah, at one point we will incorporate it in this, and they will be taking care of kids also who have possibility of congenital heart disease or cardiomyopathies, to keep an eye on this. So please support us so we can support Ali and Rami. And again, it was their suggestion and it is the right thing to do. Actually, we agreed with it that we're gonna do it, one step at a time, and every few months, once we are comfortable with the base service we have, we add an extra service after we check, the need and expand gradually. And again, we need your support, please. I think Maisa shared the link. We need the support of all of you to keep this important work going. So shukran ya Rami, shukran ya Ali. And now let's go to something maybe a little bit more optimistic. We need to go back to the roots, to the land. Monder, what do you want to do? What are you doing now? What projects do you have? أهلا وسهلا.
هلا والله كيف الحال؟
So tell us, share with us the what are you working on these days?
Agriculture.
Agriculture, yes.
Planting the land.
So tell us what
Mulder, can I share the art that you shared with us? Like, I have to say, like, aside from the perfection of like,
connection is extremely bad.
No.
So hopefully
no, I'll
that
share
we
it.
can
Just
do
one
it.
second. Let me see. Because you created a flyer that was amazing. I was very impressed. Bueno.
And share the video too.
Oh yeah, the video. Where is the video? Actually, let me just share the art first, and then I'll find the video.
I'll send you the video too.
Oh yeah, I see the video. Just Mundir. So creative.
For me, this is the most inspiring project.
Because you're from the village, Nidal.
Yeah,
Nidal was meant to be a farmer,
once a
actually,
farmer,
not a
once a
doctor.
farmer, always a farmer. So the land always brings you
It was
kind
a mistake in his fate.
Yeah, I know.
You know, we can see Hebron mountains from my village, Beit Lahia. We can
So I'm
see
from the
once.
Hebron area, and Munder is from Beit Lahia, which is very north of Gaza. So we see each other usually when
45
when the
minutes
Zionists
from
are
here.
not in the way.
I mean, look how beautiful this is.
Wow.
I just love the colors, the design,
Yeah.
the eggplant, all what you need from Luqiyya, for Lubis, sorry.
And the hot
And of course the
pepper.
chilies.
The
The
hot
chilies,
pepper,
yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
True to
For
Gaza
sure.
style.
So this is the project that Munder and his family and his friends are working on with the support of DAG. Again, support of all
These
of you guys.
people are homeless also.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna show the video now.
share the video now.
Always great videos too. Like, you're so creative.
Thank you so much, Doctors Against Genocide, for supporting our farmers in Gaza to make this farm green. And we really appreciate your support. Please share our appeal to make the whole of Gaza more green. Thank you so much. We really appreciate your support. With your support and your effort, we will make Gaza green. As you can see, storage water. We store and keep the water here for this planet. أهلا وسهلا. And this is an invitation to everyone to try our tea with mint and our local product in our farm.
Wow.
Oh my God.
Inshallah. She must never, yeah.
You make us smile here from the heart. So tell us, Munder, who are you? Where are you now? Where is this project? What are you doing? Is this related to your family? Is it a family business? What is this?
Yeah, it is like almost that is located in north of Gaza, and that is an invitation to everyone who is in Gaza and outside Gaza to come and visit our farm. This farm is located in the safe areas in Beit Lahia, and we are planting at the moment with the traditional way, eggplant and pepper, ملوخية, I don't know what is the translation, and
what's ملوخية in English?
tomato. مش عارف والله ما
اوكي
بعرف.
خلاص
I
بلاش
really don't know.
بلاش English خليها بالعربي.
It's mallow. I think it's called mallow.
Yeah, but not the other one.
We use the seeds. يعني زي ما انت حكيت والناس وصلوا القمر, and we are using a very simple way. We are using, for example, the old tomato, and we get the seeds from there and we reap it again. So as you can see, we have a very organized land, and that area actually it was totally destroyed, totally occupied, and there are so many tanks, so many bombs actually in that area. So my brothers and the neighbors around my brother in Beit Lahia tried to replant this land again and make it green, as you can see in the video. That's what happened, and hopefully we can make and expand this land. So far, we have 4 dwells of 4,000 square meters of land, and we are trying to expand this land to make it more, to be sufficient of, and we can have like more products, more type of products that can be available in Gaza market as soon as possible. So after 14 days from now, we can say it will be the harvest day for the first area, the first يعني القطعة الأولى من الباذنجان for eggplant that will be harvest after 14 days from now. So the local product, and so that's invitation to everyone who is in Gaza and outside Gaza, as I mentioned, to come and try our food or try to our product and to buy from us, from the farmers who replanting the farm again. It's not only us, actually, there are so many also farmers around us also they are trying to replant it. As you can see, that's why I'm very optimistic. If there is a ceasefire or there is a good ceasefire, so we can replant it the whole area and by ourselves. We, for example, the mint there, 1 kilo of mint, for example, less than $2 because the mint can grow very fast. So our local mint become available in Gaza market so far. So that is the situation, and hopefully with your support, we can expand and replant more land and more areas that give life and give green to this land to make it alive.
Yes, make Gaza green again with the help of Monder and the people of Beit Lahia. Just to remind everyone, Monder is from Beit Lahia. This is a town north of Gaza.
North of
It was famous. Was that?
Yeah, it become very famous
It's
actually.
famous
Farmers
for agriculture.
welcome
They used to call it the area of the red gold or red oil, because it was famous with the strawberry, strawberry farms. And actually, his nephew used to be a big name in this business, in this field. And Allah yarhamu, unfortunately, he got murdered by the Israelis. And his brothers and Monder are trying to continue his legacy and to replant that land that he was killed trying to plant. So with your help, with your support, and with the geniusity of the people of Gaza and Monder, we're going to make Gaza green again, despite Israel, despite the Zionists, and despite Trump and Kushner, inshallah.
And the board of peace that's being
And
dismantled.
the board, the board of genocide. Dr. Habib, you have a question?
Oh yes, so Brother Muntaz, I wanted to ask about the strawberries actually, because I heard so much about them when I was in Gaza. Is that something that is part of your plan
That is
to be replanting?
That is our land, Abu Khusa land, and our neighbor. That is our land where I was located. That is my fatherland. بيحكوها الفراولة المعلقة, the hanging strawberry. Have
Can
you
you share,
been to
can you share
that
the
area
video
before?
the video with me of your nephew لما كان يزرع الفيديو تاع الستروبري when he used to plant the strawberry من أخوك اللي استشهد?
Before
You can
the
share.
wall? Before the
Yeah.
wall?
And even after
During
even
the
after
war,
the war.
Can you show it before how it was?
You shared the video with me before, but I don't know when was that. If you get any video from your من
I can share
الشهيد
it maybe.
ابعت لي يلا خليك عن الستروبري
I
المعلق.
already shared it to you. I already shared it to you before. You can check.
Yes,
يوم 22nd of أنا صراحة عشان الإنترنت بسيط ضعيف جدا يعني.
Yeah. But inshallah, maybe next week we'll get some videos from the old strawberry fields and farms there. We can share it, inshallah. Although I have it in the message. I remember you shared it with me before, but it's been a while. Okay.
Dr. Habib, have you been to Gaza before?
Yes.
Yes, I never
So have
went to the far north though. The furthest north I went was Gaza City. But everything I heard about Beit Lahia was about the farming and the strawberries, and I'm very much looking forward to coming back and trying your strawberries, inshallah,
You're
later
welcome,
this year.
brother. You're welcome.
Actually, I found the video for Yusuf Abu Rabi', his nephew who got murdered.
Yeah, you can write.
But
You
I
can
have the
type on
YouTube. Can we share a
because
YouTube here or no?
not-
I shared it with you, Maisa. It's there, the YouTube.
Yeah, I'll share it. One sec.
This is the work of of Mundir nephew, and his brothers now, and they're working with Mundir to rebuild this, inshallah, to replant. I'll share you the what did they used to call him?
Is it this one?
The one, yeah.
The start.
This is
Start
Yusuf
like
Abu
this?
Rabi'. هذا يا منذر ولا لا؟
لا هلا هذا مترجم
This
شغل.
one?
ايوه اوكي
Yeah.
That one?
Oh,
Okay,
it's a
let me-
cartoon.
It's animated, yeah.
كرتون. انا اشوف حاجه غير الكرتون يا زلمه.
في العالم أبطال خارقون كثر، وأنا بطلي الخارق رجل واحد اسمه يوسف أبو ربيعة. تعرفت عليه على بعد أمتار من السياج الفاصل في أرض التوت الحزين، عاصمة العالم للفراولة، في بيت لاهيا. لا بد أنك عرفت من أكون، فأنا حبة فراولة زرعني يوسف في الأرض في أيلول من عام الطوفان لأكبر في بساتين والده، وهو الذي ورث الزراعة كابرا عن كابر حتى أصبح راعي الحقول ومهندسها. لم يمض شهر حتى كانت جنازير دبابات الميركافا الإسرائيلية تسوينا في الأرض وتهاجمنا بالقذائف كما لو كنا مقاتلين نخبة. لم أكن أعرف لماذا نحن في دائرة الاستهداف، لكن بطل يوسف كان يعرف. خيم الجوع على أهل الشمال، لا خضرة ولا حتى فراولة كانت تتواجد على موائدهم التي كان يسمع منها صوت قرقعة البطون. لم يطق يوسف ذلك، وهو من هو مزارع اعتاد أن يزرع ويحصد في ظروف حصار قاسية.
Should I keep playing this? It's all in Arabic. I can translate or we can
No, I
talk.
think he has a channel. I mean, we can get it from his YouTube.
Mundir, is this your
Yeah.
voice? هذا صوتك؟
Actually, I'm not good in electronic at all. I'm not good.
بس is
in-
that your
الصوت
voice?
كأنه صوتك.
No. That's not my voice.
No? Oh. It's a
He
beautiful
was very
video.
famous, actually.
What's
During,
that name?
ترجمة.
the first starvation stage, actually, he replanted the land one more time, and he was the first one to break the siege to planet the land one more time. As a farmers, we started to replant it and encourage people, the farmers around us, to replant it again, because without food that time, we will, all of us, the people who still staying at that time in the north, they will die. But because of him, because of his idea, we managed to get food from our land, from the land that we are. So that was really amazing, and it was a very emotional story, and he took a trend that time, but unfortunately later on Israel bombed him with a drone, so they killed him on October 2024.
Wow.
Anyway, there's a lot of footage on him. His name is Yusuf Abu Rabi'. You can Google the name Yusuf Abu Rabi'. There's a lot of YouTube videos about his work.
Many channels.
Dr. Swiyang, you have a question?
No, I just want to tell you I have passed Beit Lahia so many times during the first Intifada. And even at the time, it's so beautiful. And every time I pass, I will stop and people will give me lemons, unwaxed and fruits and so on. It's just like the Garden of Eden. It's so beautiful. Yeah. And seeing Munthar replanted makes me feel very emotional, because that's what
Thank you
Gaza is
so
about. The sweetest strawberry, the biggest lemons, and everything is so beautiful, It's a garden.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We
I
cannot
wish you
wait.
the very best. We'll come and visit. Definitely I will, okay?
We cannot
You
wait.
will try for tea with mint and our product, our
Wow.
local product.
That'd be fantastic. Fantastic.
Wonder, we
And you
cannot
will see
wait.
what
We
is
cannot
real.
wait for your
So
harvest in 2 weeks.
we are used to export actually our strawberry to Europe
Yeah.
and
Yes.
to United Arab Emirates.
Yeah. Strawberry from
And
Bethlehem and
we write, I write by my
yeah.
hand that this is made from Gaza to
Mhm.
export to the local, to international or global market.
Yeah.
Inshallah, Mundir, next week, prepare, get one of those
We
videos.
need your support
get-
in this point actually to expand, to replan it. The most challenges that we are facing at the moment, the water. If we have water, we can replan it more. And we have the well, but we need to fix the well actually. They are just using one well so far, but if we want to expand the land, we need to fix another wells. In Beit Lahia, we have so many wells. We don't need to re-establish well from the beginning, but we can fix it because Israel already destroyed it. So that is an invitation to everyone who cares about Gaza and who know that anyone who can help to fix the wells in Gaza, in north of Gaza specifically, to make the farmers replanting their farms one more time.
Okay.
And make it green again.
Inshallah.
Yeah.
So support us so we can support Mundir, please. We have the link, the donation link, fundraiser. We want to make Gaza green again. And please prepare or get that video about the strawberries and your nephews and your family work from before and share it with us next week, inshallah, ya Mundir, okay?
Yeah, it's the greening of
Inshallah.
Gaza.
Yeah, in 2 weeks we will all see the harvest live with Mundir. And again,
Yeah.
everyone in Gaza, please, this is call everyone in Gaza is welcome to go there and get it
Alhamdulillah.
for free. Get it for free. That was the deal with Mundir. You can get everything for free.
For free.
I
For
used to
free.
get it for free. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mundir. Thank you.
Shukran. Mundir.
Let's move now to Congo. We have our colleague Elvis Katato. So thank you, Elvis, for waiting. Thank you for the great work you're doing in Congo, you and your team, you and Khadija. And also sorry for the news that Khadija and her team had with the loss of one of their colleagues lately. Again, we're happy to hear from you, getting updates. I know your team has been working hard. And again, please support us, support the... We have a campaign for our people in Congo. Elvis and Khadija have been doing great work, and we are here to hear from Elvis. Go ahead, Elvis.
Thank you very much. My greetings to everyone on the panel, everyone who is watching on other platforms. My greetings from Congo, from Goma, eastern part of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Yes, for maybe just allow me, for the people who don't know much about the organization that I represent and who I am, I'll just introduce myself quickly. I'm Elvis Katoto. I'm a documentary and filmmaker, and I am based in the UK. But for the last 2 years, I've been working. I've been volunteering in Congo, in Goma and Bukavu, where we had to create this local grassroots organization to respond to the need of our people. We came here to tell the story of our people because we knew, and from experiences, the mainstream media doesn't tell the story of our own people. So we decided, a group of documentary filmmakers, a group of photographers, journalists, writers, we decided to come to Goma and to start writing our own story. But when we arrived at the ground in Goma, when we start facing the reality, we just realized that it is not enough to tell the story. We have to support our own people. The last report, when we were still in the displacement camp, there was about 8 million people displaced internally in the eastern part of Congo. And the majority were not supported by the government or the international organization. And the only people who were going around those camps, there were more than 54 displacement camps. The biggest had 85,000 people. That was just near the town of Goma. That was 20 minutes from the town of Goma. And the only people we're going to support people were volunteer, were young people from Goma. Why I'm starting this update today with talking about volunteers and talking about the organization is because a lot of people don't know who are those volunteers. Yes, Adija and the organization have lost, and we are all saddened by the loss of another young volunteer who has passed away from illnesses. And it's sad to see is happening to a lot of organizations. So who are those volunteers who are going to help? The majority of the volunteers that we have come across or who are working at the moment in Goma, Bukavu, and Ituri are young people who are in their 20s and 30s. For the people who don't know much about the war in Congo, the war started in 1996. You can see, if you do your math, you will realize that all those volunteers were born throughout those years, and the majority of them were victims, they were displaced, or they were affected directly or indirectly by the war. So what they are doing at the moment is just going back and to give back with no mean. They all are volunteers. And this is where you can see that the contribution and the support that we are receiving from DAG, Doctor Against Genocide, is helping those volunteers to go and help their own people because there is no one who is helping them. That is why I wanted people to know about who are those people, who are those young people in the eastern part of Congo who are doing the amazing work. They are all volunteers and they are all victims. They have got experience. The war affected them. They have seen their mother being assaulted. They have seen their brothers or sisters being taken away. They have seen their fathers being probably killed. They witness all, but they still give their time to go back and help. That is the point that I wanted to share with all of you. In terms of the update, this past week, the Ubuntu organization that I'm part of, an organization that decided to respond to the need of the people, had this, what we call the community outreach. And the community outreach is an activity that we run every 3 months. And we go to a location where there are displaced people. You may know that there is no displacement camps anymore, but we still have people who didn't go back to their villages. And in December, we went to visit a group of elderly people. And yesterday, Friday, with the support of a lot of people, through your donation, we went back to see the elders, the elderly people, a group of 50 families, and all of them are over 65. And they've been in displacement, and they're still in displacement, but they are not receiving any support. So with the small budget we managed to raise, and the initial budget to support the 50 families was $2,100 US. We managed to reach 50 families, and if we can talk in terms of the head, around 160 people receive a month food provision, also soap, and we gave mattresses to 2 elderly people because they didn't have one. We had our tate, she's 103, and she was sleeping on the floor. We had a man who used to be an ex-soldier. He's in his 70s, he's blind, and didn't have where to sleep. So we continue doing those actions. That is what we call our community outreach, and we do it every 3 months. And the budget of that is $2,000. So thank you very much. We're looking forward again to go back in the community in 3 months' time. We're going to select another community that has been affected, and we will see if we're going to be able to help them. We continue supporting our young girls who are victims of sexual assault to become mothers by providing shelter, providing food, health care, and also education, and give them the chance to start a new life. We still have our 33 orphan at one of our houses, and with the support of that, we continue providing the weekly food provision for them. They are 33 and all are attending school, so we managed to get them into a local school, and we are looking forward to finish the year, the very first year, where the majority of them never ever attended school, and the few ones who went to school in the past was about 3 years. And all those orphans were coming from a displacement camp that was destroyed last year, and we were lucky enough to reconnect with those 33 children, and those are the ones that we are working and supporting in the moment. With the help of DAG, we still continue to visit hospitals. As you know very, very well, hospitals are lacking of supplies. People don't have money to buy, to pay for their prescription or to pay for their hospital bills. And at Ubuntu, we still going to visit hospitals. If there is someone who is in one of those situations where they cannot pay for their hospital bills, we help them to free them from hospital or buy medication for them or buy food for them. And those are the activities that we are continuing doing every single day. At the moment, right now, tomorrow, the team will go and visit a young lady who has been in the hospital for about 3 going to 4 months now, who came for an operation. The operation went well, but she could not afford to pay hospital bills. I checked with the team, the receipt from the hospital, she needs $390, and I'm hoping tomorrow we're going to be able to free the young lady from the hospital. Those are the updates from the team, and we are very much grateful for that contribution and support that you are continuing to give to us, to the Congolese people, and also to give the Congolese voice a place where they can come and share with other people who are sharing the same struggle, who are sharing the same reality. And I can only say thanks on behalf of the Congolese who are here at the moment and receiving the support from DAG. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Elvis. Can you share any of the pictures of the videos? You shared the group of great pictures, please. We would love to see them if you can.
Yeah, yes, I did send them in the group. I don't know if I'm on a laptop that will not allow me to do it. Those are the pictures from yesterday distribution. Yes.
I'll just do it. I'll look for them for.
Yes. So in those pictures, you will see a selection of elders from the communities. And there is one, she is really our tate, our grandma, that we met 2 years ago in the camp. She featured in one of our documentary. And she has been there, she has seen everything. She's 103 now, and she's still there fighting. And I can tell you, as everywhere else where there is genocide going, no one is coming to support those communities. There is no health care provided to them. Because they didn't return to their villages, the international organization are not coming to them and support them, because the condition is, if you want to get support, you have to go back to your own village. But those people, the age, the condition they were living in doesn't giving them a chance to go back to their villages. And the villages were battlefield. So there is no safety for them. And also they lost family members. So there is no much that they can do. Yes, that is one of the pictures, and the man sitting there is in 70s. He used to be a soldier for the National Army. He's blind. They found them on the street, and the lady standing here in the dress just took, the lady, she's displaced also, she took the man in a tent, and that is where the man is living. We managed to provide the food provision for the family, and also we bought a mattress we will go back and see if we will get a chance to get doctors to come and check on their health.
They have other beautiful pictures actually. Can we share? Yeah, please. Look how beautiful. Wow.
The pictures from
Yes.
Congo are the most gorgeous
Yeah, that's why
pictures.
I like to share them.
Yes,
Thank
they're so beautiful.
thank you very much. Thank you.
This is
So those are. Go ahead.
can you share more, Maisa? Wow.
Oh my God.
Ya Allah.
Yes,
I
that
just have
is
to do them
that
one by
is
one. So
Oh, okay.
yeah, that is the tate. We call her tate in
Tata.
Swahili. That means grandma,
In Arabic, it's
and
Tata.
she is
Mhm.
tata. She is 103
Oh,
years old.
mashallah.
Yes, and the whole community stayed because of her. So now there is about 50 families that are staying around her because she's there. And it
No.
is a shame we can say this. The government doesn't pay attention to them. The international organization doesn't pay. They're not far from the main road where the truck and all those international organizations will pass and see them, but they never ever stop to help them. The last time we've got a conversation from grandma, she was still cooking the rice that we gave her in December, and we went there in April. That was after Easter. We went to see how they were doing because the plan was to go and give them something for Easter. Now we've got the family of those elderly who are living with them, and there is a new. You can see most of them have children. They have babies, and the local market, because most of them go to work in field. Every single woman who has a baby, they don't give her a chance to work in the field because they say having a baby is the distraction. She will not work as much as she could because same time what she was doing, she will be doing the work in the field, she'll be looking after the baby. So you've got the majority of young ladies staying at home and not helping and not going to look for something to eat. Another one, grandma, she told me she has a problem with the knee, if we can cut the knee. And I said to her, please, we need your legs. So she is one of them. And they are amazing people. I don't know what they've done wrong to go through whatever they are going through.
There are more beautiful pictures. Sorry, guys. Just be patient.
Yeah,
Oh,
let's watch them. Yeah, wow.
Yes, and the kid.
is this your camera, Elvis?
Yes, this
What
is my
camera do you
camera,
use?
and
I'm
this
gonna
is
steal it from you. What camera do
As
you use?
if yani, this will help us.
no, it is we're not doing an advert for Sony, but it is a Sony A7 IV. I think this was taken by A7
We have a
IV.
Sony, Nidal. We do.
Yeah, but it's more of the skills. It's not the camera.
It's not the camera.
It's the eye behind the camera.
We can run the training. So the young, the majority of these children that we see on the picture are from those families. They are not going to school. They are not receiving any support. All of them, they've got skin problems. So we are planning, working together with Adija and a team to bring their doctors to come and check on them. Then together we can see if there is anything that we can do in terms of medication or anything that they need. As you can see on that picture, they don't have, there is no clothes. They are wearing,
What
the
dance?
condition
What
is,
dance are they dancing? Do you have a video for that dance?
it is a traditional dance. Yes, I think
What's
I
the
may
name of it?
have,
What's the name of it? If you have a video, please.
no, yes, I may have, but I can't get access to it
Not now.
because I'm
but
on a
maybe
different.
next week.
Yeah, but I can share with you. Yes, in the group I can share everything with you. The dance from the children and the dance from the tate, the grandmas,
tate,
and
yes,
also
yeah.
That maybe closer to me. Yeah,
yeah. So you'll be happy. They are 65 plus to 103.
Your population.
So,
Geriatric
so tho-
style then.
I can say
Oh, this like
once
three
again,
tates next to each other.
yes, those are three tates next
think
to
it-
each other, and then that is one of our
It looks like
volunteers
three
sharing while-
generation, grandmother, mother, and daughter.
Oh,
I don't know.
Yeah,
it looks like it.
It looks, yeah.
I
Yeah,
think
it looks
so.
like that. But the last one, I'm not sure if she's over 65, but the two are. And that is one of our volunteers. The only thing that we share well is the love and the support. So we spend time hugging people, making them feel normal as much as they can. We eat with them. One thing that we have learned that we have to share the moment with our people so that they can feel loved, because they've been neglected for so many years. This war started in 1996. Can you imagine? So
Look at
we've
this.
got
Oops,
people who've been
no.
affected.
Look how
Right,
dignified
and-
and beautiful these tatas
They're
are.
incredible.
You
Yes.
Congolese
It's
people
so green
are so
around them too.
beautiful.
Yeah, it is beautiful. Can you imagine where this picture is taken? It is where there used to be the biggest camp in the eastern part of Congo. There was Lushagala 1 and 2, and at this spot, there were 75,000 people living there.
This one is very, very powerful. Looks like a community leader. So amazing.
Yes, she's. So that is. Those are the people that we go to visit. We wish the government or even the rebels who are in control of the region can pay attention to their need, as we all know, and I'm sure you've got more experience in this because you deal with the health conditions. You know the need of the people in this at this particular age, and no one is there for them. Some of them lives alone, others have family members, but it is not enough because they need a system that can support them so that they can live a decent life. So those were the 25 kilos that we distributed, including rice, beans, cooking oil, salt, soap, and sugar. This is supposed to last a month, and this is the same quantity that we gave in December. But when we went to visit them in April, Tate was telling us that she's still cooking the provision from December. You can see how tough life
Such
is.
joy. Oh my God. That's so beautiful.
What
Yes.
do they have in the
Yeah.
bag? What do they have in the bags, Elvis?
There is rice, beans.
Oh, okay. So food parcel.
Cooking
Yeah.
oils.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a food parcel. Yes, soap, sugar, and salt.
Yeah. So please support the. We do have a campaign, a fundraiser campaign for Congo, please, for the people, our people there. We need this. Elvis and his group are doing great work, and your support will keep this going, and it will help them to keep providing for this community. Look, wow, beautiful.
Yeah, amazing, amazing.
Man, you are a master class in taking pictures.
Anshad, you're so good. Elvis.
So mostly women, right, Elvis? Like, what about the men? What are the
They
men?
don't like to take
The men
photos.
it's racism.
Yeah.
Because no one can take care of
So
them.
But I mean,
to be honest, I can answer to that question.
yeah.
This war has affected men to the point where first, either they are killed, either they are taken to work in mining, or the few men who are there have gone to do some work so that they can come back with something at home. But the majority of our men were killed. And as you can, if you follow the report,
That's what I
from
thought.
Congo,
Yeah. They're
Yeah,
always
from
absent.
Congo.
Yeah.
From Congo, you will see there has been a landslide, I think 4 or 5 for the last 4 months, and is killing men every single day in 100.
In the
So
mines?
men are, in the mines, yes, there are a lot of reports, I think in the last 3 months, at least 4 or 5, and 100 of men will be buried under the mining. So that affect a lot. And also places like this, soldiers will come to take them by force. So they don't exist. We were in camps where you've got, let's say, I just mentioned this place had 75,000 people in. Probably 10% were men, and the rest were children and women. And that was exposing women to any danger because there was no one to protect them. There is first less men, and also they become an easy target because there is no one there to protect them. And if there is a man, if you can allow me to share an experience with you. When I was shooting, I was filming in one of the camp just near the airport. I don't know if you know the place. It's called Kanyaruchinya. And I was doing this interview with a woman who had the baby and a daughter who was 16 with the baby. And both the babies were still under 6 months. And I asked them, the story was the daughter was raped. Sorry, trigger warning. The daughter was raped and the mother was raped same time, and they all fall pregnant and they gave birth. So I asked the woman, this was the question I used to ask to every single person that I'll do the interview with. What would you like me to pass on as a message to the politicians, the leaders, and everyone else who is watching? In that particular camp, that had about 30,000 people. The majority of women, around 100 or 200 that we did the interview with, were telling us, can you please tell them to stop the gunshot every night? It didn't click until we done the interview with that particular woman. She said, every night when we hear a gunshot, that means there is a man who resisted or stopped someone, a soldier or an armed man who is coming to rape the wife or the daughter. So if you hear a gunshot in the camp, that means there is someone who has been killed. It could be the woman who's resisting rape. It could be the child who has been resisting rape. And when I went back to look at the papers, and the answer of the majority of the women was, can you please go and tell them to stop the gunshot at night? So that was their way to tell us that every time there is a gunshot at night, someone of us has either the man was killed or a young lady or a woman was killed resisting rape. Those are the experiences, and those are the reason why you see less men in those images and in those camps.
I think in Gaza and Palestine, we have the same thing experience too. Even us who work in this field and try to take care of, these communities and also expose the crimes of the genocidal forces, whether in Israel or Congo, we always try to emphasize 70% of those murdered are children and women, or 50% are women and children, as if to say, if it was men, then it's a fair game, or it's okay to kill men, and it's only bad because there's a good percentage of men and women. And even when we do, programs for care and for providing help, you see that many of, especially the Western colonized mind, what they call humanitarian organizations, they focus most of the work, most of the help goes to children and women because this is safe. Even some of actually our own groups, like Muslim groups, Arab groups, or even Cameroon, they say that if you provide for women and children, you will become less a target. It's a safer project to do. But if you provide for men, then it becomes kind of like more questionable, red flag, and are you supporting this? So we really need to, thank you for bringing this up. We need to also decolonize our minds that men should never be a target too. These are people providing for their families, they're civilians, and even if they're resisting an occupation, even if they're resisting an encroachment on their families, resisting a rape of a family member, they do have the right to do so, and that should not make them a target. So no one should be a target. It's those systems, the colonizers, the genociders, are the one who should be stopped, not the men, not the resistance of the indigenous communities who are only trying to survive on their own land. So thank you, Elvis. Thank you for your work. And again, please support
Thank you
us,
very
support
much.
Elvis and his team, support the campaign in Congo. Go ahead, Elvis. You wanna have any final thoughts?
I wanted just to say, I wanted just to say thank you very much, and also come back to the men situation. As you said, when you look at all the advert about children and women, as if men don't exist in the struggle. They do exist, but you said something that is key. Every time we try to help men, we get targeted saying that we are supporting something that is not right when we know they are struggling. And also there is a stigma on men. Men will not line up on a queue. It's not easy to get men waiting on the queue to go and collect a parcel. I grew up in this community where men provide. They are the ones providing. By the time you start taking that away from them and you start feeding them, they feel like they are no men anymore. That is how we grow up. That is why in our community, a man will even though it is tough, they will go out and work so that they can come back with even a plastic bag with the bread in, so that they can feel they're still men, they're still looking after their families. But once again, thank you very, very much to everyone for the support, the ear to listen to our struggle, but also to give us the chance to hear your story, your struggle, the strategy, and the partnership, the working together. All that helps us, and knowing that we have to end the genocide, we have to end whatever is happening in our countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Elvis. Thank you. I appreciate it. Keep up the good work. Dr. Al-Siddiq, are you with us, Dr. Al-Siddiq? Dr. Al-Mahdi? Hey,
السلام
كيف
عليكم.
حالك؟ شو أخبارك؟
الحمد لله. الحمد لله. How are you all doing?
Do you know how to speak Arabic, Dr. Siddiq? بتحكي عربي منيح?
بحكي عربي طبعا.
Yeah, so Dr. Al-Siddiq, our colleagues, Sudanese American, and he has been also giving us updates on the situation in Sudan. He works with multiple organizations, including SAPA, the Sudanese American Physician Association, providing care and humanitarian help for the situation in Sudan. If you have any updates you want to share, Dr. Siddiq, about the situation in Sudan, and also you've been also talking to me about some projects that we can help with as DAG, especially for the medical students in Al Fashir. They do have those small campaigns of providing food and shelter and clothes to the communities there, to see if we can support that effort also. Go ahead, Dr. Al-Mahdi.
Hey, Assalamu alaikum. Thanks for having me. As far as updates, so the war in Sudan, it remains the largest humanitarian crisis in the world, with ongoing fighting between the Sudanese armed forces and the rapid support forces. There hasn't really been any major change as far as holding outside influences accountable, or any major changes with the calls for arms embargo to the UAE and other actors. It's still a large, massive displacement with millions displaced. Food insecurity and acute hunger remains at high risk. Attacks on civilians continue. Just last Tuesday, there was a drone strike carried out by the RSF, the Rapid Support Forces in Khartoum, that killed 5 civilians. 10 healthcare facilities in North Kordofan, which is an area of major fighting right now. 10 of these facilities were forced offline, and several other major atrocities are continuing. As mentioned before, malaria, just last month was malaria awareness month, and malaria is rampant nowadays. Cholera is rampant. So the country and all of its inhabitants remain in high risk. As far as plans moving forward, so I'm part of the Sudanese American Physicians Association. Right now, we're undergoing several major changes. as far as electing a new board, and we also recently started the SAPA Foundation, and we're really trying to grow and optimize our ability to serve Sudan through several different humanitarian avenues. We're continuing our partnership with the UN and Doctors Without Borders. We had a medical mission recently to Khartoum where there was cleft palate surgeries were being done on children. And then we're continuing our ongoing support for those at risk of hunger. So as mentioned before, there's for Qurbani, which is a holiday, or sorry, it's the act of sacrifice for the Eid holiday that's coming up. So there's continuing to be the opportunity to donate to feed families in Sudan. Our goal was to raise $150,000 before Eid, which is going to be on, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's May 27th. So I'll share that link in the description in the chat. But it looks, when you look at it, it looks like the option is only to donate $50 or more, but that's not true. You just have to enter in a separate amount if you can only donate less than that. But I'll encourage you to donate as much as you can. It's going to take $50 to feed a household, $145 for one cow, $200 for a goat, and then $1,000 to sponsor a cow, which would help feed entire communities with a full sacrifice. So you can donate as much as you want. I'll post that in the description, or I should say the chat. I keep saying description. As far as other updates, so I know a lot of people have been asking about legislation when it comes to Sudan. I think during the next Capitol Hill visit, which I believe is May 12th, right? Is that correct?
May 14th.
May 14th. Okay. So inshallah, I'll look forward to seeing you all there. That's going to be a major opportunity to kind of address some of these bills on Sudan. So there have been many bills introduced, but unfortunately, almost none of them, or if any of them, the only ones that have real implications have not been acted upon. They just remain introduced. They have not been voted upon. They sit in the Committee of Foreign Affairs. And I think this is going to be an opportunity to press lawmakers on all of these bills. Chief among them is going to be to urge the appointment of a special envoy to specifically for Sudan. The current envoy is not specific to Sudan alone, to address the need of, to address not only the urgency, but the gravity of how big that crisis is. I think they need a specific envoy to Sudan. So that's Resolution 479. We'll have to press on that. And then there's resolution, Senate Resolution 935, which restricts arms sales to the UAE pending certification of non-support for the RSF, which has not been acted on at all. That remains in the Committee of Foreign Affairs. So we'll have to press on that. And then as well as many other resolutions, and we can go through that when we get closer to the date. But I think this is going to be an opportunity to ask for more action. And then other than that, I didn't really have much updates. I know that there are several organizations who had recently went to the Hill. There was an organization last month that went to the Hill in the end of April, a month after we did, for a specific advocacy week targeted specifically for Sudan. And I was hoping maybe I could potentially get somebody from that organization to come speak next week to kind of get us ready for when we go to the Hill. So I'll talk to Dr. Nidal about that. But if that's something we can do, then I'll try to get somebody from that organization. There's a professor, I believe he's at Georgetown. His name is Mike Brand. He's very knowledgeable about Sudan and advocacy when it comes to Sudan. So I can see if I can get him to come speak. And then there's a few other things I wanted to mention. So with regards to different projects, I wasn't aware of the specific project you were talking about, Dr. Nidal, so maybe you can expand on that. But there are several attempts to treat different patients, like small scale projects going on the ground outside of SAPA. And then there's different attempts at feeding people and soup kitchens and all that. That's still ongoing, even though the aid is as low as it's ever been. The people on the ground are still doing their best to try to help their communities. So, Dr. Nadal, I don't know if you wanted to expand more on the project that you had just brought up.
Yeah. You can mention about the medical students project, and I know you want to check how we can do transfer the funds to them. But if you want to just
Yes.
mention what they're doing, it's fine.
Okay, medical student. Yeah, I misunderstood what you were talking about. Okay, so there's a medical student project on my campus. So I work at Virginia Commonwealth University in Richmond, Virginia. So there's a medical student group called United to Heal. I don't know if anyone here is aware of them, but they're doing a project where they're collecting medical supplies, not medications, more like surgical supplies and scalpels, and a lot of it is like metal, and they have expiration dates on them, but so that may be a challenge. But a lot of it is equipment that can be used for procedures and for placing IVs and that kind of stuff. And they're looking to donate that equipment. Unfortunately, SAPA, we're unable to take that equipment currently as it stands. So we're looking for opportunities to donate that to Sudan and other countries. I'm working with some of the people I know in Sudan in a network of clinics to see if they could potentially use that equipment. And then I'm going to be meeting later with a few people from DAG to try to discuss that further and how that could be used.
Yeah, that's great. And also about the medical students in Al Fashir, they do have also they provide food and food parcels to the community there. And since they are part of the community, they know their people. So inshallah, we'll work on try to connect with them, you and us, and see how we can support them there. But since you mentioned advocacy, we have Dr. Iman and Dania here. If they want to talk, if you please, you want to talk more about our coming Advocacy Day, May 14th, and how we can, I mean, what is our main theme this time, and how we can also have our brothers in Sudan also be part of the project too, or the campaign. Iman, do you want to talk about May 14th, upcoming Advocacy Day?
Sure. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. So we're going to be in DC on the 14th of May, inshallah. And so we would love to have you guys all be there. Our main focus is outside of all the issues that we tend to talk about, is going to be on the 18 Palestinian physicians that are being held hostage in Israel, 16 presumed alive, and 2 bodies that have been, were killed in prison, but their bodies haven't been released. So we're going to try to focus on that in specific, but obviously, all of the other issues that are important to us, like Sudan and Congo and Iran and all of that, will definitely be something that we discuss. So I believe there is an Action Network email that's going out. So if you have not signed up yet, please sign up there so that we can get a head count, because Dania and I are working on getting appointments, and this helps us to figure out how many we can accommodate and how to split up into teams. And then we're also going to be trying to do a press conference between 10 and 10:30 to really shed light on this important issue. I think Catherine, and John really kind of reflected very much about how terrible the conditions, that they had to undergo for just a few days, and some of these physicians have been, imprisoned for over 2 years. So we would really support and help with that. Dania, do you have anything else that you want to add?
No, I'll just add that that will be our focus, and as Sadiq mentioned, a lot of the legislation from our last month on the Hill has not been moved. So I encourage everybody to just continue making their calls, push forward. I know it's such a dumpster fire here in the U.S. But it helps, like when we show up to DC and have these meetings, it helps for them to be familiar with this legislation. But same thing Iman said, like Catherine said, like she was only being held for a few hours, and to hear her say that it was good for her to not be forgotten about and how much she appreciated it. Imagine somebody like Dr. Hussam, who's been in dungeons for over a year. That'll be our main focus. There's a lot of mobilization happening in Europe, specifically in Italy. Being that we do live in the belly of the beast, we need to mobilize just as hard and just as aggressive as they are. And please join us. We have to build on, last month's presence. And yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Iman and Daniel. So for everyone, please, out there, I mean, we as doctors, healthcare workers, the least we can do is to advocate for our own, colleagues, for the doctors, healthcare workers, whether here in the U.S. or in Gaza, as Dania and Iman and John and Catherine shared. That just being there, just the experience, Karama, I mean, just being there for a few hours, the experience itself, it's so disgusting, so dehumiliating. I mean, you feel like you're, your rights, your freedom, your privacy is violated, and we cannot imagine how much our colleagues who have been enduring, the most brutal of all. It's beyond imagination, does not even compare to what we are going through here. So they've been there for more than a year now, or 2 years. Some of them are for 2 years. The least we can do as a medical community is to advocate for the doctors. And we call this campaign Gaza 18, which is the 18 doctors who continue to be under illegal detention by Israel. 16 of them are still alive that we know, although their lives are at risk and they can die or be killed anytime. Most of them are, elderly, they have health problems, they're being starved, they're being denied care. So many of our colleagues, healthcare workers, did die during detention. As we know, Dr. Adnan got tortured and raped and killed, during these detentions. So it's not beyond Israel that this can happen. So we really need to bring this issue back to the light and push that, not because we don't care about the other prisoners, we care about all the 9,500 hostages being illegally detained by Israel. But we thought at least if we can highlight the doctors, if we can make a headway in this, we can use it as a precedent to help, the other hostages, the other healthcare workers. And we thought that we can use this as a leverage with the elected officials that, yeah, we are healthcare workers, we are doctors, we are here to advocate for our colleagues, and it is your responsibility to do that. No doctor, no healthcare worker should be detained just because they practice medicine, just because they provided care. If they do have anything against these doctors, they can bring it forward. But to keep them without charges, without any accountability for more than 2 years, this is not acceptable. The reason that they did not bring any charges against them because there is no charges. There is always the excuse of security reasons or secret evidence. There is no secret evidence. If they had something against these doctors, they would have brought it up a long time ago. The fact that they have been there for almost 2 years or more, many of them for more than that, without charges, this means these people did not commit any crime. They only practice medicine. They did not obey the order to betray their patients, which is, yeah, fine. As doctors, we should not abandon or betray our patients, abandon them just because an army here and there ordered us to do so. So practicing medicine, providing care is not a crime, should not be punished. We need to push for this, and we need to hold our elected officials, especially the ones who are MDs and in the healthcare. There is almost 20 Congress and senators who are doctors and MDs. We need to hold them accountable that this is the minimum, this is the least they can do. So please join us. Please join us. Spread the word. Any doctor, any healthcare worker is invited to speak. Again, we are using the doctors just as a stronger point of leverage, but we're going to be speaking on behalf of all the healthcare workers, all the hostages, all the victims of genocide, all the ongoing, starvation campaign, genocide campaign in Gaza and Lebanon, Sudan, Congo, but using the doctors being held there illegally, especially after they just extended the illegal detention of Dr. Hussam Safiya last week. They extended his stay for another 6 months, which means he's going to continue to be there for 6 more months in the most horrific conditions imaginable. And again, as Karama mentioned, we were there, just arrested us for a couple of hours. Just having these zip ties on your hands for a few hours by itself, it makes your brain kind of, malfunction. I really cannot imagine what our colleagues in Gaza are going through. Again, you heard what John and Catherine shared earlier. And of course, this is criminal, this is unacceptable. But our colleagues in Gaza have been going through 1,000 times worse than any thing that we can explain or imagine ourselves. So please join us. And we can share the link for people to sign up, or share it with anyone who can sign up and come with us to DC. We're going to have a press conference to advocate the release of our doctors and healthcare workers, and also multiple visits with elected officials. And if any doctor or MD did not give us an appointment, we're going to walk into their office and make sure we hold them accountable for this. No one should be silent on this. Thank you. Go ahead, Karama.
Should I share that? I don't know if I'm host. I'm not host. I cannot share it. بس يعني
What do you need to share?
link for the Hill.
To sign?
I shared it twice.
Oh, you did? Okay.
It's shared, yeah.
Yeah, we have almost 40 people signed up.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Do you want to hear from
It's a good
the
number.
anti-genocide practitioners in United Kingdom? What's happening in United Kingdom lately? Who's fighting who? Who's winning? Dr. Tuyang, Dr. Habib, what's happening? Tell us what's happening in the core of colonialism there, the mother of all colonialists.
Well, all of us were so happy when Hoda, the co-founder of Palestine Action, kind of challenged the prescription, right? So all these 32 activists who are actually on hunger strike and so on were bailed out. They were released from prison. They were kept in prison for a long time. Remember, sometime early on in the year, and they were granted bail, except one. But now what happened is a government appeal. And while they're appealing, the prescription still carries on. So all these people are being charged again and went to court and are waiting trial. So they're all back in prison. That's number one. Number two, we have about 12 people from the flotilla, which probably John was on as well. I think they should be back now, but not quite back. I'm not quite sure. I haven't got any news today. So as of Thursday and Friday, they are still supposed to be in Crete and not released. So that's it. And then the third thing is because of the stabbings of members of the Jewish community, our government is exploring the option of banning pro-Palestine marches. They call it hate marches. So it's going to be banned. If not going to ban, then they're going to prescribe people saying certain words like Free Palestine or globalize the Intifada, that kind of thing, or from the river to the sea. So the police will make sure that the moment they hear these words, you can be arrested. So that's what's happening. Big fight. It's very difficult. And meanwhile, of course, Ghassan is still waiting for his case. Dr. Al-Radwan was taken to prison and then released, and then now awaiting charges. So all our medical friends are still having this GMC, suspension and so on, still carrying on. But it's okay. We'll fight on.
I would add that the response from the public, I think, has been so encouraging, and the Defend Our Juries protests that are happening in Trafalgar Square are, I think, they've got to be one of the most effective shows of public support for freedom of speech that this country has ever seen. And, you know, just I think it was 2 weekends ago, maybe 3 weekends ago, there were another 500 arrests in a day, you know.
Yeah, that was about 4 weekends ago.
4 weekends, yeah, thank you. And, you know, mostly old people, and obviously completely non-violent. This included disabled people. This included blind people. And the police come and arrest them. It's really remarkable, and I think that really shows where we are at. That sadly, I've never really quite believed this idea that the judiciary and the executive are separated. I don't buy that at all. And what we're finding with the behavior of certainly certain segments of the legal establishment is that they're quite happy to shore up the interests of government. But we have the public on our side. There was a very interesting article that was published, it was just over a week ago, it was actually in a defense journal or a defense newspaper, about how people working for arms industries were now complaining that people were prejudiced against them. Which again I found very encouraging.
Yeah.
You know, this is something
why
I've
shouldn't we
never
be
heard of
okay?
this happening before. I can share it if you like, the article.
Yeah, that's the other thing about the Green Party, you know, and it is very refreshing because they are supportive of Palestine and basically say the things which other political parties will not say. Because the other day, for instance, I bumped into a young lady, you know, I always meet a lot of nice young ladies. Dr. Sri. And I thought it's one of these people who we do rallies together and speak and so on. And then she was wearing Stop Arming Israel. So actually she's a counselor for the Green Party. Can you imagine? You know, in our hospital, we are not allowed to wear a Palestine flag. You know, we head up for our administration has made sure that no doctors come in wearing a Palestine kind of flag, small flag, or wearing a watermelon. But here is a counselor wearing Stop Arming Israel. So that's not bad. So at least we've got one good political party. One. And they have, I mean, don't laugh. Jack Polinski's petition against Palantir has already reached 160,000. Okay. So
I would clarify, this is off the back of the work that has been done by people in MedAct, people in Health Workers for Free Palestine.
yeah, correct.
There's been
I agree.
consistent work for at
But
least
but it
years.
doesn't matter, okay? You know, dozens of us can sign dozen petition, okay? But for a politician to actually mount a petition under his own name and get everybody to sign.
Yeah.
How about our innocent
You know,
our innocent northern partner? I thought Canada was innocent until
no,
Maisa
not innocent at all.
educated us last week. What's happening in Canada, Maisa? Oh my
Oh
God.
my goodness. I mean, like to Dr. Sri Yang's point, I mean, we have a whole party that the NDP party, which doesn't actually have official party status because they did so miserably in the last elections, that have actually came out strong on the Palestine platform. They said like it's a genocide. We have really like strong supporters, and when we do like press conferences, they all show up to show us support. But it's really like encouraging, but also they don't have party status. I don't know what the Greenpeace party in
no,
the UK
Green
what
Party is a party, but
it's a party. It's an official small party. Canada. Like I was invited to a launch of a new organization by one of the senators It's called Canadians United Against Modern Exclusion. And I mean, it's really because there's new legislation that's been introduced to the Canadian Parliament that basically restricts anybody who has ties to a foreign entity. And I think they're just anxious about China more than anything. That doesn't come out like publicly and declare it and engages in anything that's deemed political. This means like practicing your civil right, like going to your elected official and asking for something. You can actually get prison for life. And also like through this, like the launch, I learned that the Chinese community in Canada, like the laws, like there's a tax, it's called a head count tax or head tax, that
Yeah,
if
yeah,
you
yeah.
bring, if you're familiar with this, Dr. Sweet, like,
Like poll
or
tax, we call it. We used to call it poll tax, and then Mr. Thatcher lost the
unbelievable.
election because of it. So
And then
it's
there's
count by
the
number.
Chinese
Every
exclusion law that allowed like 0 people to immigrate to Canada. So men like were here, like they actually built the railway in Canada.
yeah, that's right.
But they were not allowed to bring their children and spouses because they had to pay this unbelievable tax. And so for decades, they were like men without their families. And then the families back in China, a lot of them perished because of they had no support. And so Canada created this system, like, you know, we know about the indigenous treatment, but the Chinese community that has actually contributed so much to the Canadian
Yeah.
community doesn't even
Built
have
the
a
railway.
Chinese, built the railway. They're like a major like mover and shaker when it comes. They're the largest minority actually in Canada. There is not a Chinese Heritage Day federally. It's not recognized. Only like until 2024, they allowed like this Heritage Month just specifically for the Chinese people in Ontario, in one of the provinces. And I'm like, oh, just like this stuff we don't learn about, right? Like it's not mainstream
Yeah,
and
it's
people,
supposed to be
there's a lot of
liberal and
Asian hate and
progressive. Yeah,
no,
not
no,
true.
like Canada is a colony that is built on the exclusion. Like, so if it's not the Chinese, then it's the Islamophobia or the anti-Muslim, the anti-Palestinian racism, the new bylaws that restrict our ability to actually protest. And you name it, there's laws and laws and laws on top of laws, and that's just so disgusting. Yeah, that's
But
Canada. That's my update. I'm on a mission to dismantle the entire
I tell you what,
system.
like what Habib says, I know we got people on our side. Okay.
We do, but we also have a lot of people. Actually, this brings me to the other point I wanted to talk about is that we have a lot of people who see things and do nothing. And like, and I keep thinking about like, what do we do now? Like, I think we have proven like through these webinars that people come week after week. We have a captive audience. These people care and they show up week after week. I think our biggest job, our biggest challenge is to bring more people into the conversation, to be actually actively engaged, not just bystanders watching us like and go, oh yeah, this is nice, you know, and doing nothing.
No,
We need
I
to
can tell you it's not
literally become
nice.
amazing recruiters. We need to become excellent recruiters and bring more people into this
Okay,
conversation as
that is
active
true.
participants, right?
No, I really would like to bring a lot of people in, but I can't share my link with them, you see. How do I
I'll give
get?
you a different link.
Can you give me a kind of standard link? And if anybody
Yeah.
wants to come in, I'll ask them to come in.
Yes.
And Habib can invite the whole
Actually, I
group that
have
he's
a challenge to everybody who's on this webinar. I'll share the link.
Uh-huh.
And I think if each one of us can bring 5 more people to come and actually hear the testimony and participate in this webinar and also participate coming to the Hill, I think we can actually start building momentum. But you know, we don't want to kind of create an echo chamber where it's always the same people talking about the same thing. We want this to become a mainstream conversation because
Right.
what's happening in Congo, what's happening in Sudan, Palestine, in ICE, detention facilities, you know, the average person is getting affected, but they don't know how to get engaged yet. And we need to show them. Yeah.
So how, Habib, we get the general link and we can get your whole BMA group to join.
Yeah, I mean, I think some of them are probably. I know some of
No,
them. Are
I'm
the audience,
scrolling the
so,
names all the time. When I'm
Yeah.
looking, not listening, is because I'm checking the participants, how many names we know, you see. So I think we should.
I would add, Mesa, that for me anyway, the main thing that I'm trying to look to change in the UK is how the workplace becomes hermetically sealed off from the way in which people conduct their moral life effectively. It's almost like your morals are left at the door when you go to work. And that's what I think we really have to break down. And, especially as a doctor, that's the job where it makes the least sense for this to happen. So I think we're in the strongest position to change that. Not just doctors, of course, but I think we are in a very strong position there.
Yeah.
And we've got people like Mary Beth, we've got, inspiring new doctors as well who will be teaching and we all have some role in teaching as well. So I think all of that counts. Sadly, it just never feels like enough. It's not enough. None of it is enough.
I think we go. Unfortunately, we over the UK will find it very difficult to come and join your kind of Capitol Hill campaigns and so on. It's difficult.
Oh, I'll come. I need to.
The next one is May, and then it's
I
June.
won't be able to come in May, but I'm coming. I've already liaised with some of the guys about this. So
I think Habib is coming for the September one. We're gonna have
yeah.
another
Well,
one
I'll either
coming.
be with you or I'll be in Gaza. It'll be one or the other.
Okay. The guys
I
that-
can't come in September because I'm definitely in Lebanon, unless the
Oh,
whole
yeah.
place blows up. But August, you got one. You have one
Yeah,
every
every
month,
month.
isn't it?
We have one every month, yes.
Yeah.
And I think John summarized the whole thing the best way when he said we live in a world where the systems are punishing those who are advocating for the children for life, at the same time rewarding and celebrating and funding those who are doing the actual killing. And this is making all of us sick.
Yes.
That's why we
Very, very
need,
sick.
as Mason said, we need to mobilize as many of us, we the people, to speak up, to unite, to join forces, because this is not a world that any of us accepts or willing to live. Just for someone who wants to send aid with a flotilla or anything to children, starving children, they are being, categorized as terrorists and being treated brutally and imprisoned, while the people who are doing the actual killing come on red carpets and get the money, the billions, the bombs, the impunity. I mean, and in the UK, I mean, it's terrible what's happening. They wanna criminalize any protest for Palestine, for pro-Palestine.
No, it's
Here in
called
the
hate
US,
month.
in Canada, it's just, I mean, the way they want to silence us, they want to just force their ugly truth on the people of the world. This is beyond criminal, and none of us should accept this. We need more of us. Ashraf, are you with us, Ashraf? I know you've been busy.
No,
Ashraf,
he's
Ashraf, are you there?
he's
He's
left.
there. I don't know if
Yeah.
أهلا.
Yes.
زيك
Yeah.
يا راجل. بدنا
I'm
المصريين
back.
هم بدنا المصريين. You need to save us, man. We need to go
Allah
back to the
يخليك.
roots of the civilization. Fix it from the roots.
Yeah.
Dr. Ashraf,
Yeah.
I sent you my book. Have you got it?
Yeah, I did. Thank you very much, Dr. Sweet.
Okay, then you take
Yeah,
care of
and
Dr.
I'm
Al-Farah.
just
Okay.
waiting to Dr. Al-Farah to send me his email, and then I'm gonna
Okay, good,
forward
good.
it to him.
Alhamdulillah.
But
That is
it
sorted,
seems,
okay?
yeah, and I was able to open it as well. Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Because we compressed it so many times, you see.
Yeah. I'm sorry I haven't been participating lately, but I had some family issues with my mother being sick, so I had been going back and forth between Canada. So I was flying. I did attend the beginning, and then I was on an airplane and just arrived. So I'm back to Canada now. Yeah. So
hope your mom gets
but
better.
but I'm following all the good
Where
work.
in Canada are
and-
you?
I'm in Ottawa.
Oh, in Ottawa. Okay.
Yeah, in Statesville. Yeah.
So you're
Actually,
close to
yeah.
Yiping. You must meet Yiping there.
Yeah,
that's right.
Send Yiping your way.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I would love to.
كيف حالك؟
Where is
كيف صحتك
Yiping?
منيح؟
I'm sorry?
كيف
Where is
صحتك? Are you
Yiping today?
okay? Your health is okay?
I'm doing okay. I'm doing fine, alhamdulillah.
Your mom is okay?
My mom is not okay, but
I'm sorry.
we're hoping for the best, inshallah.
Our prayers, all our
Inshallah.
prayers.
Thank
for your
you,
mom,
thank
inshallah,
you.
for her to get
Thank
better. And
you,
no,
Nidal. Thank you.
We've been doing a lot, Ashraf, but
Yeah.
Allah يجزيك الخير. That's all.
Allah يجزينا وإياكم.
Allah
Yeah. But I keep on bumping into people from Gaza. Even the Uber driver was coming with. He's from Gaza City. Yeah.
No way.
Wow.
Yes.
Tell more.
Yeah. I mean, it's nice, but it's sad in the meantime. And he was
I
telling
know.
me about 112 members of his family had been killed during the
my
last,
This is
since,
typical. Almost everyone is like that.
yeah. I mean, he told me a horrible story about his uncle when the IDF went into Shifa Hospital, and his uncle lives next by, and he was trying to collect the remainings of the bodies that they bombed, and he and few more neighbors, and his uncle was 65 at the time, and they took them. Those are civilians trying to just bury the bodies, and they lined them up next to the wall and just shoot them, all of them, on the spot.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, everywhere, it seems like everywhere I go, I hear this kind of stories nowadays.
Yes.
So, I mean, it breaks my heart, but I was glad that Maisa got in touch with Najia. She's a very good speaker, mashallah.
Oh my God, Najia.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
She's a very good speaker.
Very, very good. She's like boom
Yes.
to the jugular.
Yes, and she's like straightforward. I mean,
Very, very,
is
very.
yeah, and very, very deep in the way she talks. Yeah. I'm trying to get her with a group of physicians in Sweden as well, who are very interested in interviewing her. And someone from NPR. So hopefully we can get her story out
She would be
to
very
as many
good
outlets.
on NPR.
Yeah. So anyway.
Did everyone say congratulations to Mary Beth? She's a doctor.
I know.
She's a doctor.
A real doctor of medicine.
Hi,
you mean?
Dr.
Or
Perry.
a doctor against genocide. Or a doctor. She's been a doctor against genocide for 3 years now.
Yes.
Honorary.
Are you getting new degrees?
Tell us. She's one of. We cannot like tell her Mary Beth do this, Mary Beth do that.
No,
It's gonna be like
now she's a peer. Okay.
Congratulations,
you still can.
congratulations, Dr.
That's
Mary
good.
Beth.
Yes.
You can still
She's a
send me one
colleague
into
now.
things.
A colleague.
Yes.
So tell us,
Yeah,
how was the experience, Maribeth? How was it when you were graduating there? How great were the speeches by the professors there?
Did they mention Gaza?
So we have to share with our crowd here that Karama and I, mostly me, during the ceremony, were texting our running commentary in a smaller discussion group. And it was mostly me complaining a lot about I think every speech had to do something with like preventing physician burnout, like with self-care. As if burnout is a failure of the individual to not be responsible enough, to do enough yoga or eat enough pizza from the management pizza party, rather than a reflection of us treating healthcare like it's an assembly line process in the United States, existing in a hyper-independent system that ultimately makes all of us sicker for it. Now, I did vent to the kid sitting next to me a little bit here and there, and he's like, maybe you should get up and do a speech. And I said, you know what? Maybe you're right. Maybe I should. And let's see. I also I had thought going into graduation, like, oh, what am I going to do for graduation? Like to make a statement on the stage. I have my husband's law school graduation gown. I can wear over mine and then take it off, and you see all the names of the hospitals that US bombs have destroyed in the past 2 decades or whatever. Like it's gonna, but then, in further reflection, I had my Palestinian sister up there on stage with me, which I think, right? Ukti Falastini. I think that was of itself strong, and you don't have to always do like big flashy things, particularly when you're kind of bending the rules a little. Maybe don't call attention to that.
It was a beautiful graduation.
I was very grateful that so many people came to be supportive. Danya came down from New York. I have pictures, and like building bridges. My sister put pictures on her Facebook from small town Pennsylvania. Like I'm talking small, like old coal miner, high poverty rate, Pennsylvania. She put pictures on her Facebook. Congrats to my sister for graduation. And then our very own Doctor Against Genocide in Gaza, Dr. Ahmad Al-Farah, commented now on my sister's Facebook.
Wow.
Oh, congratulations. So now it's like
That's so beautiful.
Just keep building. Just keep going. Find the little things if you need that to keep motivating, bridging these worlds. We all have the opportunity to do that every day.
Amazing.
So
Proud of you. Welcome to the fold. You make everyone proud.
Yeah,
You make
thanks.
your medical school proud.
I was so excited to get to Karama on stage for the hooding part that initially I forgot to pick up my diploma first. You have to go past and like shake hands with the dean and like get your pretend diploma. And I forgot to do that because I was just so focused on her. But he happens to know me by name out of the like 500 plus graduates.
Yeah, good.
Not always a good thing, not always a bad thing.
It
For
is
the
a
dean
good
to know
thing.
you
It's a good
by
thing.
name.
It's a good thing.
That he had to call me to get my diploma back before I could go to her. And yeah, I don't know. Maybe Karama or Danya, they were there. Maybe they have other things to add.
But Karama, you live in Boston, don't you?
Yeah, I flew to Philadelphia
Oh, wow.
to do the hooding. Yeah.
She even had to have her husband rearrange a dinner obligation. And if you don't know, her husband is German. That's very embarrassing to have to rearrange plans. You
But
got to
once
get it
we
right
said
the
it's
first
Mary
time.
Beth graduation, he said, say no more.
Yeah, that's it. Matter close.
Yeah, it was really nice. Met the family, the kids are amazing. Mary Beth's husband is so graceful. Your parents are adorable. And we're very proud of you, Mary Beth.
Yeah.
Mabruk, mabruk.
Well,
Yeah,
and
I
our
hope-
other med students need to start thinking about it now. Like if they're
And another really, really good news, Anas got into medical school.
Oh.
well,
Yes.
now I have to message him now and be mad at him.
Please
'Cause
do
I
that.
told him-
Message him and say to him, congratulations, he's gonna be a doctor.
When he was getting interviews and he didn't tell me, I was mad at him. I was like, why can't you let me share in your joy? Why did you not let me know? What are you doing? You need to let me know now if you get accepted. And he promised he would.
He just knew like yesterday. And
Okay.
I
You know
have
what?
been smiling
I'll give him
like
a few
this
days. I'll
from
give him a
here
few
to
Just
here.
give him time, okay?
I called
I'm not
Rimhi, my son. I said, can you believe it? Anas got in. Mom, you're more excited about Anas than any of us.
You are a big fan. You are. And that's adorable. It's cute. Oh, and also, I have pictures. Karama realized the colors for my school are the Palestinian colors.
Really?
So she
Wow.
was very excited about, like, you know, that way that Karama gets excited, that it's very pure and sweet
Yes,
and
yes.
just a gift to behold.
Yeah.
And
Wow.
oh, look, oh, they are Palestinian. I'm like, oh, I see. Yes, I know. Okay. Oh, but they are. And then she's trying to send pictures to everybody
Yeah.
of the Palestinian school colors.
Wow.
Maisa, sorry, we have Mr. Bashar Nofal. I didn't know. I thought he did not make it, but seems he's in the audience. He raised his hand. Can you bring him to the panel, please? Who's the host, Maisa or Karama?
Not me.
Maisa, are you there? Canadians?
So it's
Toronto.
you then.
Toronto, you want to take over the United States?
She did kind of pop up last time you said Canada. Like that's what she was zeroed in on more
Yeah,
than
she
her
did
name.
not expect to stay on the webinar more than that. Is it?
Maisa?
Mm.
Yeah. Can we reclaim? We can reclaim host, no?
Yalla, do it.
I
If
don't
you
know how
know
to do it. Let me see. How do you do it to reclaim host?
I
Because
don't
Maisa
know.
knows how to do it.
Hmm.
Okay, no. View profile, no. Where do you... Maisa, are you there? Hello? Raise hand. Oh, Maisa.
Sorry.
I'm trying to reclaim host, but it does not work.
Oh, you want to reclaim host?
He
No,
wants
no,
to
no.
have
I don't want it to be
an
host.
uprising.
Yeah, Maisa.
Oh.
Maisa,
Globalize the intifada.
I control hosting for this webinar.
Maisa, Bashar has been with us on the webinar all along, and I didn't know.
Oh,
He's
Bashar
in the
has? Okay.
audience. Can you bring him? Can we bring him up, please?
Bashar, I don't see a Bashar.
He raised his hand. Let me see. Is he in the audience? Bashar Nofa? Anyone raised their hands?
Abdurrahman Naufal.
Yeah, maybe Abdurrahman. Abdurrahman Nofa. Yeah, bring him up, please.
There's two of them. But I
Maybe
can't actually allow him to speak. Is he
because
still there?
yeah, he's still there. He said,
Oh, I made you host, Nidal.
okay, now we make me host.
See, that's why I shouldn't have made you host.
I don't know how to
Good
bring.
luck.
I don't see. Okay.
Again.
Oh, here, Abdurrahman Nofal. Okay, allowed to talk. Let me see.
Okay, perfect. Yeah.
I brought both Abdurrahman. See which
Anyway,
one is the real one.
while you're doing
What is the
that,
most
Mary
exciting?
Beth, you make us proud. Okay.
Abdurrahman.
السلام عليكم.
عليكم السلام، يا هلا كيفك؟
سلام يا دكتور، كيف حالك؟
اهلا وسهلا. والله بعتذر يا اخ عبد الرحمن، انا فكرتك انه راح تيجي على البانل، اعطيناك اللينك تاع البانل، ما
بسيطة
كنت
حبيبي
عارف انه
دكتور.
انت بالاودينس.
ربنا يحفظك، أنا من الساعة 7 في انتظارك.
الله يخليك، انا اسف والله. طب حضرت الويبينار، حضرت الحكي اللي
نعم
حكيناه
صحيح
كله ولا لا؟
صحيح.
كيف، شو رايك في الحكي اللي حكيناه؟ منيح ولا مش منيح ولا تخبيص ولا شو عملنا اليوم؟
الله يعطيكم ألف عافية أول شيء، وبارك الله فيكم جميعا ومشكورين على هذا الجهد المبارك.
الله يخليك، الله يخليك يا اخ عبد الرحمن.
ربنا يحفظكم جميعا.
بتقدر تحط الفيديو؟ بتقدر تشغل الفيديو ولا صعب من عندك؟ لان احنا شايفين سامعين صوتك مش شايفين الصورة.
بسيطة ولا يهمك.
So our brother عبد الرحمن, he is
وضحت عندك الصورة؟
لا لسه ما طلعت الصورة. You have to turn the camera on. He's our colleague from Gaza. He works now in administration of the nursing department in Gaza. He used to be the head of the medical equipment in the Ministry of Health in Gaza. And he is actually was one of our main speakers. I did not see him here. It seems the link that we sent him was not the panelist link. So he is here to share with us his experience as a healthcare worker, practitioner during the genocide. Unfortunately, he lost his family while he was working in Gaza. And now he is involved in the administration of the healthcare there. And he's a witness to the severe circumstances of the healthcare system, the shortages there. So he's going to share with us. Maybe Abdurrahman, maybe we can just do a quick interview today. اليوم والأسبوع الجاي we can bring you back for more detailed interview if we need to إن شاء الله.
إن شاء الله.
اليوم متأخر الوقت، فتفضل عبد الرحمن، أنت you can speak بالعربي وأنا بترجم لك.
الله يمسيكم بالخير جميعا. عبد الرحمن عبد الرحمن محمود نوفل، حكيم من غزة، مواطن فلسطيني غزي. أحلم بأن تكون لي أسرة مستقرة. حقيقة أنه أنا الآن عمري 57 عام، وخلال الفترة الماضية تعلمت وتزوجت وأنجبت وعلمت وربيت وزوجت وأصبح لي أحفاد. بدأت شعور بالاستقرار الأسري، بالاستقرار المادي، بالاستقرار الوظيفي، بالاستقرار الاجتماعي، ومن فضل الله كان لدي كل المقومات الحياة السليمة حسب كل فلسطيني يحلم بأن يكون في عيشة هنيئة وسليمة خلال حياته واستقراره. قدر الله.
خلينا أترجم لك. So Mr. Abdurrahman Nofal is saying hello to all of you. He's 57 years old. He's a nurse from Gaza. He grew up in Gaza. He had his education there, and he worked there in the Ministry of Health, and he educated himself. He had a family. He has children and grandchildren, and he reached a point that in life that he reached kind of like a stable life like anyone else at his age, where he has a career, he has a house, he has a family, he has his children, his family, his wife, his grandchildren, and he was hoping or thinking that life will continue like this. Then bad things start happening. تفضل عبد الرحمن.
بدأ العدوان الغاشم على قطاع غزة، بدأ القصف العشوائي، بدأ العدوان في 7 أكتوبر. في 13 أكتوبر كان كباقي الفلسطينيين يوم جمعة تناولنا وليمة الغداء بجميع أفراد الأسرة. بعد انتهاء من تناول الغداء تفاجأنا بقصف عشوائي في المربع السكني كامل في الحي الذي أسكن فيه في غزة الرمال. طبعا غزة الرمال هي من أجمل مناطق قطاع غزة. تم قصف 5 بيوت، من ضمنها البيت الذي أسكن فيه تم تضرره شبه كامل. بالكاد خرجنا من البيت بما كنا نرتديه.
So خلينا أترجم. So things were good until October 7th, then the bombing started, and he remembered this as if it was today. On October 13th, he and his family were in their home. They lived in the Rimal neighborhood in Gaza. It's kind of like an upper scale neighborhood in Gaza, and they were hoping, things are going well. But after they had their lunch, the bombing started, and they barely managed to escape their house because it was one of the houses that were almost completely damaged by the bombing. تفضل.
تحركنا إلى مكان آمن حسب ادعاء الجيش الإسرائيلي أن هناك أماكن آمنة. توجهنا لغرب المدينة وسكننا في بيت نوعا ما. في نفس الليلة الذي نزحنا فيها من بيتنا إلى البيت الجديد تفاجأنا بأن نفس الحدث الذي حدث في بيتي حدث في المكان الجديد. 5 بيوت أو 6 بيوت كان هناك شهداء. الساعة 1 في الليل كان هناك شهداء وجرحى. من بين الجرحى والإصابات كان من ضمنهم أولادي وأحفادي. من الزجاج ومن الغبار خرجنا الساعة 1 في الليل سيرا على الأقدام. لا يوجد وجهة نتوجه إليها إلا الشارع.
So that same night, he and his families and the people there, they followed the directions to go to the safe zones. That was as the instructions were given to them by the Israeli genocidal forces, and they went to the western part of the city. They were told that is a safe zone and they can go there. But that same night, the minute they made it to that part, that whole part also was bombed. There was massive bombing for the whole neighborhood. Many of his children got injured with broken glass and shrapnels that night. So they had to leave again, and this time they had nowhere to go. تفضل أخ عبد الرحمن.
استمر القصف طوال النهار، وكان هناك حسب الإعلام الإسرائيلي أن يتم توجه أهل الشمال أو أهل قطاع غزة إلى الجنوب. توجهنا إلى مدينة رفح، وفرت مكان آمن لأسرتي، ومن ثم في اليوم التالي صباحا عدت إلى غزة للعمل في مكان عملي في وزارة الصحة. استمر هذا العمل تقريبا 13 يوم ذهابا إيابا من رفح إلى غزة. خلال هذه الرحلات كان يوميا نواجه مشاق في السفر. هناك قصف شديد، دمار في الشوارع، دمار في البيوت، قصف من فوق السيارة الذي نستقلها، حتى تم إغلاق مدينة غزة شمالها عن جنوبها.
So they end up moving, of course, forcibly displaced from the north to the south of Gaza because they were told that the south of Gaza is safe. So he took his family all the way to the south to the Rafah city because they were told that that is the safe zone now. So he managed, being someone who's employed and at that time had some money, he managed to find a place for his family in Rafah. But he himself had to go back and forth to work, which is in Gaza City. So he used to travel for about 2 weeks from Rafah all the way down south to the Gaza City every day to go to work. And he's describing the horrible situation for the people that had to take that route every day back and forth from work back home for about 2 weeks because of the bombing and the bad situation of the roads until they shut down the city of Gaza completely and he was not able to go back to the north. تفضل.
في اليوم التالي للإغلاق مباشرة توجهت لمستشفى الهلال الإماراتي في تل السلطان في رفح وبشرت عملي هناك. استمر العدوان خلال الفترة الماضية بالقصف العشوائي على منازل في قطاع غزة، دمار شديد، رعب في الطرق، دمار في الشوارع، عدم القدرة على الحركة. رغم ذلك استمرنا في العمل خلال طول الفترة حتى أعلن الجيش الإسرائيلي دخول مدينة رفح والإعلان عن خروج أهل رفح منها إلى مناطق آمنة في وسط غزة أو في مواصي خان يونس. في تلك الفترة
خلينا نترجم because he could not go back to the Gaza city for work. He was forced to find a job. He worked at the Emirati Field Hospital in Rafah because that was closer to him. But the bombing and the massive bombing continues all over Gaza, and it started to reach Rafah to the point that at one point they were also instructed to evacuate. Again, they were pushed from the North Gaza all the way to Rafah, and now they are being asked again to move out of Rafah because it's not safe anymore, and they wanted to push them back to the middle of Gaza.
في بداية شهر 5 تم دخول مدينة رفح، ففي تلك اللحظة بحثت عن مكان آمن في وسط مدينة غزة منطقة الزوايدة لأسرتي، وعدت إلى مدينة رفح للعمل في مستشفى الهلال الإماراتي.
So because of the bombing in Rafah, he had to move his family again, and he went to the middle area of Gaza, an area called Zawaida. He was able to find a place for his family, and he continued to go to work at the Emirati Crescent Hospital in Rafah. تفضل.
طبعا في رفح في تل السلطان دكتورنا العزيز.
تل السلطان in رفح. اوكي.
تل السلطان نعم. في 22/5 الساعة 1 في الليل وأنا في دوامي في مستشفى الهلال الإماراتي.
أي سنة هاي؟ 22/5 إيش؟ 24.
اوكي. سمعت على الأخبار أن تم قصف المنطقة الذي يسكن فيها أبنائي وأسرتي. تابعت الأخبار، اتصلت مع الدفاع المدني، تبين أن القصف كان على المكان الذي يسكن فيه زوجتي وأولادي وأبنائي وأحفادي. تابعت الأخبار، لقيت أنه كل العائلة تم استشهادهم الحمد لله. توجهت من رفح الساعة 2 صباحا إلى مدينة الزوايدة. فوجدت أشلاء فقط لا غير. دمار كامل في المنطقة. عدد الشهداء كان 10 شهداء. زوجتي، أبنائي الثلاثة، بنتي، زوجات أولادي 2، أحفادي 2، وكانت زوجة ابني حامل في الشهر السابع. وجدنا الجنين في الشهر.
خلينا نترجم أخ عبد الرحمن. So on May 24 ايش 24/5 ولا ايش تاريخ؟
22/5/2004.
Yeah, May 22nd. On May 22nd, 2024, while he was at work at 1:30 a.m., he was at work at the Emirati hospital in Tel Sultan. Then he saw the news that the area where his family were staying at Zawaida got bombed, and he got worried and tried to check with the civil services and the MS to see what happened. He got more and more worried, did not get the right news or the clear news. He ended up going at 1:30 or 2 a.m. to where they stayed, only to find that his whole family was murdered. A total 10 of his family, his wife, his 2 sons, his daughter, their spouses, and his grandkids. Total of 10 of them. He found them in pieces. One of his daughters-in-law was pregnant 7 months, and he's going to describe what happened with her too. تفضل أخ عبد الرحمن.
مكثت 3 أيام أبحث عن الأشلاء.
تفضل. بالنسبة لزوجة بنتك كانت حامل بأي شهر؟
زوجة ابني كانت حامل في الشهر السابع. وجدنا الجنين في الشارع. يعني ممكن أبعث لك بعد لحظة بعض الصور على الواتس لتشاهدها.
So his daughter-in-law, she was pregnant, 7 months pregnant, and he found her cut in 2 pieces. The embryo, the baby, he found the baby in the street. He kept looking for his family parts, their parts, for 3 days, tried to collect their body parts from the streets, and he has pictures of that. تفضل عبد الرحمن.
بعد الانتهاء من وجود مكان، طبعا ما بديش احكي لك عن المعاناة اللي احنا عانيناها عشان احنا نوجد مكان لندفنهم، من خلال ضيق المكان اللي موجود في منطقة الزوايدة. المقبرة يعني ما فيهاش مساحة، لأنه احنا نبغى نفتح قبر ل10 أشخاص. ما فيش مكان واسع، ما فيش مواد حجار في هذاك الوقت. ما كانش في الظروف العادية كان سعر الحجر 1.5 شيكل. لقينا الحجر الواحد ب15 شيكل. البلاط اللي بنحطه على القبر مش موجود، اضطرينا نحن نجيب زوايا وزينجو ونحطه هناك. معاناة شديدة كانت حقيقة.
خلينا نترجم. So I mean, it wasn't just as if it was not enough for him to lose all his family and spending 3 days to collect their parts, even after he collected as many parts as he can. And when it came the time for him to go and bury them, he could not find a place because the cemetery was full, overflowing with the number of people being killed there, and we could not find a space, a place to bury the remains of his family. تفضل.
ناهيك عن المعاناة انه احنا ما فيش سولار في البلد، ما فيش مواصلات في البلد. ما تمكناش نجيب جرافة عشان نرفع البطون المدمر، نقدر نجمع بقية الأشلاء من تحت الأنقاض الموجودة. كانت معاناة شديدة حقيقة في هذاك الوقت. ومن ثم بعد ما انتهينا من هذا الموضوع رجعت العملية.
هاي مهمة. And because of the lack of big machinery and stuff like that to remove the rubble, he was only able to collect some parts of his family. The rest stayed under the rubble because they could not get the heavy machinery to dig them out from under. تفضل عبد الرحمن.
بعد الانتهاء تم عودتي إلى مستشفى الهلال الإماراتي، ومارست عملي هناك حتى دخول مدينة رفح. في 1/6 توجهت من مستشفى الهلال الإماراتي إلى مستشفى ناصر ومارست عملي هناك.
So after that, I mean, there was nothing else for him to do, so he went back to work and continued to work at the Emirati hospital in Tel Sultan until that was invaded and shut down when they invaded the whole city of Rafah. And he was forced to go back again to Khan Yunis and start working at Nasser Hospital. تفضل.
ومن تلك اللحظة تم نزوحنا من مدينة خان يونس أو من مستشفى ناصر. خلينا نقول أنا ما فيش عندي الآن غير بقي معي من عائلتي غير بنت واحدة، وما في مكان إن نسكن فيه، فمكثت في مستشفى ناصر. خلال الفترة هذه تم
كم عمرها بنتك؟ كم عمرها بنتك يا أخ عبد؟
30 سنة.
30 سنة. So I mean, the only remaining family member for him was one of his daughters. Here, she's 30 years old, so he took her, and they both went, and they could not find a place to live in Khan Yunis, so they end up staying at the hospital where he works. تفضل.
خلال وجودنا في مستشفى ناصر تم اجتياح مدينة خان يونس عدة مرات، فاضطرنا إنه نبحث عن أماكن نتوجه إلها، فكان يكون غيابنا يوم أو يومين بالكثير عن المستشفى ونعاود نرجع كانوا يلعبونا زي البس في الفار لا مؤاخذة، يعني يدخلوا نشرد من المستشفى نعاود نرجع على المستشفى. كانت معاناة شديدة علينا وعلى المرضى وعلى الكادر الطبي، معاناة شديدة صراحة كانت في خلال الفترة الماضية.
بأي أشهر أي وقت هذا كان الحكي؟
يعني خلينا نقول في شهر 12 شهر 11 2024.
So they were attacking the hospital itself. كانوا يهاجموا المستشفى نفسها.
يعني هم يجوا على المنطقة، يقربوا من المنطقة، تصير المنطقة خالية ما نستطيع نتحرك.
Okay. So around November, December 2024, they start attacking the area of Nasser Hospital where he stayed and worked, him and his daughter, and it was a terrible time. Some days they come and evacuate the whole area. Sometimes they let them go back in, and it was like a cat and mouse game. They were playing with the people and the medical staff there at the hospital. تفضل.
ومن ثم ما زلت في مستشفى ناصر أمارس عملي حتى هذه اللحظة.
هلا مستشفى ناصر امتى هاجموا مستشفى ناصر وحرقوا جزء منه او شيء؟
مستشفى ناصر قبل ما يدخلوا رفح كانت خارجة عن الخدمة مستشفى ناصر.
اوكي.
لما دخلوا مدينة رفح احنا رجعنا على ناصر وبدأنا نجهز فيها بحيث انه هي تستعيد يعني قدرتها على انها تخدم المرضى.
Okay, so just to as a reminder that Mustashfa Nasser went out of service before they invaded Rafah. They attacked actually Khan Yunis, and Mustashfa Nasser went out of service, but after they went and invaded Rafah, some people came back to Mustashfa Nasser, tried to put it back to work and try to rehabilitate the hospital. And since then he's been working there at Mustashfa Nasser. What do you do now, Akh Abdul Rahman? شو بتشتغل هلا؟
الآن بشتغل في الإدارة العامة للتمريض، بنتابع المستشفيات، قدرة التمريض، الكوادر التمريضية، أدائهم الوظيفي، عودتهم للعمل بعد النزوح اللي صار في بعض المناطق، غياب بعض الموظفين عن العمل، قدرتهم عن العمل لعدم وجود مواصلات أو عدم قدرتهم لتوفير أماكن آمنة لأسرهم، متابعة ملفات المرضى، متابعة ملفات المستشفى من احتياجات، يعني أعمال كثيرة نقوم فيها خلال عملنا.
So now he's been working lately at the administration of the health ministry of the nursing staff, trying to make sure that the hospitals have enough nursing staff, try to rotate the employees, the nurses, to keep these hospitals running and functioning. Many of these hospitals have been partially or completely destroyed, and many of them have to be evacuated many times back and forth and move the people north, south, left, right. So the management, the administration of the Ministry of Health has been trying all along to keep whatever they can, to keep the services available for the people whenever they can, try to find the staff, try to provide for the staff, to provide for their, movement, so they can manage to make it to work. اوكي يا اخي عبد الرحمن، ايش
هذا باختصار يعني لانه القصص الموجوده في غزه والاشياء اللي بنشاهدها وبنشوفها كل يوم من أحداث مرعبة.
Yeah.
يعني حضرتك بتعرف كويس أيام ما كان بحجة إنهم بيدخلوا المساعدات، كانوا بيروحوا الناس ليستلموا المساعدات، بيرجعونا على المستشفى ما بين شهداء وبين جرحى. كانت تكتظ المستشفيات بالمصابين والجرحى والشهداء. إمكانيات الوزارة كانت يعني ضئيلة جدا من مواد وأجهزة. فكانت يصل المستشفى، خلينا نقول مستشفى ناصر، في اليوم الواحد أحيانا يصل 600 حالة.
Yeah, so so this Abdurrahman is saying this is not a unique story. Every one in Gaza went through a similar story, a journey of multiple displacements and multiple losses, and they had to stay on the move to survive. And the situation continues to be bad. He remembers the days of the massive bombing and bombardments, and where the hospital were overflowing with injured people, multiple casualty incidents every day, and also, as we all familiar with the starvation time and the GHF criminal endeavor when they used to get young people to go there so they can shoot at them and murder them. And actually, Nasser Hospital was very close to one of those distribution points, and it was receiving most of the casualties from that GHF criminal intervention there. Abdurrahman, ممكن تحكي لي how many hospitals are out of service now? امبارح you mentioned that to me, like just names, which hospitals have been completely brought out of service now?
عندك نبدأ من الشمال، مستشفى بيت
Let's
حنون.
start from the north. مستشفى بيت حنون hospital, is it still there or no?
خارج عن الخدمة. بيت حنون كلها المنطقة الشمالية خارجة عن الخدمة.
So all Beit Hanun and its hospital are completely out of service, and nobody lives there anymore. Okay, what else?
مستشفى الأندونيسي خارج عن الخدمة.
The Indonesian hospital is completely out of service.
في الشمال طبعا هي في تل الزعتر في جباليا.
North of Jabalia, تل الزعتر. Okay.
مقابلها كان مستشفى نور الكعبي لغسيل الكلى. طبعا
dialysis hospital, which actually
هذا تدمر بالكامل رغم إنشائه، بس كان عمره الزمني سنتين فقط لا غير.
So this whole hospital was for kidney and for hemodialysis for kidney patients, and it was a recently built institution for hemodialysis. It was only 2 years old, and it has been completely, I think you saw the picture of this hospital, many of us saw the Israeli bulldozers and stuff like that went and demolished the whole center. So the name of this hospital is Nadira Al-Ka'bi Dialysis Center. What else?
الآن أنا رفقت لك بعض الصور، مش عارف إذا وصلوك على الواتس، ممكن يعني تشوف حضرتك اللي بتقدر تستعرضه تشوفه.
لا والله لسه ما وصلوني على الواتساب.
بيتحمل العمل بحمله أنا.
أوكي.
في عندك مستشفى اليمن السعيد في الشمال أيضا خارج عن اليمن السعيد.
This was a hospital there?
في جباليا.
What kind of hospital was it? A general hospital or what?
General hospital, yeah.
So general hospital, the Yemen, Happy Yemen in Jabalia is completely out of service. Okay.
مستشفى كمال عدوان خرج عن الخدمة، اللي تم اعتقال الدكتور حسام أبو صفية منه والدكتور أحمد الكحلوت.
So Dr. Ahmed Al-Kahlout, Dr. Hussam, who were obtained from Kamal Udwan Hospital, as we all know. Kamal Udwan also went completely out of service. And we're trying actually to help them to rehabilitate it now. They are working to rehabilitate the emergency room, and the first floor work is about to start soon too, inshallah. تفضل.
وفي هذيك اللحظة كمان كان مستشفى حمد للأطراف الصناعية أو للتأهيل كمان كان خارج عن الخدمة في هذيك اللحظة، يتم استعادة العمل فيه من جديد يعني.
The Hamad Hospital for Prosthesis and Rehab also went completely out of service for a long time, and now they're trying to rehabilitate it, and some work has been started back again at the Hamad Rehabilitation Center that Rami and Ali mentioned earlier. They are sending the physical therapy patients to that hospital now because they did rehabilitate some departments there. تفضل عبد.
طبعا هذه المنطقة الشمالية. نيجي لمدينة غزة. مدينة غزة فيها المستشفى
Now the Gaza city.
الأضخم.
Which one?
الأضخم اللي هو مجمع الشفاء الطبي.
Yeah.
حضرتك يمكن تابعت الأخبار وشفت المشاهد اللي كانت موجودة في مجمع الشفاء الطبي، كان خارج عن الخدمة. مستشفى النصر للأطفال تم تدميره بالكامل، لا يوجد خدمة أطفال الآن في مدينة غزة، لأنه
Okay.
مستشفى النصر للأطفال تم تدميره.
Okay, خلينا أترجم. So Al Nasr Hospital for Pediatrics in Gaza City went completely out of service, and there is no hospital for pediatrics in all Gaza City now at all. All the children's hospital in Gaza went out of service, and as you all know, Al Shifa Hospital, which was the biggest hospital in Gaza, was completely destroyed, went out of service, and our colleagues did go back, alhamdulillah, and they're starting to rehabilitate some departments there, but it's still the majority of the hospital is still out of service. تفضل أخ عبد الرحمن.
مستشفى الرنتيسي تم تدمير جزئي فيه، والحمد لله الآن تم الاستعادة للعمل فيه. مستشفى الطب النفسي تم تدميره. مستشفى العيون خرج عن الخدمة، والحمد لله الآن يعني بلشوا من جديد عيادة خارجية، قسم واحد 14 سرير فيه، غرفة عمليات واحدة تعمل، باقي المستشفى شبه مدمر.
So Al Rantisi Hospital also went completely out of service, but they are trying to rehabilitate it again now and work on it. The Eye Hospital went completely out of service, but they managed to restart some operating rooms there now, and trying to have some clinics go back to work. تفضل كما أخ عبد الرحمن.
طبعا مستشفى ناصر حكيت لك حضرتك انه هي كانت خارجه عن الخدمه، والحمد لله تمكنا من استعاده العمل فيها، والان هي المستشفى الاقوى في مدينه غزه، هي الذي تعمل.
And of course, Nasser Hospital was also attacked multiple times, but alhamdulillah they managed to bring it back to work. And at this moment, Nasser Hospital is the biggest functioning hospital in Gaza, still with a lot of restrictions, a lot of limitations. But as it stands, it's in the one hospital that provides the most services in the whole Gaza Strip now. تفضل.
المنطقة الجنوبية خلينا نحكي في مستشفى الأوروبي خارج عن الخدمة بالكامل.
European hospital is completely out of service. That's in the south.
مستشفى النجار في رفح تم تدميره.
النجار hospital in Rafah completely destroyed.
مستشفى الهلال الإماراتي للولادة في تل السلطان في رفح كمان تم تدميره أو حرقه خلينا نقول، وخارج عن الخدمة.
Is this the one هذا اللي كنت تشتغل فيه؟
صحيح.
So the Emirati gynecological hospital in Tel Sultan, the one that he did work at for a few months, was also completely burned and destroyed, and it's completely out of service.
الآن صف المستشفيات العاملة هي مستشفى ناصر ومستشفى الشهداء الأقصى. بكامل قدرتها تقريبا، إنما باقي المستشفيات اللي تم تأهيلها تأهيل جزئي لعدم إمكانياتنا من أجهزة، توفير الأجهزة لعدم فتح الطريق، الإغلاق المستمر. خدمة التشخيصية خلينا نقول اللي هي كالأجهزة الكبيرة، الأشعة الMRI CT، هذه شبه معدومة في غزة. الMRI مش موجود في كل قطاع غزة اليوم. CT جهاز واحد، قد يكون في جهاز في غزة بيشتغل يوم وبيعطى اليومين. أمورنا في الوضع هذا صعب جدا حقيقة.
So, I mean, they're trying their best to try to rehabilitate some of these hospitals, but because of the blockade and limitations on entry of medical equipment and medications and supplies, they're having a hard time. So the whole healthcare system is still struggling very, very bad in Gaza. At this point, the only two reasonably functioning hospitals is Al Nasr Hospital and the Al Shuhada Al Aqsa Military Hospitals. But everything else is just small rooms and departments are working, but it's still lacking the major services. Anyone has questions for Abdul Rahman? Anyone has any questions? احنا اسفين اخ عبد، حضرتك ابو
حبيبنا دكتورنا الله يحفظك، ربنا يعينك ويعطيك العافيه. بعتنا لك بعض الصور إذا حابب تعرضها، هذا عندك موجودة.
I do. He did share some pictures of his family members who were murdered. I don't know if we
You want
can
me to share it,
actually.
Don? It's very graphic,
It's very
so
graphic. I don't know if we need to share them or not. Should we share them or not? They are very graphic, guys. What do you think? Should we or should not?
I think it's up to Abdulrahman.
Abdurrahman, do you want us to share them or no? لأنه صراحة very graphic و painful. It's up to you. بدك
ما في
إيانا
مشكلة، ما
نشاركهم؟
في مشكلة دكتور، توكل على الله.
okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna share it.
Oh, actually, one of them is our beloved journalist. What's his name?
Yeah.
Jafrawi. Let's share Jafrawi. He's talking about his family. Yeah.
مشهد امامي انا بس
Do you hear the audio, by the way?
بس حاول اعرف
You guys hear the audio? Okay.
Yeah, I hear it. Yeah.
انا بيعرف هذا حدا عنده فكره عن ايش هذا الشيء اللي انا قاعد بفرجيكم اياه حاليا؟ هذه احشاء احد الشهداء اللي ما زال جسمهم تحت الانقاض، يعني بس احشائه خرجت الى خارج الانقاض وجسمه كله بقي تحت الانقاض. إلكم تتخيلوا انه احنا كل يوم بنعيش نفس المشاهد، إلكم تتخيلوا ان انا مش اول مره اشوف احشاء، انا مش اول مره اشوف احشاء خارجه من جسم الانسان وجسمه بقي تحت الانقاض. لكن هذا المشهد، يعني هذا المشهد بيعني لكم شيء، هذا المشهد بيعني لكم شيء يا عمي. ايش ضل احنا ما فرجيناكم؟ احشاء فرجيناكم، رؤوس مقطع فرجيناكم، اطفال استشهدت فرجيناكم، اجسام مشوهه فرجيناكم، يعني ايش اللي ضل، الشيء اللي انتم ما شفتوه؟ يعني تخيلوا انتم مشهد مأقواه، يعني لكن هذا المشهد هل بيأثر؟ هل هذا بيعني لكم شيء؟ والله اقسم بالله اشياء بنشوفها والله عمرنا ما تخيلنا نشوفها في الافلام يا جماعه. احنا حاليا بنعيشها وبنشوفها كل يوم، كل يوم في المنازل بيتم استهدافها بصواريخ، اقسم بالله ما بنعرف ايش هي. صواريخ ما حدش بيعرف ايش هي. لوقت ايش؟ بس سؤال، لوقت ايش؟ هل في حد يقدر يجاوب لنا هذا السؤال؟ ما اعتقد.
عبد الرحمن هذا
هدول أحفادي اللي موجودين في الصورة.
wow. These are his grandkids. These are his children. Wow. So Saleh Al-Jafrawi, our beloved journalist who was also murdered, he was the one who reporting on the death of Abdurrahman family.
Gonna get more graphic.
This body parts pieces.
بشار
بشار
عبد
بشار
الرحمن
بشار
نوفل.
يكون ابنك.
صحيح، ابن البكر، هذا ابن الكبير.
This is your eldest son, and how many kids with him? You put him
مع ولدين 4 سنوات و5 سنوات.
So Bashar, your eldest son, and 2 of his kids, 4 and 5 years old, were both all put in one bag. Some of their parts. بهاء، مين بهاء؟
بهاء ابني الصغير، هذا عمره طبعا هذا مهندس بهاء رحمة الله
بهاء
عليه،
is an engineer.
عمره 24 سنة.
His youngest son بهاء, he's an engineer, and this is his body. لحاله ولا مع حد تاني؟
في هذا الكيس لحاله، انما في صور ثانية.
Yeah. مين هاي؟ بيان؟
بيان ابني الوسط، هذا اللي زوجته كانت حامل في الشهر السابع ولقينا الجنين في الشارع.
This is his middle son, his Bayan Abdul Rahman, and whose wife also, the one who was pregnant. So both of them were killed, the son and the daughter-in-law. These are
هذا
the
بيان،
kids.
هذا بيان اللي محروق زي ما انت شايف حضرتك. واللي جنبه طفل من اطفال بشار.
So Bayan is his middle son, and the child is one of his other son's children. Okay. That's the same picture.
هذا عبد الرحمن بن بشار، الطفل الصغير 5 سنوات.
5 years old, عبد الرحمن.
واللي في جنبه الصورة يمكن مش واضحة كتير، عز الدين ابن بشار برضه 4 سنوات.
So these are the 2 children, Azzuddin and Abdul Rahman, 4 and 5 years old. You found a place for all of them. You put them together in one grave.
نعم، في نفس القبر، في نفس المكان، ال10 مع بعض.
10 family members in one grave.
الله يرحمهم.
الله يرحمه. مين
هذه
ماجد؟
زوجتي، هذه الزوجة.
That's his wife, Majida. That's her body. الله يرحمه. What's this?
هذا المكان يعني جبنا الدفاع المدني عشان يحاول قدر المستطاع نشوف بقية الأشلاء تحت المباني.
So they try to recover as much as they can of the body parts, but they could not get all of them out.
هذا المكان اللي تم قصفه.
This is the house that was bombed. Okay. الله يعينك، الله يعينك يا عبد الرحمن.
حبيبنا دكتور، ربنا يرحمهم إن شاء الله ويرحم جميع
يا رب.
شهدائنا ويثبتنا ويصبرنا ونحتسبهم عند الله عز وجل شهداء.
آمين يا رب، آمين. It's tough. Any questions for عبد الرحمن؟
وجعناكم بقول.
لا احنا انتوا وجعكم، احنا وجعكم وجعنا كل واحد، بس الله يعين.
ربنا يحفظك.
الله
ربنا
يعين.
يحفظك. الحمد لله رب العالمين.
الله يرحمهم. هلا انت عندك بنت واحدة هلا؟
بنت واحدة والحمد لله قدر الله انه زوجناها قبل فترة بسيطة.
مبروك مبروك.
الله يبارك فيك. ربنا
يلا
يحفظك.
ان شاء الله خليهم يخلفوا شو اسمه، يجيبوا لك اولاد واحفاد ان شاء الله، والله يعوضك ويعوضهم خير.
الحمد لله رب العالمين.
So his daughter, whose only surviving daughter, just got married recently, and inshallah she will have.
Oh, Mabruk.
Yes, Mabruk. She will have grandkids for him.
Inshallah, Mabruk.
مبروك.
الله يبارك فيكم، مشكورين.
يعني احنا I don't know، الواحد بيستحي يسألك كيف تتحمل هيك اخ عبد الرحمن؟ I don't know how you handle this. يعني
لا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله، هذا من الله عز وجل سبحانه وتعالى، هو اللي ثبتنا وخلانا نتحمل هذا حقيقة صدمة قوية جدا، يعني ما حد بيقدر يتحملها، لكن ربنا سبحانه وتعالى هو اللي ثبتنا، هو اللي خلانا نصبر ونتحمل هذا المأساة وهذه الكارثة اللي صارت.
الحمد لله، الحمد لله. واو.
يعني حضرتك شفت المشاهد، يعني حاجة شيء مرعب، ويعني الصور اللي وصلت لعندك مش كل المشاهد اللي أنا ممكن أبعث لك إياها، لأنه في مشاهد مخيفة صراحة. يعني ما بديش أعرض على الشاشة أنا قطع يعني ابني الكبير من النص مقصوص، زوجتي من غير راس، زوجتي ابني مقطوعة من النص وخرج الجنين برا. صورة الجنين ما حبيت أجيبها على أساس إنه يعني لسه قطعة لحمة هيك، فما حبيتش أعرض مشاهد مؤلمة.
So for all our colleagues here in the United States and the West, these bombs that killed Abdurrahman family, the children, the engineers, the doctors, the wives, these are all American bombs. These are all British bombs, Canadian bombs, Canadian weapons, paid
We
for
got blood
by
on
your
our
tax
hands.
money. We work, we go to work day and night, all of us to pay taxes, so our government send these bombs to kill the families and the children of other people.
To protect Western values, right? This is what Western values are.
Exactly, yes. These are the Western values, which is murder, exploitation,
Genocidal.
colonialism.
And we're the the
pedophiles.
barbarian. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's disgusting. We really need to do everything we can.
So how do we stop paying taxes?
Abdul Rahman, what should we do? What is your call to the world? What should the world do? What do the people of Gaza want us to do? I know it's very obvious, but we always need the reminder. We need to hear it again, over and over again.
ولا دكتور، انه انا بديش احكي للعالم، بدي احكي لنفسي انه انا الحمد لله اللي ربنا ثبتني وصبرني، لانه المشاهد اللي حضرتك شفتها هذه جزء بسيط من المشاهد اليومية اللي بتصير والعالم كله بيشوفها، وللاسف الشديد ما حرك وساكن، لانه المشاهد هذه يعني بتحرك الحجر. فللاسف الشديد كل العالم تآمرت على غزة، وكل العالم شاركت في دمار غزة وتدميرها، وما زالوا بيشاركوا في تدمير غزة، إغلاق معابر، قلة مواد، شح مواد غذائية، دمار يومي. ما حد فيهم وقف على الشاشة يقول بس وقفوا. يعني هم بيشاركوا، بل بيدعموهم بالسلاح، بيدعموهم بالأكل، يعني بدل ما يدعموا المظلوم بيدعموا الظالم عن مالهم. وهذه شغلة يعني مرعبة جدا، إنه أنت لمين بدك تحكي، لمين تشكي إلا أبوك القاضي.
So he's, asking the whole world to do something to stop this, because that's just his family story, but they continue to see this every day. Every day in Gaza, there is bombing, there is killing. The genocide did not stop, the starvation did not stop, the blockade did not stop. These scenes have visited every single family in Gaza, and they continue to happen every day. So when is the world going to see enough to mobilize to stop these crimes? That is the only thing the people of Gaza are asking us to do. Please stop. I mean, the journalist Jafrawi, Allah yarhamah thani, he was killed. But that was actually his message. What else does the world want to see to do something? The picture that he saw was parts of the gut were thrown out in the street while the body is still down under the rubble. And he was saying that we're showing you, bodies cut in pieces. We are seeing this every day. The guts of the people being, exploded, thrown out of their body. We're showing you people with no heads, beheaded children every day. Beheaded children. Biden and Trump, Democrats, liberals, the people of, the guardians of the free world and the world of human rights. That lie that you mentioned to justify this genocide, there was no beheaded children, that the one you talked about, but the people of Gaza are showing us dozens of beheaded children every single day, and they have been doing this for almost 3 years now. When is the world going to listen, and when is the world going to stop? So on this note, please, every one of us, we have to do more. We have to keep mobilizing. I know it feels uncomfortable. It feels hard sometimes, but when you hear these stories, when you see what the people there are going through, this means that we have to keep pushing harder and harder and double down, not slow down, but double down every time.
Yeah.
And I know it's more than 5 hours now in this webinar. Anyone has any final thoughts, any final comments to say, because we want to close up? And Abdurrahman, inshallah, next week or the week after, we'll have you again. Come back again, tell us more about the infrastructure of the healthcare now, and we will have you come a little bit earlier, and maybe we can show some data, some pictures of the hospitals, the destroyed ones, the ones they are trying to rebuild, the needs. But inshallah, we'll get you maybe a little bit earlier so we can hear more about how we can help. Dr. Swiyang, you want to
No, I
close?
just want
You
to
wanna
thank
close?
Abdurrahman for telling us all this. I know it's so difficult, but we need to hear. Thank you very much. You want to translate that for me?
I think he got it. Abdurrahman, you got it?
موجود دكتور، تفضل.
فهمت شو حكت لك دكتورة سويانج؟
معلش ترجم.
Can you say it again? مين عندك؟ بنتك؟
No, listen.
No.
I'm very grateful to Abdurrahman, who suffered so much, lost so much, and yet spent time sharing his story. It is really painful for him to talk and painful for us to hear. But I think
دكتورة سويانج بتعزيك وبتشكرك وبتحكي لك انه يعني اكيد صعب جدا انه انت رغم كل اللي صار معك وهيك، انه انت ما شاء الله عندك لسه القوة والصبر انك تيجي وانك تشارك هاي القصة، فهم يعني بشكروك وبدعموك، والله يعطيك الصبر والقوة، وتضل شو اسمه أهل غزة عمرو غزة مثل ما كانت وأحسن. ذكر فيهم كلهم إن شاء الله.
بارك الله فيكم وجهودكم ومشكورين كل.
yeah. Thank you.
Habib, you want to say anything?
I would simply say, shukran for telling us what happened. I think this is the biggest test that Allah has ever visited on a people, and I would say it's part of our destiny to make sure that Israel pays for the crimes that it has committed It may not be through the courts, but that is part of our life's work now.
Yeah, agree. Couldn't agree more.
يا حبيب. Dr. Habib, على فكرة, he did go on a mission to Gaza, Abdurrahman. He was in Nasser Hospital at one point. This was a few months back, Habib?
Yeah, I was there for 5 weeks. Yeah.
Yeah, Dr. Habib is a cardiologist from the UK, and we're thankful for him too for
احنا
صحته.
بنتشرف فيه واحنا جاهزين في استقباله في اي وقت، ما في مشكله.
الله يخليك.
عرفنا في اي وقت.
Always generous, always أهل غزة, always generous, always offering to help and to support us. Wow.
Yeah.
It's true.
It's amazing, you know. They're always concerned about us.
They say, welcome back. تعالوا, we'll take care of you. Just come back. Inshallah. Maisa, you want to say anything, Iman?
It's terrible.
Maisa, Iman, you're muted or not muted?
I'm speechless,
I
basically.
know.
Like Jafra, we said,
The cruelty, you know.
until when do we have to keep watching? Just
They
the
know
crime.
they're doing this. That's why they want to kill all the journalists. They don't let anybody go in and see it. You know, part of the ICJ's recommendation in January 2024 is that the evidence of genocide should not be destroyed. But now they're destroying, bulldozing it, clearing it all. You know.
Hadil, are you with us, Hadil? I will not hear from you. I don't know if you are with us or not. Hadil?
Yeah,
I'm here.
She was.
I'm here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just listening. It was just a lot of information to take in, especially after the news that I had shared with everybody that our student Abdurrahman or Abdullah lost his sister while she was waiting to be evacuated from Gaza.
Wow.
So it's just it's been really difficult. So to hear everything that's happening, and you know, I think in our chats we've talked about the rodent issues and the rats, and I asked a couple of my students who the majority of them still have family in Gaza, like what is the situation, and the only response is, well, Khalti, they try to do the best that they possibly can, but it's not something that's in their control. They're like, there's garbage everywhere. There's nothing that's being done. Things that we need are not coming in. And it's hard to even think about, like, how do we help from outside when we know that the resources that are there are extremely minimal, and they want a bubonic a plague to start there, where who they didn't kill with their bombs made in the US, that rats will infest everyone, and that people will die in that way. It's beyond disgusting. And listening to the doctor who is from AUB and what is happening in Lebanon, and it's just I'm like mortified. I just don't even know what to do anymore. So
كنت تحكي له بالعربي يا هديل شوي انت او ميسا بالعربي عبد الرحمن؟
sure, yeah. So كان عندنا في المؤسسة اللي بشتغل فيها عندنا طلاب كلهم هم أصلهم من غزة، وكانوا يدرسوا طب في مصر لما صارت الأحداث، وما صح لهم مش يروحوا ويخلصوا امتياز. يعني للأسف واحد من الشباب أخته توفت امبارح، كان المفروض إنها تطلع من غزة تطلع على مصر يعملوا لها عملية، وعمرها 30 سنة وتركت 3 أولاد صغار. يعني الواحد مش عارف شو يعمل من برا، يعني مهما بندعم دعم يعني ماديا، إنه طب شو نعمل أزود من هيك؟ I don't know.
I have to keep trying. Thank you, Hadil. Hadil, I know it's late, but you mentioned you want to mention something about if anyone willing to sponsor students for research or anyone has any ongoing research who can have medical
Yeah,
students from Gaza participate.
I
We can mention this again next
absolutely.
week, but if you want to
Sure.
briefly say it.
I think what the issue that we're running into right now is because of all of the nuances politically of getting visas and moving students out, no matter where they want to go. I'm trying to figure out if there are opportunities, if anyone is working on research. We're actually going to be doing an awareness campaign in Gaza as well with medical students that are in Gaza, just to build awareness around how do people who are diabetic deal with the issue of diabetes when you don't have access to insulin or you don't have access to the medications that you need. So, I mean, we're launching, and thankfully I met Dr. Sarah at the at the Hill. And so I'm just wondering if anybody's working on any research where students can be considered a part of the research and get publications to try to minimize their clinical gaps. I'm not, I've said many times before, I'm not in the field of medicine. So I don't know, I know it's a negative when students are applying for residencies, whether it's here in the US or in Australia or in the UK, that having that clinical gap is a significant negative. And I think that by having them work on research and participating in research, that might minimize the stigmatism that comes with them having a clinical gap. I even reached out to Dr. Ashraf. He and I communicated just the other day that even now in Egypt, students can apply to do the Arab board. And last year, students would just apply, and if you had the money, you would get in. This year, there's now what I was told, there's now a military clearance that has to take place that could cause another year of a clinical gap while they are going through this clearance process. I'm profoundly confused as to why doors keep getting slammed in students' faces. So my ask is that if anybody's working on research and you need reliable, hardworking students, to please consider students who are with the organization that I run, Education Rising International. We are a US-based 501c3. I actually just got back from Egypt not too long ago, and hopefully we'll be going back in June. But I mean, that's the ask. I know we ask a lot of the things that we need is very monetary based money, but right now for me it's just about networks. I just need help helping students fill their gaps, and they're willing to do the work, even though they haven't done research before, a lot of them, but they're willing to learn and they're super hardworking. So I can guarantee that if anybody's willing to step up, you will not be disappointed.
How do you want to ask them?
Yes,
Can
go
they
ahead.
do this online? Or they have to
I mean,
be
if anybody has access, I mean, they could be an author on a publication virtually. They don't have to be
because I
wherever the
was thinking
research is actually taking
we can't get
place.
them
Yeah,
out. Yeah. Okay.
right.
All right. Fine. It can be done online. Yeah. All right.
Yeah. So, I mean, if there's an opportunity, that would be great. And I think I'm in a lot of the DAG chats, but I'm more than happy to, and even filter and interview students. So it could be based on whatever the research is, and is this an area of interest for students? So, and if anyone has any questions, they can reach out to me, but I appreciate the opportunity, Nilad. Thank you.
Thank you, Hadil. Maybe we can bring it up again next week, maybe a little bit earlier. It's already 5:15, so we're going on 5 hours, 15 minutes.
Yeah. Well, we're exceeded our 5 hours, right?
Maisa, what do you want to do? Get those two questions or just close the top
So,
two?
so two people raised their hands. If you can just type your questions in the Q&A. I think we do definitely want to close this webinar, but maybe we can answer them if you send them through the Q&A. it's a really good sign when we still have people on the live webinar. You should look at the YouTube
You got
channel.
65. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Lots of engagement.
While we're waiting for folks to type in their question, Hadil, I was thinking, so research, right? It's not always bench work. Sometimes it's just like meta reviews of stuff that already exists. And your students can be a first author on something if they just pick like a passion project area of interest and go to like Google Scholar and start knocking it out that way. They can also, like, there's been things that I want to do as case studies that we've done in DAG student grand rounds that like I just haven't gotten to yet. That if you've students who would listen in on grand rounds and would just want to partner with one of our DAG med students on a case study, we can maybe try and play matchmaker on that too. And then they're still getting opportunities to try and submit for publication. It's really only a matter then of sort of, I don't want to say gaming, but like strategizing which publication you would then send these like case reports to and things like that.
Yeah. So Abdulrahman, I know you have to go. I know it's very late there. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for waiting, and I apologize for actually I didn't know that you were in the audience. You were one of our early and main speakers. So ألف شكر عبد الرحمن، والله يحميكم والله يفرجها، وشكرا لمشاركتك، وبعتذر إن تأخرنا عليكم، بس إن شاء الله الأسبوع الجاي والأسبوع اللي بعده بنجيبك كمان مرة ونخليك تحكي بدري. بعدين كمان مرة بنعتذر إنه خليناك تأخرت كتير، فيعطيك العافية وتصبح على خير وشكرا لك. And for everyone, what a marathon. We had a long but very, very
productive,
heavy. We have very brave souls, very, very strong people who spoke. I think the only message we have is we have to keep going and going stronger and double down. And remember always that the people need us, they need our voice. And whatever it is, whatever hard it is here, it's still much easier. And whatever the sacrifice that we do is still nothing compared to the victims of these genocides are going through everywhere. So thank you, everyone. Thank you for being with us. Enjoy the rest of the day and your evening. A good night for those who are on the east side of us. Good night.
Correct.
Thank you for being with
Palestine
us.
is midnight.
Yeah, Palestine, it's midnight. Yeah, تصبحوا على خير. Thank you. I'll see you next week. And join the movement. And Habib and Hadil, yeah, inshallah, will work on the research projects too. Yalla, salam. Have everyone.
Yes.
Assalamu alaikum.
Salam alaikum. Thank you, everyone.
Good night, everyone.
Thank you. Okay, bye. Thank you.